Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The next day, at dawn, every soldier in the forward outpost except for the minimum number needed to maintain security ascended the western mountain ridge. This was in accordance with the order from their battalion commander, Daniel Steiner, to conduct reconnaissance and defensive position training. Believing it to be a realistic defensive drill, the troops carried not only sandbags but also 12 mortars and 4 heavy machine guns up the mountain, expecting to receive new instructions from Daniel. Establish a defensive position, but do so in a manner that encircles the outpost. In short, the soldiers were to assume that their own forward outpost was an enemy stronghold and conduct a siege training exercise around it. The logic behind this was utterly baffling, but since it was their battalion commander's first direct order, they followed it without question. After leveling the ground, they set up mortar emplacements and mounted the heavy machine guns. The unit's snipers positioned themselves atop the cliffs flanking the outpost, while the Special Operations Company, which had originally been tasked with sentry duty at the base, was ordered to block off any retreat routes. Since they were most familiar with the surrounding terrain, it was a fitting role for them. There was nothing inherently flawed about the order, so Bernard complied. After joining forces with the General Staff's direct unit, they dug in and concealed their positions along the escape routes. With a standby order in place, Bernard and his men took the opportunity to rest among the trees. Leaning against a tree with his arms crossed, Bernard exhaled a sigh and turned to the side. Lieutenant Mikel was sitting on the ground, a map spread out in front of him, practicing land navigation techniques. Hey! Hearing Bernard's call, Mikel looked up. You called for me, sir? Yeah, I've got a question for you. Bernard scratched his head before speaking. What the hell is the point of this exercise? I don't understand the logic behind encircling an enemy forward outpost. Could you elaborate? A forward outpost, by definition, is supposed to be the most heavily guarded position in the area, right? So surrounding it on all sides, what sense does that make? What, are they just idiots? He wasn't exactly wrong. But Mikel simply chuckled. If this were a standard exercise on encircling an enemy forward outpost, then yes, I would say there's a contradiction. So you think so too, huh? I expected some kind of tactical genius from this General Staff prodigy, but it looks like the rumors were overblown. I'd ask you to take back those words. The rumors are not exaggerated. What? Didn't you just admit that this training scenario doesn't make sense? Mikel folded up the map and tucked it away. I said that it wouldn't make sense if this were just an exercise. Bernard blinked in confusion, unable to grasp what Mikel was implying. Seeing this, Mikel placed the map inside his uniform and spoke. I fought alongside the battalion commander during the Nordia invasion. If you knew how he captured Nordia, you wouldn't assume this is just a simple drill. You're saying this isn't training. Correct. He's preparing for something. Bernard, still skeptical, frowned. If he was preparing for something, why hasn't he told us anything? And what the hell was he doing for the past 2 weeks? The battalion commander hates having his operations leaked through loose lips. And do you really think he's been doing nothing these past 2 weeks? Wait, don't tell me. Mikel nodded. There's a saying, a long contemplation leads to a masterstroke. From what I see, he's merely been lying in wait, like a predator ready to pounce. Standing up, Mikel turned his gaze toward Daniel. A short distance away from the main force, Daniel sat with his hand resting against his chin, a deep frown on his face. His eyes carried the weight of someone devising numerous intricate strategies at once. Watching him, Mikel muttered in admiration. It seems, he's finally prepared to bare his claws. Of course, contrary to Mikel's assumptions, Daniel Steiner was thinking about something entirely different. I've seen that bird somewhere before. What was its name again? At that moment, his focus was solely on identifying the bird preening itself on a nearby branch. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Belmore, Crown Prince Blle led an elite battalion toward the forward outpost where Daniel Steiner was reportedly stationed. He would have preferred to bring a larger force, but given the rugged mountain terrain, excessive numbers would have been difficult to manage. Moreover, capturing Daniel Steiner before he had a chance to escape required a stealthy approach, so Blle insisted on keeping the operation at battalion strength. Departing at dawn, Blle and his troops finally arrived at the basin where the Empire's forward outpost was located just as night fell. The climb had exhausted the soldiers somewhat, but they were still in fighting condition, so Blle didn't hesitate to give the order to attack. Following his command, the troops advanced under cover of darkness and infiltrated the Imperial outpost. Though a few Imperial sentries were posted, their numbers were too small to put up much of a fight, and they were quickly eliminated. Seeing his troops successfully entering the outpost, Blle waited a moment before stepping inside himself. At that moment, he was convinced victory was his. The sentries had been dealt with swiftly, and they had successfully infiltrated the outpost. Now, all that remained was to massacre the sleeping Imperial soldiers and capture Daniel Steiner alive. The thought of earning such monumental military merit sent a thrill down Blef's spine. Eager to claim his glory, he issued his next order. Kill every Imperial soldier except Daniel Steiner. His men spread throughout the outpost to carry out his command. Yet, strangely enough, no gunshots were heard. As the eerie silence stretched on for 10 minutes, a growing unease crept over Blle. He immediately summoned his officers. Something wasn't right. He had to get to the bottom of it. I distinctly remember ordering the execution of all enemy troops except Daniel Steiner. So why haven't I heard a single shot? None of the officers answered. Because they were just as clueless as he was. As the silence stretched on, Colonel Theobald, Blle's closest military advisor, finally spoke, his voice trembling ever so slightly. Your Highness, I hesitate to say this, but... Blle narrowed his eyes. Theobald's lips quivered as he forced out the words. There are no Imperial troops here. What? Blle's brow furrowed deeply, as if he had just heard something completely nonsensical. No Imperial soldiers? In an Imperial outpost? That's absurd. Have you searched thoroughly? As Blle's irritation grew, another officer stepped forward to respond. Colonel Theobald speaks the truth. I ordered my men to conduct a thorough search. The battalion commander lowered his head in shame. But despite scouring every location, the command post, barracks, mess hall, infirmary, warehouse, communications center, latrines, maintenance facility, watchtowers, training grounds, and even the underground facilities, there is no trace of the Imperial forces. What? A sinking feeling settled in Blle's chest as he swallowed dryly. Are you telling me that the Imperial army just vanished overnight? I can only report the facts as they stand, Your Highness. There was no reason for the battalion commander to lie to him. And yet, the reality was too absurd to accept. Then where the hell did they go? A creeping unease crawled up his spine. The exhilaration that had burned in his veins just moments ago had been replaced by a cold, gripping fear. The night air suddenly felt unnaturally frigid. Just then, a sergeant sprinted toward him. The soldier, wearing the insignia of a staff sergeant, dropped to the ground in a deep bow before speaking. Your Highness, we discovered Imperial footprints leading toward the western ridge. We sent scouts to investigate, and... A bead of sweat dripped from the sergeant's forehead. The Imperial forces have fortified the area. They've established defensive positions armed with mortars and heavy machine guns. The foreboding dread in Blle's chest crystallized into certainty. His hands trembled. The sergeant clenched his eyes shut before delivering the final blow. Your Highness, I regret to report that we are completely surrounded. Gasps and hushed murmurs spread through the ranks. The moment they had found the outpost empty, many had feared the worst. Yet only now did the reality of their situation set in. Only Blle refused to accept his failure. He turned sharply to his advisor. Colonel Theobald? Is what he says true? Theobald clenched his teeth before slowly lowering his head. Given the circumstances, it seems undeniable. They've likely cut off our escape routes by now. If I were in their position, that's exactly what I would have done. His voice was heavy with resignation. Hearing his chief strategist confirm their predicament, Blle shook his head violently in disbelief. No, this can't be. Did our intelligence leak? But the informant who gave me this information was a man bought by the Allied nations. So how? His face drained of color. How the hell does Daniel Steiner know everything about our plan? Theobald bit down hard, then let out a quiet sigh. It seems the Empire has an informant within the kingdom of Blle. Or worse, Daniel Steiner might have come here with the sole intention of targeting Your Highness from the very start. There was no other explanation. Daniel Steiner had turned the Crown Prince's own knowledge against him, laying a trap from the very beginning. The realization sent a wave of weakness through Blle's body, causing him to stumble. A nearby officer rushed forward to steady him, but Blle's eyes were hollow, devoid of life. He had been played. Completely and utterly. A hollow breath escaped his lips. The hunted one. His voice was thin and distant, as though the words were spoken by someone else. Was never Daniel Steiner. It was me. And at last, Blle understood. A mere human could never hope to hunt a demon. As Prince Blle's forces reeled from the realization that they were surrounded, Daniel Steiner found himself equally bewildered. Why the hell are they here? Daniel couldn't fathom what strategic value this forward outpost, tucked into a basin, could possibly hold to warrant a surprise attack. Could it be, they're after me? If they knew my location. Suddenly, the reason for the ambush made perfect sense. Daniel Steiner wasn't just a battalion commander, he was the hero of the Empire. Capturing him would not only crush the Empire's morale but also give the enemy a powerful bargaining chip in future negotiations. But the fact that he had been deployed here for this mission was classified at the highest level. For the enemy to act on that knowledge could only mean one thing. There's a traitor within the Empire. It wasn't exactly shocking. Anyone in the upper echelons of society, aware of the military buildup of the Republic and the Federation, would know the Empire's position was precarious. In such times, self-serving individuals leaking secrets to the enemy for their own survival was practically inevitable. But the thought that someone with access to top-level intelligence was colluding with the enemy left a sour taste in his mouth. And their goal is to hand me over to the Allied nations. When this situation was over, he would need to investigate thoroughly. Battalion commander, we've completely sealed off their escape routes. Awaiting your next order. Daniel turned to his side. Bernard, the company commander, was looking at him with eyes burning with fervent loyalty, an expression Daniel found deeply uncomfortable. He really thinks I predicted everything and turned a training exercise into a tactical operation. The truth? He had only ordered the drill to kill time. The enemy had blundered into his trap all on their own. But there was no way he could admit that now. So, after taking a deep breath, Daniel opened his mouth. We hold position and wait for their move. Radio operator. The radio man, who had been following at his side, snapped to attention. Yes, sir. By now, they should know they're surrounded. They'll likely attempt to contact us via the public frequency to negotiate. Switch to the shared channel and broadcast. Understood. What should I say? There was only one message worth sending. Advise them to surrender immediately. And make it clear if they stall or make any suspicious moves, they'll experience hell firsthand. Yes, sir. The radio man knelt down, set up the military transceiver, and began transmitting. As he watched the soldier work, Daniel let out a long sigh. Unbelievable. He'd come here intending to waste time and do absolutely nothing. But somehow, the enemy had willingly walked into his net, like fish swimming into a trap. The absurdity of it all was almost laughable. A chuckle escaped him. Standing nearby, Bernard heard that small, humorless laugh and swallowed nervously. He's laughing because everything is going according to his plan. Is this what they call a tactical genius? If Daniel Steiner had been their enemy, Bernard realized grimly, it wouldn't be Blef's forces currently surrounded. It would be him, Bernard himself. The realization made his skin crawl. The soldiers around him shared the same uneasy awe, their eyes filled with a mixture of fear and reverence as they watched Daniel. Moments later, the radio man looked up from his device. Commander, we've established contact, and the enemy has received our transmission, but they're deliberately withholding a response. So, they were hesitating. It wasn't surprising. Despite being surrounded, Blef's battalion still outnumbered them. The enemy commanders were likely weighing their chances, hoping that a breakout, however costly, was still possible. Then we crushed that hope. Surrender was inevitable only when there was no hope left. They're stalling, Daniel said coldly. And the longer this drags on, the worse it is for us. So let's make a move. The radio man's eyes sharpened. Your orders, sir? Daniel's voice was like ice. Switch to the operations channel. Order the snipers to open fire, target all officers except the Crown Prince. Break their chain of command. Confusion will rip through their ranks like a plague. A battalion without leadership was little more than a panicked mob. Once the officers are down, relay to the support company, commence high-angle artillery bombardment on the enemy-occupied outpost. Panic, destruction, and the complete collapse of any will to fight. Let them have what they wanted. His cold gaze turned toward the distant outpost. His voice, laced with chilling finality, resonated like a curse. A taste of hell they'll never forget. At the same time, inside Prince Blef's encircled forces. Your Highness, we must surrender. Victory against the enemy is nearly impossible. You want me to not only admit defeat but become their prisoner as well? Speak sense? Who would support a prince who led the kingdom's finest soldiers into captivity? Colonel Theobald struggled to persuade Prince Blle, but the prince was obstinate. Even while surrounded, Blef's thoughts remained fixed solely on his political survival, refusing to consider surrender and ordering a breakout instead. Despite Blef's defiance, the battalion commander obeyed his order, dispatching a company to secure an escape route. But Theobald knew it was a waste of effort. The basin was encircled by mountains, leaving only a single path of retreat. If the enemy had truly committed to sealing that route, even an entire battalion would be helpless. That was precisely why Theobald urged surrender, but Blle wouldn't listen. Your Highness, this is not the time to think about your future, look at the present. But before he could finish, a muffled, wet burst rang out, followed instantly by the sickening splash of blood and flesh across his face. Theobald's eyes darted toward the sound. The battalion commander who had been giving orders just a second ago was now slumped over, his head obliterated. For a moment, there was silence. Then action. Damn it, sniper! The enemy has begun their attack. Everyone, protect His Highness. Without hesitation, Theobald grabbed Blef's arm and ran. Inside. Everyone, get inside a building. As he sprinted, Theobald raised a shimmering magic barrier ahead of them. The royal guards, flanking Blle, rushed alongside them, lifting ballistic shields high as they covered their retreat. Theobald, what is happening? The prince, ignorant of the brutality of war, managed to choke out a question through his shock. When? Kaboom! A high explosive shell detonated not far from them, sending a pillar of flame skyward. The ground shuddered violently, and the blast's aftershock left their ears ringing. Dirt and debris filled the air, and the shockwave nearly sent Blle to his knees. Theobald's voice, sharp and urgent, cut through the chaos. We must move. Quickly. Blle, finally snapping out of his stupor, stumbled forward and rushed into a nearby building. The guards flooded in behind him, and as the last man entered, Theobald slammed the heavy steel door shut. Boom! Boom! The relentless pounding of high-angle artillery shells outside turned the night into a symphony of destruction. The screams of tearing earth and the concussive shockwaves pressed against the iron walls. The deafening barrage made Blef's ears ring and his body tremble. Your Highness? Prince Blle. Theobald seized the prince by the shoulders and shook him, forcing him back to his senses. Blef's lips trembled as his eyes, wide with terror, met Theobald's. Theobald? What is? It's not too late. If we don't act now, we're all dead. Dead? But the company I sent to secure the escape route, they will. Theobald's teeth ground together as his face contorted into an expression of pure frustration. It was a look Blle had never seen from his advisor before. With one company you expect to secure a retreat? Your Highness, if the enemy has committed to sealing the escape route, even our entire battalion couldn't break through. His voice carried raw, undisguised desperation. This is suicide. That was the reality Theobald had been screaming all along. A cold sweat drenched Blef's back. His lips trembled. And finally, his pride collapsed. His voice, hoarse and broken, slipped out. Tell them we surrender. Just stop the shelling, please. The fear of death, the cold, merciless death that no crown nor title could ward off, crushed him. The prince's plea for surrender echoed through the shattered remains of his pride. Theobald exhaled, a tremor in his breath, and gave a solemn nod. He approached the soldier holding the imperial military radio, taking the handset into his calloused hand. With a deep breath, he pressed the transmit button. The line hissed with static, and through it, his voice resolute and weary carried the weight of their fall. This is Colonel Theobald, Chief Advisor to Prince Blle of the Kingdom of Blle. I speak on behalf of His Highness. A pause. The silence felt like it gnawed at his soul. But finally, he spoke. We surrender. With Theobald's declaration of surrender, the shelling ceased immediately. Daniel, over the radio, ordered the enemy to disarm. Blef's forces complied, tossing their weapons into the armory and raising the white flag. Once a cross-verification confirmed that the surrender was genuine, Daniel finally emerged. From behind the screen of dust and ruin, Blef saw them. The advancing black-clad imperial soldiers, their boots striking the ground in a measured, chilling cadence. And leading them Daniel Steiner. Blef's teeth ground together at the sight of the man who had played him for a fool. His fists clenched tight, but before he could spit his venom, the rhythmic march of imperial boots drew closer, stopping just 10 paces away. Daniel Steiner, standing at the head of his troops, placed a hand lightly over his chest and greeted him with a polite bow. Your Highness, Prince Blle. I believe introductions are unnecessary, but I am Daniel Steiner. It is truly regrettable that events have come to this. The sheer audacity? Blef's blood boiled, his voice trembling with restrained fury. Regrettable? You dare speak of regret after attacking royalty. At this, a soft, humorless chuckle escaped Daniel's lips. Your words are somewhat misleading, I fear. If you recall, I extended my respect by first offering you the chance to surrender. The calm, patronizing mask on that face. It made Blef's stomach churn. His nails bit into his palm as he struggled to contain the rage within him. But Daniel's voice continued, smooth and unperturbed. It was you, Your Highness, who refused to resolve this peacefully. So, shut your mouth. In a flash, Blle drew his pistol from his coat. Instantly, every imperial rifle snapped up, barrels trained on him with deadly precision. The air turned dense, charged with the promise of violence. The entire battlefield seemed to hold its breath. Yet, among them all, only Daniel Steiner stood motionless, his hands folded idly behind his back, and his gaze locked unflinchingly onto Blef's. Seconds passed like eternities. Then, Daniel's hand rose, palm downward. The imperial soldiers, without hesitation, lowered their weapons. But Blle, his arm remained raised. His pistol remained aimed. Daniel's voice broke the silence, calm, cold, and cutting. So, you choose to raise a weapon, after declaring surrender. A crackling tension filled the air. Until, suddenly, Daniel laughed. A low, quiet, amused sound. That single shot would make history, you know. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, pierced into Blef's. An unprovoked attack, in direct violation of international war laws. Blle did not answer, but his hand shook. Daniel's voice dropped to a razor's edge. Of course. His smile vanished, replaced by something far colder. That history would be written by the Empire alone. Blef's heart stuttered. Because, Daniel continued softly, his gaze narrowing. In the future I envision. The chill in his voice felt like steel pressed against the throat. The kingdom of Blle will no longer exist. Blef's lips parted, air catching in his throat. Because he understood. An international crime. Committed by a crown prince. Would the allied nations ever defend such a blight on their legitimacy? No. They would cut Blle loose. And the Empire would wipe his kingdom from the map. No. Blef's soul seemed to wither. His arm collapsed. The pistol slipped from his fingers, hitting the ground with a cold, final clatter. A curse, soft, bitter, and broken, spilled from his lips. Damn it all. The fight left him. His knees buckled. And his head fell, his shoulders trembling with the weight of utter defeat. A shadow fell over him. A hand rested on his shoulder. And a voice, soft, warm, false. You have made the right choice. Blle shivered. This man, this Daniel Steiner, was not a soldier, not a hero, not even a human, but a monster. One who would sacrifice even his own life for the Empire's gain. 2 days later, Kingdom of Blle, 2nd Armored Division Headquarters, Division Commander's Office. Knock, knock. Hearing the knock, Count Magref, the division commander, closed the report he had been reading. Lowering his reading glasses with one hand, he spoke up. Enter. With permission granted, the office door opened, and a well-groomed man stepped inside. It was Magref's aide. Your Excellency. The aide, uncharacteristically flustered, quickly blurted out his report. Urgent news? His Highness, the Crown Prince, has been defeated by Daniel Steiner's unit and taken hostage. Magref's hand, which had been folding his glasses, froze mid-motion. Because it didn't make sense. What are you saying? Didn't His Highness ambush Daniel Steiner? And with an elite battalion of the kingdom's finest soldiers, no less. You are not mistaken, sir. However, Daniel Steiner had anticipated everything. The aide, clenching his teeth tightly, took a deep breath before continuing. According to the report, His Highness formed an encirclement, lying in wait for Daniel Steiner's advance. Unaware of anything, the prince ordered a charge straight into the trap. Magrath raised his hand, signaling the aide to stop. There was no need for further explanation. Daniel Steiner anticipated the ambush. It was hard to believe, but the report of a prepared encirclement made it the only reasonable conclusion. How on earth? Muttering in confusion, Magrath's mind quickly connected the pieces. The informant who gave us Daniel Steiner's location. Were they a double agent? Or, could it be that a spy working for Daniel Steiner has infiltrated the kingdom? Whether it was one or the other, one thing was undeniable. Daniel Steiner had known everything and used it to his advantage. A devilish scheme, truly worthy of a monster. Now, he fully understood why Daniel Steiner was called the Empire's demon. Suppressing a low sigh, Magrath turned his gaze back to his aide. Assemble a negotiation team immediately. With the Crown Prince as a prisoner, Daniel Steiner would undoubtedly propose negotiations. The kingdom could not afford to let the prince remain in enemy hands. They would have to respond to Daniel's terms whatever they may be. Therefore, from this moment on, swift preparations for negotiation strategies were imperative. Understanding his commander's intent, the aide, having regained his composure, answered firmly. Understood. I will issue the orders immediately. But, who will lead the delegation? Exhaling slowly, Magrath nodded without hesitation. I will go myself. Sir, you intend to lead the delegation personally? Yes. Magrath needed to understand how Daniel Steiner was obtaining information about the kingdom of Blle. Sending a mere negotiator or a government official would be meaningless. Only by facing Daniel Steiner in person could he hope to uncover the truth. After a brief silence, the aide, having grasped Magrath's determination, bowed deeply. Understood. I will relay your decision. With that formal acknowledgement, the aide saluted and left the office. Left alone, Magrath turned to the window, his expression clouded with concern. Daniel Steiner. How could a mere name carry such crushing weight? Realizing his hand was trembling, Magrath clenched it tightly and drew a slow, steady breath, his eyes narrowing with resolve. Your Highness. Hold on, just a little longer. I will rescue you from that wretched fiend myself. After capturing Crown Prince Blle, Daniel Steiner ordered a second identity check before requesting support from the rear units. The forward outpost had been devastated by mortar fire, and even if it hadn't been, it lacked the capacity to house both the battalion and their prisoners including the Crown Prince of Blle. Upon receiving news that Daniel Steiner had captured the Blle Crown Prince, the rear command promptly dispatched a support unit without hesitation. The following day, dozens of transport vehicles escorted by guards arrived at the outpost. Daniel instructed that the prisoners be loaded first before boarding himself. Once everyone was aboard, the convoy set off toward Barame, a small town near the eastern front. Awaiting them in Barame was the brigade commander responsible for the city's defense. Whether it was to commend Daniel for his achievement or simply to offer hospitality, the brigade commander treated Daniel's unit with exceptional generosity. Worn out from the recent operation, Daniel accepted the courtesy without complaint. After several days of rest, he politely requested an office space to conduct his official duties. The brigade commander agreed without hesitation, granting him the largest office in the brigade headquarters. And so, today, seated behind the desk, Daniel faced two of his closest subordinates. Freen Lemaillard stood before him with her usual warm smile, while Lucy Amelia, as always, maintained a composed expression, a file tucked under her arm. Suppressing an irritable sigh, Daniel fixed his gaze on Freen and spoke. Second Lieutenant Freen. Yes, Commander. I hear that during your leisure time, you visited the local church here in Barame. Is that correct? Freen nodded without hesitation. Yes. Is there something wrong with that, sir? Daniel narrowed his eyes in disbelief, his irritation surfacing. If you're going to attend a service, then attend the service. Why the hell are you running your mouth about me there calling me some kind of saint and spouting nonsense? Nonsense. Freen blinked, genuinely perplexed. I merely told them the truth, Commander. A dull ache throbbed in Daniel's temples. For the love of. Just stop it already. Apparently, Freen's nonsense carried enough conviction that a group of fanatics had shown up at the brigade headquarters, demanding to meet their so-called saint. The headache it caused was monumental. But Daniel knew all too well that convincing Freen she was wrong was a losing battle. Pressing his fingers firmly against his brow, he let out a long, heavy sigh. Just, stop. You want to attend church? Fine. But do only that. Don't spread weird rumors. Are we clear? Understood. If that's what you wish, Commander. Good. Now, you're dismissed. With a graceful bow and an ever-pleasant smile, Freen exited the office. As the door closed, Daniel turned his attention to Lucy. You mentioned you had a report for me, Lieutenant. Lucy's crimson eyes flickered once as she gave a slight nod. The Kingdom of Blle has responded to our offer for negotiations. Their representative will be Major General Magrath, commander of the 2nd Armored Brigade. According to our intelligence, he intends to come here, to Barame, personally. Magrath. Daniel's eyes sharpened. What's his profile? A noble-born officer, sir. a cautious man, and like most nobles an ardent believer in royal legitimacy. Daniel fell into thought, his fingers drumming lightly against the desk. Not a diplomat, not an envoy, but an armored division commander. It wasn't impossible, but something felt off. The kingdom must suspect that I obtained their operational details through some covert means. That would explain why they were sending someone with access to sensitive information to negotiate. Magrath is their answer. If Magrath was chosen, it was likely he held comprehensive knowledge of the kingdom's military secrets, including the identity of the imperial insider who leaked my location to the crown prince. Daniel had already questioned the prince but had gotten no name, only confirmation that a contact from the empire provided the information. But Magrath would know. To Daniel, uncovering the traitor within the empire was paramount. Because if he failed to eliminate the mole now, the next leak could be catastrophic. The question is, how to force Magrath to reveal the traitor's identity? Offering the prince's release in exchange? Pointless. If Magrath feigned ignorance or denied knowing anything, Daniel would be left with nothing. He needed leverage. Rubbing his chin, he sat in silence, mulling over countless possibilities until a sudden, brilliant idea flashed through his mind. This could work. With the pieces of his plan falling into place, Daniel raised his eyes to meet Lucy's. Lieutenant, on the day of the negotiations, have our men conduct live-fire exercises near the meeting site. Have them keep their radios on and respond truthfully to any questions I ask over the comms. Lucy blinked, momentarily stunned by the seemingly nonsensical order. Live-fire, sir? The negotiations will be in the city. You're instructing live-fire exercises in an urban zone. That's right. And, inform the brigade commander. Daniel paused briefly before shaking his head. No, I'll deliver that part personally. A glint of certainty flickered in his eyes, his mind now fully set on the trap he was preparing. Watching him, Lucy felt a ripple of admiration she couldn't fully place. You've already planned everything out, haven't you, Colonel? No. Daniel exhaled slowly, his voice laced with reluctant resignation. This isn't a plan. There was a sharp edge to his words, underlined by a sigh of distaste. This is a performance. A performance, sir. A damned piece of theater. His voice dipped lower, almost contemptuous of his own methods. Theatrics designed to make the enemy fear me, even if the substance is a lie. His eyes flashed cold and calculating. They'll believe it's real. Lucy's lips parted slightly, her mind turning over his words. She didn't fully understand his angle, but if it ended with their enemy trembling at Daniel's name, then, she thought with a subtle, almost imperceptible smile, that isn't theater. That's power. Negotiation day. The Blle Kingdom's delegation crossed the Empire's border and entered Barame. A convoy of black vehicles moved in a line, with Major General Magrath seated in the central car. His displeasure was evident as he remarked, "No one said I'd get a warm welcome, but this feels excessive. Not a single official to receive the delegation." From the entrance of Barame to their current location near the city center, the person in charge of the city had yet to appear. The cold reception felt like an unspoken message: if you've come to negotiate, then negotiate and leave. But there's no room for complaint. After all, it was the Blle Kingdom that initiated the attack, and in the process, their crown prince had fallen into enemy hands. Even if the Empire committed a diplomatic slight, Blle was in no position to protest. Accepting the reality of their weakened stance, Magrath was regaining his composure when, "Stop! All vehicles, halt!" A group of soldiers, likely the city's guards, brought the convoy to a sudden stop. As Magrath wondered what was happening, an officer approached his vehicle. "We will be conducting a brief inspection. Before you proceed to the negotiation site, we must verify your identities one final time. Please present your passports, diplomatic credentials, orders, or letters of appointment." The aide seated beside Magrath bristled with indignation. "What is the meaning of this? We already passed an identity check at the city entrance, and your superiors granted us clearance. Are you trying to humiliate us?" Though visibly sweating under the aide's fury, the imperial officer did not retreat. Watching the exchange, Magrath exhaled a low sigh and pulled out his passport and identification. "Stand down. We are at war. It's only natural they exercise caution with security procedures. There's no need to lose your temper." Along with his identification, Magrath retrieved his official orders from his coat and handed them over. "Thank you for your cooperation." The officer accepted the documents with a curt nod and began the verification process. Expecting the procedure to take some time, Magrath leaned back against his seat. Bang! The sudden crack of gunfire made his shoulders twitch. His gaze snapped toward the source of the shot, where several bodies crumpled to the ground, bullets embedded in their skulls. A firing squad. Imperial soldiers were carrying out a public execution against a wall on the plaza's far side. Prisoners, no doubt. It was war, after all. Conserving resources was a necessity, and feeding condemned criminals was a waste. Though he had no interest in watching the spectacle, Magrath clicked his tongue and turned his eyes away. Just then, the officer returned, handing back his documents. "Verification is complete. Apologies for any offense." Magrath gave a brief nod, accepting his papers without further comment. The officer strode to the front of the convoy and shouted for the road to be cleared. At his command, the guards stepped aside, allowing the delegation to proceed. Several minutes later, the vehicles slowed as they approached the brigade headquarters, the designated site for the negotiations. Once the convoy halted, the driver stepped out and opened the door for Magrath. Stepping onto the pavement, Maggraf drew a deep breath, taking in the air of Barame before his gaze rose to the building ahead. So this is it, where Daniel Steiner waits. A man of such infamy, what kind of person could inspire such dread? As the thought lingered, the crisp click of heels on stone drew his attention. A young woman, her short silver hair gleaming and red eyes sharp, approached with composed steps. You must be Major General Maggraf, the chief delegate for the negotiations. Maggraf's gaze sharpened as he sized her up. And you are? I am Lucy Amelia, lieutenant and aide to Colonel Daniel Steiner. If you would allow me, I will escort you to him. Steiner's aide, you say? Maggraf's eyes lingered on her for a moment before he nodded. Lead the way. Understood. Please, follow me. Lucy turned gracefully, her demeanor polished and professional. Without hesitation, Maggraf and his aide followed her into the building. The trio walked through the brigade headquarters, their steps echoing down the corridors until they arrived at a reception room. But Daniel Steiner was nowhere to be seen. Maggraf's gaze swept the empty room before landing on Lucy once more. Is Colonel Steiner not here? He will arrive shortly. Please, have a seat and wait for him. Her composed, almost indifferent response made Maggraf's brow furrow. They're looking down on us. Deliberately. Anger flared within him, but he smothered it. Complaining would change nothing. With a slow breath, he sank into the sofa. Minutes ticked by. 5. Then 10. Yet Daniel Steiner still had not appeared. The aide, his frustration mounting, approached Maggraf and lowered his voice. Your Excellency, are you truly going to tolerate such disrespect from Daniel Steiner? Maggraf's sigh was cold and heavy. Aide, don't fall into his trap. A trap, sir. Yes. The bastard is making us wait to assert dominance. His eyes narrowed. He wants to drive home that the Empire, holds the upper hand. If we let our tempers flare, the only side disadvantaged during negotiations will be us. The aide's face hardened in understanding. With a short nod, he withdrew, silently awaiting further developments. And then, the doors finally opened. A tall figure stepped through, clad in an immaculate imperial officer's uniform. Daniel Steiner. The man's height was imposing, his frame lean but sturdy. Dark shadows beneath his eyes hinted at exhaustion, yet his expression was smooth and easy, his smile, effortless. Despite making them wait, he exuded not a shred of tension or urgency. The air about him radiated control. Maggraf's instincts spoke, clear and cold. This was no ordinary man. This was a formidable adversary. So, you've finally arrived. As Maggraf rose from his seat, Daniel Steiner approached with a casual stride. My apologies for the delay, Daniel said, extending his hand. There were some operational matters that required my attention. With a slight smile, he continued. Daniel Steiner, Operations Officer of the Imperial General Staff, Lieutenant Colonel. Currently serving as the battalion commander of a direct attachment unit under Headquarters Command. Maggraf clasped the offered hand firmly. Maggraf Terrafonmer, Major General of Belmore's 2nd Armored Division and a Count of the Kingdom. Given your workload, I'll overlook your tardiness. Daniel's lips curled in a playful grin. Ah, ever the nobleman. Such poise, such magnanimity. Truly admirable. With a chuckle laced with mock amusement, he gestured toward the sofa. Shall we sit and have a chat? Nodding curtly, Maggraf took his seat, and Daniel followed suit across from him. It was Maggraf who spoke first. Let's begin by addressing the key points of negotiation. He halted mid-sentence. Daniel had raised a hand, signaling him to stop. I said we'd talk. Let's leave the negotiations for later. One of Maggraf's eyebrows twitched. Talk? What exactly do you mean by that? Oh, I think you know perfectly well what I mean, Daniel replied smoothly. A shadow of ice crept into Maggraf's voice. Colonel Steiner, do you take this setting for some jesting parlor? Daniel, still smiling faintly, met his gaze without flinching. A long, weighted silence passed. Then, breaking it, Daniel let out a low chuckle and produced a portable radio. Are you ready to fire? Fire? Maggraf's eyes sharpened with confusion until the radio crackled with a response. Yes, sir. We have prepared 267 rounds, as ordered. 267 rounds. Maggraf's heart skipped, because he knew that number. 267, the exact count of the prisoners Daniel had taken. The execution scene from the plaza flashed in his mind, and a cold realization coiled around his gut. This wasn't practice. Daniel's next words pierced through the chill in the air. Start with 20 rounds. Tell the designated marksman to fire on my signal. Both Maggraf and his aide stiffened in stunned silence, their blood running cold. What in God's name? Then, bang! The sudden crack of gunfire from nearby made Maggraf's hand flinch uncontrollably. A tremor flickered through his eyes. Maggraf's voice strained against his disbelief. His breath hitched, then burst out in a shout. What the hell are you doing? I came here for negotiations. Are you trying to threaten me? But Daniel only shrugged with the nonchalance of someone commenting on the weather. Threaten you? He sounded almost amused. Oh no, I simply ordered a live-fire exercise. Marksmanship training for my men, an entirely routine affair. Maggraf felt his throat dry up. Training. He nearly choked on the word. You're calling this killing training? His hand trembled. His pulse throbbed violently against his skin. Does this man even have a heart? Yet Daniel's tone remained light, almost conversational. Now then, he continued smoothly, as if they were discussing the weather, let's return to our conversation. His eyes, however, turned cold as iron. I'd like to know, he paused, his voice soft and deadly. How the Crown Prince of Blle was able to pinpoint my exact location so precisely. A hard swallow scraped down Magrath's throat. Why, he said, his voice dry and tight, are you asking me that? Daniel inclined his head slightly, as if considering the question then, without breaking eye contact, he pressed the radio once more. Fire. Bang bang bang. The consecutive cracks of gunfire reverberated through the air. The sound was more than noise, it was a declaration, cold and merciless. Magrath's hand twitched, an involuntary urge to cover his ears seizing him, yet he resisted. Barely. The world felt too narrow, the walls too close. His heart pounded, each beat a hammer against his chest. Report, Daniel ordered through the radio. All rounds hit their mark, sir. Good, Daniel said, his voice calm. Load 100 rounds for the next volley. 100 rounds. A bead of cold sweat traced down Magrath's temple. The air in his lungs felt heavier than iron, and his lips parted slightly, his breath shaky and raw. His composure was cracking, splintering under the monstrous pressure Daniel exuded. Yet Daniel remained unchanged, unbothered, unshaken. His smile, thin and knowing, lingered as he calmly removed his officer's cap and placed it on the table before him. The movement was unhurried, almost casual. Then he looked at Magrath directly. The faint smile vanished. I will ask you once more. The air seemed to still, the room shrinking around them as Daniel's voice dropped into a low, cold register. Who is it? His eyes sharp, unrelenting, fixed on Magrath with the intensity of a predator locking onto wounded prey. Who, he said, each word slow and cutting, is the Empire's rat that you've been working with? A heavy silence hung between Daniel and Magrath. The ticking of the wall clock was so distinct that it seemed to echo in the room. Within the artificially crafted stillness, the two men locked eyes, neither of them speaking a word. Magrath appeared motionless, but his mind was racing with countless thoughts. You want me to tell you who the Empire's collaborator is? So, the person who provided the information to the Kingdom of Blle isn't a double agent. Daniel's words confirmed that the traitor was indeed one of their own, making it impossible to let this slip away. The man had to stay alive. He was the key to obtaining valuable intelligence going forward. But, if Magrath didn't speak the truth, who knew what Daniel Steiner would do? Right now, the man holding the Crown Prince's life in his hands, Daniel Steiner, was in the most advantageous position in these negotiations. But still, Daniel Steiner wouldn't kill the Crown Prince, would he? From the Empire's perspective, Crown Prince Blle was an invaluable resource that could provide them with multiple strategic advantages in the negotiations with the Kingdom of Blle. Magrath didn't want to believe Daniel would actually kill him, but every time he looked into those black, emotionless eyes, an icy chill ran down his spine. What do I do? Noticing the growing tension in Magrath's expression, Daniel suddenly smiled. Leaning back comfortably on the sofa, he spoke casually, as if addressing a friend. Major General Magrath, did you know that I once negotiated a peace treaty with the foreign minister of the Kingdom of Blle? Magrath nodded. It was a well-known story, one that anyone in military circles was likely familiar with. I'm aware. You successfully negotiated the peace, and in addition to Nordia, you also secured the territory of Biggenheim, he said. Ah, you know it well. Makes this conversation a little easier, doesn't it? Then, do you recall what the foreign minister of Blle said about me during those negotiations? Magrath hesitated. It didn't seem like the kind of thing that should be spoken about in the middle of a negotiation. But Daniel waved it off dismissively. It's fine. That remark has become well known by now. It's practically common knowledge. Magrath swallowed hard, unsure of what to say. Finally, he spoke up, his voice uncertain. He called you a son of Satan disguised as a human. Daniel nodded approvingly, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Exactly. A son of Satan. He continued, his tone turning more contemplative. To be honest, as a devout believer myself, it wasn't the most flattering remark. But, looking at it from another perspective, it wasn't the worst thing I've ever heard. Can you guess why? The repeated questioning felt like a subtle form of pressure, forcing Magrath into a corner. Magrath, still unsure of Daniel's intentions, hesitated, but before he could speak, Daniel straightened up slightly and continued. The foreign minister of Blle was simply commenting that my methods are far beyond the norms of what most humans would consider acceptable, Daniel said, his voice almost a whisper, leaning slightly forward as if to make his point clear. They couldn't predict how I would act, couldn't deal with someone who thinks outside the box. Isn't that the highest praise one could receive as a strategist? Magrath broke into a cold sweat. On the surface, Daniel's words might seem like self-praise, but the deeper meaning was unmistakable. Don't expect me to spare the Crown Prince. Magrath's rational mind screamed that he couldn't trust Daniel's words, but his emotions were already in turmoil. As Magrath's breath grew heavier, Daniel quietly asked, Good. Then, I'll ask you one last time. Who is the rat in the Empire that you've been working with? Magrath remained silent once again. The emotional turmoil inside him was so great that his rational mind remained intact, at least for now. Realizing that he couldn't afford to give Magrath more time to think, Daniel grabbed the radio and pressed the transmit button. Have the troops move into position. As I said earlier, we're preparing for 100 rounds. I want them ready to fire the moment I give the signal. Stop. Magrath's shout echoed around the room, filling the space with an air of finality. Unable to hold it in any longer, Magrath let out a sharp breath and finally spoke, his voice trembling. I'll tell you, so stop these monstrous actions. Daniel, watching Magrath carefully, released the transmit button. Everyone, hold your fire until further notice. Placing the radio on the table, Daniel leaned back slightly, his demeanor still calm, as if nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. Magrath, breathing heavily, finally confessed. The man cooperating with the Kingdom of Blle is Campbell from the Empire. Daniel's brows furrowed at the mention of the name. Campbell. He was the leader of the Free Society Party and a politician from an aristocratic family. While his political abilities were often considered mediocre, there were rumors that he had gained his position through the support of several high-ranking nobles. Why would Campbell ally with the Kingdom of Blle and target me? As Daniel pondered the reasons, he shook his head. For now, he would focus on finishing the negotiation and deal with Campbell later. Thank you for your honesty, Daniel said, his voice turning slightly lighter. Now that we're done with our little chat, let's proceed to the negotiations. Lieutenant. At his call, Lucy, who had been waiting by his side, stepped forward and handed him a stack of documents. Daniel received the document, quickly scanning it before handing it over to Magrath. This is the draft of the agreement. I believe it's been written quite reasonably, but if you notice anything that needs revising, please feel free to mention it. Magrath shot Daniel a pointed look before accepting the document. The contents of the draft outlined the release of Hans Cernmehart, the Imperial engineer, and included several strategic resources to be provided by the Kingdom of Blle. It was, as Daniel had said, a reasonable draft. There was no immediate need for Magrath to reject it. After reading through it, Magrath extended his hand toward his aide, who promptly retrieved a fountain pen from his coat and handed it to him. Magrath signed both copies of the document before passing one back to Daniel. After confirming the signature, Daniel handed the document over to Lucy, who carefully placed it into her briefcase after a quick review. With the agreement seemingly done, Daniel reached for his cap on the table. Thank you for your cooperation. We've arranged a place for you to rest. Once you leave the building, you can follow the guide from our side. Daniel, now wearing his cap and gathering his radio, stood up but paused as if remembering something important. You'll be staying at the Del Pollo Hotel for the next 2 days. It's said their breakfast is quite good, so even if you're tired, don't miss the opportunity to try it. His tone was completely nonchalant, as if he hadn't just threatened Magrath moments ago. Magrath, clearly displeased, clenched his fist and replied, Daniel Steiner, I can't for the life of me understand you. Why dig your own grave? Daniel raised an eyebrow, genuinely curious. Sorry, what do you mean? Magrath's voice grew more heated. This is absurd. You've used prisoners as leverage and went as far as executing some of them right here at the negotiation table. You're blatantly violating international law, don't you know that? Daniel blinked, feigning confusion, and shook his head slowly. So, you're saying I used prisoners to threaten you? Magrath, anger building, snapped back. Don't play dumb now. I, and my aide, remember everything you said and did. Daniel's lips curled into a slow, knowing smile as he regarded Magrath. Then, unable to contain his amusement any longer, Daniel burst into laughter. The sudden outburst left Magrath and his aide paralyzed with a strange sense of dread. What the hell was going on? Wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, Daniel took out his radio and pressed the transmit button. I'm sorry. It seems you've been seriously mistaken. With a hint of mischief in his voice, he spoke into the radio. Bernard, do you hear me? If you do, please explain the current situation. It seems Major General Magrath has misunderstood something. What misunderstanding, sir? Daniel's eyes glinted as he continued. It seems Major General Magrath thinks we've been using live-fire exercises on people. Is that the case? After a brief moment, Bernard's confused voice crackled through the radio. That's not true. We're just targeting dummies right now. Daniel shrugged lightly as he listened to the response. I see. Magrath froze, his mind racing. Could it be? Suddenly, everything clicked into place. The second inspection at the plaza, where they had stopped the delegation on the pretext of a random check, it was all part of Daniel's plan to make him witness the execution of prisoners. The live-fire exercise during the negotiations was nothing but a clever psychological tactic to create an association with the executions, ensuring that the threat would linger in Magrath's mind. Daniel's delay and erratic behavior were also part of the act to position himself as an unpredictable, authoritative figure, further intimidating his counterpart. Thinking back, Daniel Steiner had never actually mentioned execution directly. He had always referred to it as a live-fire exercise, thus keeping it within the bounds of negotiation, not outright coercion. And now, Magrath realized just how thoroughly he had been manipulated. Major General Magrath, Daniel's calm voice broke through Magrath's daze. Still staring at him, Daniel stood up and spoke. Considering the status of both our countries, I'll forgive the rudeness I've endured from you. With a slight bow, Daniel took his cap and turned to leave. Magrath, still stunned, raised a trembling hand to his forehead. He cursed himself for falling into the devil's trap, feeling dizzy from the realization. As Daniel left the room, Magrath's voice echoed in the background with a scream of disbelief, but Daniel did not look back. There was no need to show interest in prey that had already been caught. Same time, Free Society Party headquarters. Inside the party leader's private office, Daniel Steiner turned Blle Kingdom's ambush against them and won. And not only that, he captured the Crown Prince of Belle as a prisoner. At the question from Campbell, the head of the Free Society Party, the informant, Platt disguised as a petitioner and sent by Baron Hendleem nodded. They are currently negotiating a prisoner exchange with the Kingdom of Belmore, using the captured Crown Prince. Infuriated by the absurd news, Campbell slammed his desk. Idiotic fools! They knew Daniel Steiner's location and still failed the ambush only to get captured themselves. Despite Campbell's outburst, the informant Platt remained unfazed. It cannot be dismissed as a mere blunder by Belmore. There are indications that Daniel Steiner anticipated their ambush and acted accordingly. What? How could Daniel Steiner possibly have known about it? We are still investigating. However, the most plausible theory is that there's a traitor among us feeding information to Daniel Steiner. Platt's hollow gaze landed on Campbell. Feeling the weight of suspicion, Campbell quickly spoke up. If you're accusing me, you'd best stop right there. I have sworn loyalty to Baron Hendleem all my life. Do you really think I would side with that orphan upstart, Daniel Steiner? Does that even make sense? Beads of sweat formed on Campbell's forehead, and Platt, observing his flustered state, withdrew his suspicion. It wasn't because Campbell's protest was convincing, rather, it was the opposite. A man who panicked so easily under such a simple accusation could never have had the nerve to commit treason. My apologies for doubting you. Now, let me state the true purpose of my visit. Purpose. Baron Hendleem has instructed me to deliver this message. Campbell, head of the Free Society Party, is to cease all public activities and suspend all political and military maneuvers for the time being. In short, he was to lay low, like a mouse hiding in the shadows. Campbell, puzzled by the extreme measure, cautiously questioned. Is that truly necessary? No matter how much military merit Daniel Steiner has earned, he's still just a mere officer. You cannot dismiss someone trusted by Her Highness the Princess and hailed as a hero of the Empire as just a mere officer. It would be wise to tread carefully. Hearing it laid out that way, Campbell begrudgingly admitted the point. After a brief silence, Campbell swallowed nervously and fixed his gaze on Platt. But, it's truly safe, isn't it? If Daniel Steiner manages to uncover who leaked information to Belmore, you have nothing to worry about. Platt's reply was firm. No matter how skilled a negotiator Daniel Steiner may be, he cannot extract your name from Major General Magrath. There is no conceivable reason for Magrath to betray you to him. Buying off an enemy officer or planting a spy within enemy ranks typically required years and astronomical sums of money. Yet, the one who handed over the Empire's classified information without asking for anything in return was Campbell himself. In such a scenario, it was only logical to keep that asset hidden for future exploitation. Therefore, it was inconceivable that Magrath would have given Daniel Steiner Campbell's name. Even Campbell couldn't deny the logic in Platt's reasoning, and he felt a flicker of relief. Well, that's a comfort. So, I should simply feign illness and stay out of sight for now. Precisely. Even if Daniel Steiner starts to suspect you, he has no authority to investigate you. Campbell exhaled slowly and nodded. Understood. All of this is for. As Campbell was about to offer a parting word, Platt clenched his fist and pressed it against his chest. The two men, their expressions equally serious, spoke in unison. For the greater cause. To disrupt the imperial order and bring down the man threatening to consume the empire, Daniel Steiner. That was the cause they both pursued. At the brigade headquarters office. Why the hell is this happening to me? What the fuck did I do wrong, you bastards? Daniel, drinking whiskey alone in his office, suddenly erupted in a shout. The absurdity of the situation had passed the point of disbelief and was boiling into anger. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped the whiskey glass, his mind drifting into memories of the recent past. All because of that damned crown prince. His plan to live out peaceful days at a remote forward base had gone up in smoke. It was laughable enough that the prince had managed to ambush him during a training exercise, only to get himself surrounded. But when the prince pretended to surrender, only to pull a hidden pistol and aim it at him, Daniel's heart nearly stopped. The only reason he wasn't shot was because he had the presence of mind to feign composure, taunting the prince with, "Go ahead. Shoot, if you dare." The bluff worked. If it hadn't, he'd be riddled with bullets. Of course, if it came to that, I would have accelerated my nerves. But dodging the bullet would have meant leaving his men behind to be slaughtered. That, too, would have haunted him. Reckless bastard. If the prince weren't royalty, Daniel would have beaten him senseless for his idiocy. Suppressing his anger, Daniel took a slow sip of whiskey. He exhaled a low sigh as he gazed out at the nighttime city beyond the window. The prince isn't the real problem now. The name he heard during the negotiation, Campbell, was gnawing at him. The head of the Free Society Party had sold him out, and that was something Daniel could not let pass. He had long suspected that Campbell was entangled with the nobility, but now he had confirmation. With a weary frown, Daniel walked to his desk and sat down, needing a moment to collect himself. Placing the whiskey glass on the desk, he reached into the inner pocket of his coat and pulled out a photograph. It was an old, faded black and white image of a golden retriever, its mouth wide in a joyful grin. Those days, those were the best. The simple, carefree memories of his childhood playing with his dog without a worry in the world washed over him. While he was lost in his memories, Lucy arrived outside his office, carrying a tray with dessert. She knocked lightly, but Daniel, half drunk and lost in his thoughts, didn't hear it. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel. No reply. Puzzled, Lucy blinked her red eyes a few times before carefully pushing the door open. Inside, she saw Daniel seated at his desk, quietly staring down at a photograph. His eyes, filled with sorrow, lingered on the image as he muttered softly, "Kelly, I miss you." Lucy's eyes widened in surprise. She had never seen Daniel speak with such tenderness, let alone call out a woman's name with longing. Her curiosity kept her still as she watched, unnoticed. Then, Daniel's lips curled into a faint, bittersweet smile. "Everything was perfect when you were with me. I wonder if you're happy up there, in heaven." Hearing those words, Lucy instinctively covered her mouth with her hand. To her, it was unmistakable, the sorrow of a man mourning a lost love. Unintentionally, she had glimpsed a side of Daniel's past, a side steeped in pain and loss. Strangely, the sight stirred something familiar in her. Lucy, too, carried memories of losing people she held dear. The realization that Daniel might have experienced a similar kind of heartbreak brought a raw, unexpected empathy to her chest. So even he. From his expression, his voice, everything told her Daniel had lost someone precious. The kind of loss that leaves scars too deep to heal. Her lips pressed tightly together. Lucy felt her heart ache as she watched him. Yet, she chose not to intrude. This was a man lost in his memories, and she knew such moments should not be disturbed. Without a word, she quietly stepped back, gently closing the door behind her. There's still time to offer comfort once he's ready to receive it. Meanwhile, Daniel remained unaware that Lucy had come and gone. His gaze stayed fixed on the photograph, his voice low and soft, as though speaking to the memory itself. "You remember how much trouble I got into with the abbess for insisting on keeping you?" A small, wistful chuckle escaped him. Tucking the photo back into his coat, he reached for his whiskey glass once more. The amber liquid swirled as he turned the glass slowly in his hand, the reflections dancing in his dark eyes. "I thought the coronation would bring me safety within the capital. But the nobles and politicians had made it clear how naive that hope was. It was never the emperor. It's the aristocrats and politicians, the real players who act on their own whims." He had made a critical mistake believing that by staying out of politics, he could avoid being pulled into their power struggles. But no, they've decided to drag me into their mud pit regardless. His hand stilled, the swirling whiskey settling with it. The fog of alcohol had cleared just enough for his mind to crystallize a single, unshakable resolve. "You started this fight." His grip tightened on the glass until his fingertips blanched from the pressure. His eyes sharpened, cold and lethal. "So I'll end it. And I'll crush you with everything I have." 15 days after the negotiation, the Kingdom of Blle delivered Hans Zernmehart and the other imperial engineers to Barame. After verifying the engineers' identities, Daniel returned Crown Prince Blle and the detained Blle personnel as agreed. He then submitted a request for reassignment to Imperial General Staff Headquarters. The General Staff, unwilling to leave the successful Daniel Steiner on the front lines indefinitely, promptly approved his return. Thus, Daniel escorted Hans Zernmehart and the engineers back to the capital. Upon their safe arrival, he requested an audience with Her Highness, the Princess. It was not the imperial court that summoned him. Daniel Steiner had requested this audience on his own accord. Ordinarily, a mere operations officer and field-grade officer would have no place making such a request. But when that officer's name was Daniel Steiner, the situation changed. The imperial household could not simply ignore a request from him. The court promptly informed Princess Sylvia, and despite her busy schedule, she accepted. Inside the audience chamber, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner. And so, Daniel now stood before Sylvia, seated on the imperial throne. There was something subtly different about her. Though only a month and a half had passed since his departure, it seemed Sylvia had experienced more than expected during that time. The youthful air of a girl had been replaced by the composed presence of a young woman. Her blue eyes, tinged with fatigue, flickered as she parted her delicate lips. "You wished to see me." Daniel knelt on one knee before the crimson-carpeted chamber, his head bowed. "Yes, Your Highness. I deeply regret imposing upon your precious time. However, the matter is urgent, and I deemed it necessary to report directly to you. Whether it is regrettable or not, I will decide after hearing it." "Speak." "Understood. The truth is," Daniel relayed everything, from the suspicious circumstances of Crown Prince Blef's ambush, to his investigation during the negotiation where he discovered that Campbell, head of the Free Society Party, had been leaking imperial secrets. When his story ended, Sylvia's expression had hardened. She had already heard that Daniel had turned Prince Blef's ambush into a victory. But the revelation that Campbell, the leader of the Free Society Party, had committed treason, this was entirely new. If it was true, then, as Daniel had claimed, the matter was indeed urgent. Is this truly the case? Not a shred of falsehood. "Yes. If Your Highness requires a witness, my adjutant is waiting outside the chamber. She was present at the negotiation and can corroborate my testimony." Sylvia's brow twitched ever so slightly. His mention of his adjutant Lucy Amelia irritated her for reasons she could not quite articulate. "I am not asking for a witness, Lieutenant Colonel Steiner. I am asking you, if you are certain of your claim, then raise your head and answer me plainly." Daniel lifted his gaze, his expression unwavering. "I am certain." At his resolute declaration, Sylvia could no longer doubt him. If he was willing to call his aide as a witness, then it's no lie. But more than that, Daniel Steiner was not the kind of man to fabricate such a report. Trusting him, Sylvia made a small gesture with her hand, granting permission for him to rise. Daniel inclined his head briefly in acknowledgement and stood. Sylvia, her hand resting on the armrest of the throne, asked directly, "Lieutenant Colonel Steiner, then tell me, what is it you want from me?" Daniel paused briefly, considering his words before speaking. I request that your highness grant me temporary inquisitorial authority to thoroughly investigate this matter. Under imperial law, if a politician posed a military threat, the Subversive Collaboration Act allowed military personnel to receive temporary inquisitorial powers until the threat was resolved. Daniel was formally requesting that authority under the statute to conduct an independent inquiry into Camel's treason. Though legally sound, Sylvia felt a wave of caution. You understand that granting you inquisitorial authority is no simple matter. If she empowered Daniel, it would incite the nobles, those who clung to the banner of imperial legitimacy. The uproar would be deafening. After all, an orphan soldier like Daniel Steiner, daring to investigate a noble-born politician, would be seen as a direct affront to their privilege. Lieutenant Colonel Steiner, Sylvia continued carefully. Are you certain you wish to proceed this way? Would it not be better to entrust this matter to the Security Bureau or the Military Police Corps? Your Highness, Daniel replied without hesitation. The leader of a political party has committed treason. Do you understand what that implies? Sylvia fell silent. Because she did understand. It means corruption has likely spread beyond the Free Society Party into the Security Bureau and the Military Police Corps as well. Her lips pressed together in thought. If we entrust the investigation to them, Daniel pressed on, we will only be feeding the inquiry into the hands of those who may already be compromised. No true investigation will take place. His voice was cold, but his conviction burned through. Therefore, I intend to root out the entire conspiracy myself, starting with Campbell so that we can see just how far the rot has spread. Sylvia's fingers tensed against the armrest. I understand your resolve, Daniel. But if you fail to produce solid proof, I will not be able to shield you. A traitor of Camel's stature could not be condemned on the word of an enemy general alone. In the end, the burden would fall on Daniel to extract a confession from Campbell or gather irrefutable evidence. In the process, if Daniel failed to secure evidence of Camel's betrayal of the Empire, he would be attacked by the nobles and face a trial. The nobles, who harbored resentment towards Daniel, would stop at nothing to increase the severity of his sentence, and in the worst case, a death sentence could be issued. Although Sylvia could not understand why Daniel would risk such a danger, from his perspective, he had no other choice. If I don't strike a blow against them now, it'll just be a matter of whether I die quickly or slowly. Only by showing them how far a cornered wolf will bare its teeth will they hesitate to act against him. I do not seek protection. I merely wish to dedicate myself to Her Imperial Highness and the Empire. Therefore, I humbly request that you grant me inquisitorial authority. I will bear all responsibility myself. Daniel, hiding his true intention of self-preservation, bowed as respectfully as possible. Sylvia, unwilling to accept this, found herself unable to refuse Daniel's first-ever request. In the end, Sylvia, having decided to trust Daniel, nodded her head. Very well. I will write you a letter of authorization, so proceed with the investigation. However, Sylvia looked down at Daniel as she continued. The deadline is before the coronation. I despise any rumors circulating during the ceremony. Do you understand my words? It was clear that she was instructing him to finish the task as quickly as possible and report back. Even if he failed to achieve results, after the coronation, Sylvia would have full imperial authority, and she could calm the nobles by revoking the inquisitorial authority. This was a concession made solely for Daniel, and he, knowing this, placed his hand over his chest and gave a faint smile. I will keep that in mind, Your Imperial Highness. Good. Now, please leave. With Sylvia's dismissal, Daniel saluted courteously before turning and walking out. As Daniel was about to leave, the guards opened the door, revealing a long corridor. And there, waiting for him, was Lucy, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel. As Daniel stepped into the corridor, Lucy approached him. Did everything go well with Her Imperial Highness? Walking down the hallway, Daniel casually began to speak. Yes. Her Imperial Highness has agreed to write the letter of authorization. As soon as the day breaks tomorrow, I will head to Camel's residence. Prepare soldiers and bring me a blank cartridge, one that does not contain gunpowder. Lucy, puzzled by the request for a blank cartridge, did not ask further, knowing Daniel often took unexpected actions. Understood. I'll prepare it quickly. Daniel nodded at Lucy's reply, his expression somber as he continued walking. As they walked together, Lucy couldn't help but recall the moment in the Barame Brigade office when she overheard Daniel reminiscing about the woman he had lost. The look in his eyes now somehow reminded her of that time. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel. Lucy, knowing it was not the right time, hesitated but decided to offer an apology. I unintentionally overheard you muttering about a photo in the brigade office. Since tomorrow looks busy, I wanted to apologize now. Photo? Daniel turned to Lucy, trying to piece together what she meant. It was just me reminiscing about old memories. There's no need to apologize. It's just sadness from the past. The girl left me, but that's all. It seems like you were very close. She was a friend I could never replace. I even made her a birthday present myself for the first time in my life. A gift, you say? Yes. It was a collar made from fine leather. Kelly liked walking with it around her neck. Lucy stopped in her tracks, stunned by his words. A collar as a birthday present. Confused, Lucy widened her eyes and instinctively clutched the documents in her arms. But she liked walking with a collar around her neck. Lucy couldn't understand what Daniel meant. The next morning, Emperor Bertham's bedroom. Your Majesty, please, have mercy. In front of the bed, Duke Belver knelt and shouted. Daniel Steiner must not be granted inquisitorial authority. Allowing him to hold such power under the pretext of investigation would threaten the empire's nobles and directly challenge the power of the imperial family. Belver's outburst rang in Bertham's ears like a sharp piercing sound. Bertham, feeling a headache, pressed his forehead and exhaled softly. You disturbed my rest for such a trivial reason. Your Majesty, this is far from trivial. How can it not be a serious issue that Daniel Steiner, a mere orphan, would investigate nobles? So, you wish for me to overturn my daughter's decision? Belver fell silent. From his silence, Bertham read the confirmation and blinked his tired eyes. Look up and see my condition. Belver slowly raised his head and saw Bertham's face. Under disheveled hair, a face marked with dark spots showed no trace of vitality. His lips were dry, and one of his eyes couldn't even open fully. Even without being a doctor, it was clear what state Bertham had reached. Death loomed ahead of him. I'm going to die soon. Perhaps today will be the last day I can speak with you while still in my right mind. And soon, my daughter's coronation will take place. Yet, in such a situation, you want me to take action to reverse my daughter's decision. Even if Sylvia were to be empowered, Bertham questioned whether they should let the public see a family conflict, openly rejecting her order. Only then did Belver realize his mistake and lowered his gaze quietly. Bertham, looking down at Belver, continued. Also, my daughter told me that Campbell, the leader of the Free Society Party, has been working with the enemy. If that is true, wouldn't my daughter have made the right decision? Your Majesty, I believe what matters more than the result is the legitimacy of the process. It would be more proper to investigate through the Security Bureau rather than entrusting it to Daniel Steiner. Legitimacy, you say? According to the laws of the Empire, granting temporary inquisitorial authority to military officials who discover evidence of collaboration with the enemy is not illegal. Though an exceptional case, it did not violate legitimacy. Since Belver could not refute this, Bertham added, I don't quite understand why you are so hostile, Duke. If Daniel Steiner obtained inquisitorial authority to oppress the nobles, wouldn't it be a fortunate opportunity for you? The moment he fails to present legitimate findings, you'll have the grounds to punish him. Whether your claim or Daniel Steiner's claim is true, we'll see. Though Bertham's neutral stance displeased Belver, he could not show his dissatisfaction outwardly. Even if he was an ailing lion, Bertham was still the emperor of the empire. Truly wise judgment, Your Majesty. For now, there was nothing to do but lower his head. Meanwhile, at the residence of Campbell, leader of the Free Society Party, grab the cash and jewelry first? We can send someone to fetch the rest later. Darling, why are you doing this? I've told you countless times, there's no time for explanations. Just do as I say. Campbell, shouting irritably at his wife, grabbed a travel bag and entered his room, opening a drawer. He hurriedly stuffed expensive watches and tie pins into the bag he had brought. Damn it, damn it. He had just received a report from his informant, Platt. Daniel Steiner had requested inquisitorial authority from Princess Sylvia, and it had been granted. The fact that the inquisitorial authority had been approved meant that Daniel Steiner had uncovered who was behind Crown Prince Blef's ambush. If that was the case, Daniel Steiner's target was none other than Campbell. Get it together? Hurry. Campbell was frantically preparing to leave the country. He needed to escape before Daniel Steiner arrived. Only then could he buy himself some time. After gathering a few more valuables from his room, Campbell emerged into the living room with his travel bag. Damien, have you packed everything? We need to leave immediately. Damien, where are you? Hearing Campbell call for their son, his wife looked up from gathering clothes. If you're talking about Damien, he's outside. He said he needed to bring the dog with him. The dog? Damn it, I'll bring it myself. You pack the bags. Shouting at his wife in frustration, Campbell tried to control his anger as he walked toward the front door. As he approached the door, he could hear Damien laughing outside. Thinking that he was probably playing with a neighbor, Campbell opened the front door only to freeze in place. Tell us another story besides rescuing the princess. Of course. What kind of story would you like to hear? Nordia? I want to hear about the Nordia invasion. In the yard stood Daniel Steiner. On one knee, he was playing with Damien, and behind him, elite soldiers and officers from the general staff were standing still in formation, not moving a muscle. Like a human wall, they surrounded the residence, and Campbell froze in place. The Nordia invasion? I'd love to tell you all about it, but unfortunately, that won't be possible. Why not? To tell you stories from the Nordia invasion, I'd have to describe what happened to my enemies. That might be a bit too much for you, considering. Daniel slowly raised his head and met Campbell's gaze. My enemies all met a dreadful end. As Campbell's hand shook on the door handle, Damien, confused by the words, turned around and immediately broke into a wide grin. Daddy, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel says he needs to talk to you. Delighted by the fact that the Empire's hero knew his father, Damien ran up to Campbell and hugged him. How did you two meet? I didn't know you knew Lieutenant Colonel Daniel. Campbell tried to answer calmly, but his voice trembled uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Campbell's wife, sensing something was wrong, came out to the front door and gasped, covering her mouth in shock. It was clear that Daniel Steiner had come with his troops, and it wasn't a good sign. Daniel, standing up in front of Campbell's family, removed his uniform cap and placed it over his chest. Nice to meet you. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner, Operations Officer with the General Staff. Lieutenant Colonel, what brings you here? Campbell's wife hesitated as she spoke, and Daniel smiled kindly. I have some urgent matters to discuss with Campbell, the leader of the Free Society. If it's all right with you, could you prepare a place for us to talk? Campbell's wife, looking at her husband's reaction, reluctantly nodded. Seeing this, Daniel raised his hand and gave a slight nod, and two armed soldiers stepped forward. I'd like you and our dear Damien to spend some time at the bakery in the city. My soldiers will escort you there. Although Campbell's wife didn't understand why armed soldiers were necessary for a visit to the bakery, she couldn't refuse Daniel Steiner's request. Understood. Her voice soft and resigned, she slowly walked with Damien, while the two soldiers followed close behind, watching over them as if ensuring they couldn't escape. Campbell furrowed his brow, feeling as if they were being watched to prevent an escape. Though he feared Daniel Steiner, he couldn't allow such an outrageous act to go unchallenged. What is the meaning of this? Campbell stepped closer to Daniel, gathering his courage to speak. You're pressuring the leader of a political party with force? A party that represents the voice of the people? Do you think this is reasonable? Daniel merely stared at him, offering no reply, as if saying, say more if you have something to say. Campbell hesitated but, feeling he couldn't lose face, shouted louder. I don't know what authority you think you have, but disband your troops immediately. If you don't, I will not comply with your demands. Daniel, quietly observing Campbell, let out a low, eerie chuckle. The sticky, unsettling laughter sent a chill of fear creeping over Campbell. After some time, Daniel stopped laughing and fixed his gaze firmly on Campbell. You say you won't comply. His dark eyes were as deep as an abyss. Campbell, reflected in those eyes, looked utterly terrified. Do you think you have? As Daniel trapped Campbell's gaze, he spoke quietly. A choice. Daniel's growl made Campbell shut his mouth as if he had become mute. A sense of fear suddenly overwhelmed him, knowing that any moment he might lose his life if he upset Daniel Steiner, who had come with his army. Daniel, who had been quietly observing Campbell's shock, suddenly let out a laugh. It's just a joke. You, sir, have every right to refuse my request. Daniel placed the uniform cap he had been holding on his head. Of course, if that happens. With the cap neatly positioned, Daniel reached into his coat and pulled out a piece of paper. He lightly unfolded it and directed it toward Campbell. If you're denying that I've been granted temporary inquisitorial authority by Princess Sylvia, the regent, then you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself. Campbell swallowed dryly and stared at the contents of the paper. The imperial family hereby temporarily grants Daniel Steiner the authority to investigate collaborators suspected of aiding the enemy, in order to maintain military order and establish justice. The investigative authority granted to Daniel Steiner is limited to those suspected of collaboration, and he is authorized to use military forces as needed. Any individual who refuses to cooperate with Daniel Steiner's investigation will be considered an insult to the imperial dignity and will face punishment. The authority granted to Daniel Steiner will remain in effect until the coronation, and he is tasked with fulfilling this duty with integrity, for the honor of the imperial family and the stability of the empire. At the bottom of the paper, there was an elegant signature, clearly in Princess Sylvia's hand. Knowing that it was an official decree, Campbell could do nothing but raise the white flag. I must have gotten carried away. I will cooperate with the investigation. Hearing the expected response, Daniel nodded and turned around. Conduct the search. Upon hearing the command, the soldiers saluted sharply and entered Campbell's residence in an orderly line. Some carried wooden and metal boxes as they moved. Once all the soldiers had entered Campbell's house, Daniel followed them inside. Inside the house, Daniel could see soldiers scattered around, packing suspicious items into boxes. With his hands behind his back, Daniel leisurely observed the scene, when Campbell entered with the military officers. Without looking at Campbell, Daniel began to inspect the surrounding decor. Upon seeing the luxurious interior, Daniel couldn't help but exclaim, lots of cherry wood and mahogany furniture? Even a single piece would easily surpass the annual earnings of an average citizen. And that statue? It looks like ebony to me, am I right? Even though Campbell was the leader of a political party, Daniel was subtly questioning whether a politician should be indulging in such excessive luxury. Moreover, most of this is in the expensive Art Nouveau style. To see such furniture, so rare even in the imperial palace, it's quite a treat for the eyes, don't you think? Campbell could not respond. This was practically a veiled threat, asking him to reveal who was funding his lavish lifestyle. Not really expecting a response, Daniel calmly walked toward the living room. Following him, Campbell's irritation was evident, as the noise from the soldiers packing things into boxes frayed his nerves. Amid the noise, Daniel took a chair from the dining table and sat down. Removing his uniform cap and placing it on the table, Daniel nodded with apparent satisfaction. I think it's better if we talk here. Campbell, interpreting this as an invitation to sit, walked around the table to the opposite side. When Campbell pulled out a chair and sat, Daniel spoke with a smile. I must apologize for arriving so suddenly and for the search. But of course, once the investigation is over, we'll return everything, so there's no need to worry. Campbell reluctantly nodded, and Daniel playfully tapped the table. To be honest, I'd like to return everything as quickly as possible. Prolonging this won't benefit either you or me, don't you think? What do you mean by that? I mean exactly what I said. If you answer my questions truthfully, the investigation will conclude quickly, right? Then, the seized items will be returned to you relatively sooner. Daniel casually raised his hand and gave a slight motion with his fingers. One of the officers waiting behind him approached, placed a small tape recorder on the table, and then stepped back. Now, I'm going to conduct a sort of interrogation. If you tell the truth, we should part on good terms. Do you understand? Campbell silently stared at Daniel for a moment. He couldn't tell what kind of scheme Daniel was planning behind that smile. But unable to refuse, Campbell nodded with tension. All right. Then, let's begin the recording. Saying this, Daniel pressed the record button on the tape recorder. As the tape began to spin steadily, Daniel glanced at Campbell. The person I'm speaking with is Campbell, the leader of the Free Society Party. Am I correct? Yes. Then, I will begin by asking you about the allegations of collaboration. Did you ever leak imperial secrets to assist the kingdom of Blle? Campbell let out a deep breath. Naturally, he was caught off guard by the first question, which was practically demanding he confess. Wasn't I supposed to be here for negotiations? Thinking he could find some compromise and escape this situation, sweat began to form on Campbell's forehead. As the silence stretched on, Campbell bit his lip. Determining that this wasn't a negotiation but rather a threat, Campbell decided there was no need to comply. That's absurd. You say I leaked secrets to aid the kingdom of Blle? You'd better stop with such insulting remarks. As expected, Daniel thought to himself, finding nothing particularly surprising. He pressed the pause button on the tape recorder, then turned around and spoke. It seems the search is nearly finished. Have the soldiers wait outside. Frian, you stay here and close the curtains. Upon hearing the command, the officers nodded and immediately took action. The officers returned to the soldiers, giving the order to assemble, and one by one, the soldiers left the house, loaded with items in boxes. After the officers exited through the front door, Frian began drawing the curtains in the living room. As darkness began to fill the room, Daniel spoke. I clearly told you to speak the truth, but you're lying, aren't you? Clicking his tongue as if disappointed, Daniel drew his revolver from his waist. Opening the chamber, Daniel took a bullet from his pocket and loaded it. After closing the chamber and spinning it once, Daniel wiped the smile off his face and turned to look at Campbell. I guess you thought lying would work in your favor. So, I'd like to propose a game to you. A game. It's simple. Whenever there's a discrepancy between the information I know and your answers, meaning whenever you lie, I'll pull the trigger. Is this madman serious? Campbell was stunned, but Daniel maintained his calm, unwavering demeanor. If you think about it, if you lie, you might die, right? So, I hope you'll cooperate, with your life on the line. Once Frian had closed all the curtains, she approached and stopped beside Daniel. As the two of them were enveloped in the shadows, Campbell clenched his fists. This is insane. He wouldn't shoot me. If Daniel Steiner killed someone based only on suspicion, even he wouldn't escape unscathed. So, Campbell figured that Daniel's behavior was merely a bluff. Frowning, Campbell spoke up. Huh? It's fine if you doubt me, but you won't be able to silence me. As I just said, I have never leaked secrets to the kingdom of Blle. Daniel nodded as if he had expected this, then raised his revolver. Since you're lying, I suppose it's time for you to face the consequences. Campbell swallowed hard, staring at the barrel of the gun pointed at him. Although his body trembled, he remained calm, knowing that Daniel wouldn't actually pull the trigger. This is just a bluff. There was no reason for Campbell to be intimidated by Daniel Steiner. Daniel Steiner, you'd better stop with this ridiculous game of threats. It was at that moment. Click. As Daniel pulled the trigger, the chamber rotated. Campbell's eyes widened in shock. He really pulled the trigger. Campbell had seen Daniel load live bullets into the revolver. Yet, Daniel had pulled the trigger without hesitation. That could only mean one thing. He's really going to kill me. This bastard is actually trying to kill me. Cold sweat began to run down Campbell's forehead. The fear of death crawled up his spine, and his breathing became erratic. His mind went blank, and his body trembled intermittently. As if suffering from shortness of breath, Campbell gasped for air. Daniel, calmly observing Campbell's panic, placed the revolver on the table. He then pressed the record button on the tape recorder again, leaning back in his chair. I'll ask you again. The leader of the Free Society Party, Campbell, is guilty of colluding with the enemy. As Campbell was consumed by the terror of death, Daniel leaned forward slightly and whispered with a tone as if offering one last chance. Isn't that right, you treacherous rat who betrayed the Empire? Daniel's chilling words seemed to tighten around Campbell's throat like a noose. He knew that the correct answer was to deny it, but he couldn't bring himself to say it out loud. How could he lie in front of a madman who had pulled the trigger of a live revolver? Campbell's words faltered, his eyes trembling, but Daniel did not rush him. He decided to wait until the fear growing in Campbell's heart bore fruit. The human imagination is limitless. What would happen if Campbell realized that the man across the table was the one pulling the trigger on a revolver with live ammunition? What if, on top of that, Campbell was engulfed by the fear that this man might kill him? He'd start thinking in the worst possible direction. The more someone had to lose, the more they tended to think negatively about the threat they faced. And Daniel Steiner had already made sure to push Campbell into that negative thought process. It wasn't a coincidence that he had sent armed soldiers to take Campbell's wife and child. As Daniel had predicted, Campbell was now thinking about his family. Could it be that my family? Once Campbell realized that Daniel's threats weren't just empty words, the worry for his family overwhelmed him. Damien. Thinking of his son's smiling face, Campbell managed to calm his breathing and looked at Daniel. If I tell the truth, will my family's safety be guaranteed? Daniel raised his hand to silence Campbell and pressed the pause button on the tape recorder. He couldn't afford to let any strange words slip into the recording. Are you talking about the safety of your family? Campbell nodded slightly at Daniel's question. Daniel, feeling that he was almost there, smiled faintly. If you cooperate with me, I'll take full responsibility and ensure your family's safety. So, I would like you to tell me everything you know. Also, I will request mitigation from Princess Sylvia regarding your confession. Afterward, we will consider parole. Then, you'll only have to spend a few years in prison and then be released. Campbell let out a deep breath, opening his mouth, but no words came out. The remnants of hesitation still lingered in his mind. Daniel Steiner, even if I cooperate with you, fear started to creep into Campbell's eyes. But this wasn't fear directed at Daniel. My superiors will never leave me alone. Eliminating traitors is how they operate. In the end, whether I die here or by their hands, it'll be the same. This was an answer Daniel hadn't quite anticipated. He hadn't known that the people Campbell answered to treated human lives as disposable. Come to think of it, Daniel recalled reading stories about politicians or low-ranking nobles falling victim to bandit attacks or becoming targets for the mafia, not escaping death. If those deaths were truly orders from Campbell's superiors, it would make sense. This is troublesome. It wouldn't be easy to persuade someone who belonged to a group that demanded excessive loyalty at the cost of their life. In that case, the best option would be to offer him a hope that changing sides would ensure his survival. Assuming you tell the truth, I will ensure your family is well protected. So, what you should be worried about is your own life. Daniel, tapping the table with his hand, nodded slowly. Very well. I'll make special arrangements to ensure you don't meet an untimely death in prison. I'll also have you exempted from forced labor, so you can live comfortably in your cell. That's not what I'm talking about. Even if you guarantee my safety in prison, after I get out, I'll still be killed by them. Out of prison? If you confess, your sentence will be reduced, but even at the shortest, you will still have to serve more than 8 years for violating the confidentiality laws and leaking military secrets. Campbell, unable to follow the flow of conversation, furrowed his brow. I'm not asking about how long I'll serve. Whether I serve for a few years or not, the moment I get out of prison, I'll still. Campbell stopped mid-sentence, his mouth clamping shut. That's because Daniel was smiling from the shadows. Do you know how long it took me to rise to the rank of lieutenant colonel? I, a poor orphan, now speaking on equal footing with you, a nobleman and party leader. Think about that for a moment. Slowly raising his hand, as if caught in a trap, Daniel extended his index finger. 1 year. It hasn't even been a full year. So, his finger curled into a fist. Do you know what kind of person I will be 8 years from now? In 8 years, what Campbell would have to fear was not the group of nobles but me. Daniel Steiner almost seemed to be saying this to him. The eerie atmosphere, drawing attention to his gaze, made it impossible for Campbell to rebut. Swallowing dryly, Campbell nodded after much inner conflict. He realized that the only way to survive was to align himself with Daniel Steiner. I will speak. I'll tell you everything I know. An hour had passed, and after hearing Campbell's full testimony, Daniel stepped outside the house. The soldiers lined up in formation, standing at attention, while Daniel calmly straightened his attire. So, Baron Hendleem was behind all of this. Things were escalating more than expected. There was no way Baron Hendleem could have planned everything on his own. Perhaps I've just declared war on all the aristocrats in the system. It was the worst-case scenario, but if all the aristocrats in the system were in cahoots, Daniel would be facing a difficult fight ahead. I just wanted to settle somewhere peaceful and spend my days eating dessert. How did things get this complicated? Though Daniel felt a sense of frustration, now was not the time to lament. Lieutenant. Daniel quietly muttered, and Lucy stepped forward. Yes, Colonel Daniel. Daniel handed her the tape. The tape contained the recording of Campbell's testimony over the past hour. Take the soldiers and move to the headquarters. Based on the testimony recorded on this tape, search through the items seized from Campbell's residence for any legally binding evidence. Although it felt a bit uncomfortable to entrust the task to a member of the Allied forces, there was no need to worry, since Ernst would take command once they arrived at the headquarters. Though, even if Lucy were to steal the tape, Daniel had secretly recorded another tape using the recorder he had hidden inside his coat, just in case, so he wasn't overly worried. Of course, despite his worries, Lucy, who had cut ties with the Allied forces, had no intention of betraying him. Lucy nodded as she received the tape. I'll carry out the order, Colonel. But, aren't you returning to the headquarters? Right. I have somewhere to stop by with Frian. I understand. Without pressing further, Lucy saluted. As Daniel returned her salute, Lucy turned around and began organizing the troops. Watching the soldiers board the military vehicles one by one, Daniel turned to the side. Frian, who had been gazing at Daniel with admiration, nodded. I've parked a car across the road. You can get in right away. Before arriving here, Daniel had instructed Frian to prepare a car for immediate use if possible, and it seemed she had managed to rent one. Even without the car, we could have walked or used the military vehicles. But Daniel was worried about attracting unwanted attention, so the car was a fortunate option. However, while he trusted Lucy, there was something slightly unsettling about Frian. Frian, just in case, have you ever driven before? Of course. I have a driver's license, so you don't need to worry. Though Fryan smiled brightly, her demeanor didn't inspire much confidence, but since she said she knew how to drive, Daniel decided not to object. All right, let's go then. Daniel walked across the street and opened the back door of the car to get in. A moment later, Fryan opened the driver's side door, got in, and started the engine. After the engine started, Fryan smoothly turned the steering wheel and began driving. The driving wasn't as bad as Daniel expected, so he relaxed. Then, Fryan glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Where should we go? To 11 Blle. Not to the Baron's residence. Since Fryan had been listening to Campbell's confession, she knew that it was Baron Hendleim who had given the orders to Campbell. So, she naturally assumed they were heading to Hendleim's residence to strike some deal. But when Daniel suddenly gave a strange address, she was puzzled. You know what they say, when you fly too close to the fire, your wings get burned. Fryan blinked, not understanding, and Daniel continued. Fryan, think about it. Once the news spreads that I searched the Free Society Party leader's residence, what do you think will happen? Daniel, your name will be plastered all over the media, right? Exactly. And who controls the major press in the Empire? As far as I know, it's the Imperial Daily. And who supports the Imperial Daily? Finally, Fryan had a realization. She recalled that the major backers of the Imperial Daily were the aristocrats. The press will start attacking you, Colonel Daniel. That's right. They'll probably launch a campaign of biased reporting. They'll fabricate my political views and stir up public sentiment, making the people turn against me. So, where are we headed now? To Melverton newspaper. Melverton was an independent, small newspaper that hadn't been tainted by the aristocracy. Though Fryan understood Daniel's intentions, there was still something she didn't fully get. Why Melverton? There are mid-sized newspapers that would gladly cooperate with you, Colonel. Daniel chuckled softly at her words. Fryan, you see, a newspaper that can cooperate with me is one that can cooperate with the aristocrats too. But what I need right now. Looking at the rearview mirror, Daniel wiped the smile from his face and continued quietly. What I need right now is a newspaper that will absolutely obey me. Through the rearview mirror, Daniel's gaze was as sharp as a predator that had locked onto its prey. As a result, Fryan's grip on the steering wheel instinctively tightened, and her heartbeat quickened. From her perspective, as someone who already admired Daniel, seeing him actively build his own power base made him appear even more radiant. Of course, Daniel himself was merely struggling to survive the situation at hand, but Fryan had no way of knowing that. Continuing to drive with a faint smile on her lips, Fryan suddenly voiced a thought that had crossed her mind. But Lieutenant Colonel Daniel? Isn't Melverton newspaper an independent press that doesn't receive government support or corporate advertising? They're famous for their slogan about reporting only the truth. That's right. Then won't it be difficult to bring them to your side? I can't imagine they'd be willing to print biased articles. It wasn't an unreasonable point. However, from Daniel's perspective, Melverton newspaper wasn't a media outlet fueled by some noble sense of duty. Lieutenant Fryan, do you know that Melverton newspaper once supported anti-war protests? Fryan shook her head. I don't read newspapers much. I wasn't aware they spewed such nonsense. They did. Supporting anti-war protests, in itself, was an understandable stance. The war had dragged on into a prolonged conflict, and the people were exhausted. But after I gave my total war speech, Melverton newspaper retracted its stance. A question mark seemed to hover over Fryan's head. And why was that? Because they lost a massive number of subscribers. Since they don't receive government or corporate funding, they rely entirely on public donations. But they published an article that went against public sentiment, so naturally, people cancelled their subscriptions. One thing became clear at that moment. Melverton newspaper's so-called principles were ultimately tied to money. It was only natural. After all, printing presses, ink, and paper weren't given away for free. Without money, even the truth couldn't be published. Yet, in the name of independence and neutrality, Melverton newspaper had refused all government and corporate sponsorship. No, more accurately, they had become too insignificant to even receive such support. At this rate, Melverton newspaper was doomed to bankruptcy, and Daniel intended to exploit that fact to put a leash on them. Which is why, Daniel whispered softly as he turned his gaze toward Fryan, who was focused on driving. Fryan, I need your help with something. Bole Street number 11, Melverton newspaper headquarters. Ha. Sitting behind the desk in the editor-in-chief's office, Woalarm let out a deep sigh. The ever-declining number of subscribers was giving him a serious headache. At this rate, we won't even be able to afford printing costs, let alone maintain distribution. What was the point of a newspaper that couldn't print newspapers? Filing for bankruptcy wasn't an option either. The thought of his loyal employees and the family waiting for him at home made his chest tighten. What am I supposed to do? As he racked his brain for ways to increase subscriptions, someone knocked on the door. Thinking it was one of his subordinates, Woalarm frowned. Tom? I told you I need time to think. Unless you've come up with a solution, don't you dare shove that stupid face of yours in here. Woalarm trailed off mid-sentence. Because the person stepping through the door wasn't Tom. It was an officer of the Empire. And not just any officer, Daniel Steiner himself, the so-called hero of the Empire. Accompanying him was Fryan, infamous for her mastery of dark magic. Woalarm froze, wondering if he was dreaming. Meanwhile, Daniel offered him a faint smile. I'm here to discuss solutions, so I assume I won't be asked to leave. Hearing Daniel's voice snapped Woalarm out of his stupor, and he scrambled to his feet. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner, what brings you to this humble newspaper? His question was one of genuine confusion. He had no idea why Daniel would visit a struggling publication like his. Daniel stepped closer, pulled out the chair in front of the desk, and sat down. Didn't I just say? I came to discuss solutions. Solutions. A way for Melverton newspaper to escape its financial crisis. But first, why don't you take a seat? Cautiously, Woalarm nodded and sat back down. Daniel observed the tension on Woalarm's face for a moment before finally speaking. From what I've gathered, Melverton newspaper is on the verge of bankruptcy. Is that correct? After a brief pause, Woalarm nodded. There was no point in hiding the truth. You're absolutely right. The number of subscribers keeps dwindling, and we're barely able to cover printing costs. I see. Then, would you be open to accepting my help? Help? What exactly do you mean by that? At Woalarm's question, Daniel raised his hand and gestured toward Fryan, who stood behind him. I'm not sure if you're aware, but Lieutenant Fryan's father is the head pastor of the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral. The congregation is quite sizable. Daniel lowered his hand, intertwining his fingers as he continued. I will ask Lieutenant Fryan to ensure that the cathedral's followers subscribe to Melverton newspaper. That should at least put out the immediate fire, don't you think? It was true. If even 10% of the congregation subscribed, the newspaper would no longer struggle to cover printing costs or maintain its distribution network. And in addition, Daniel reached into his coat, pulled out a tape recorder, and placed it on the desk. With a click, the tape began to play, and a recorded voice echoed through the room. I confess. I, Campbell, leader of the Free Society Party, have leaked the Empire's classified information to the Kingdom of Belmore. What? The shocking revelation made Woalarm's breath hitch, but before he could fully process it, Daniel pressed the pause button. The Imperial Daily isn't even aware of this information yet. If you wish, I can let you break the story first. He was offering an exclusive scoop. First, he promised a secured subscriber base. Now he was offering the kind of exclusive news that could skyrocket their readership overnight. Woalarm couldn't help but stare at Daniel in bewilderment. What exactly do you want from me? There was no such thing as pure altruism in this world. Woalarm instinctively knew that Daniel had come with a price, and he grew wary. Daniel, finding his quick perception commendable, leaned back against his chair. It's simple. From now on, before Melverton newspaper publishes an article, you will submit it to me for review. If necessary, I will personally provide the editorial guidelines. Excuse me, what do you mean by that? At first, Woalarm thought it was a joke. But Daniel's expression remained eerily calm. That realization made Woalarm's forehead crease in irritation. You're saying you want to turn Melverton into your own mouthpiece. That's one way to interpret it, albeit a bit of a leap. Are you insane? Melverton is an independent newspaper. Its very foundation was built on delivering the truth to the people. Daniel, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his voice quiet, yet piercing. Truth? That's a lovely word. So, let me ask you, what is the truth? The truth is news that contains no lies. And who determines whether something is a lie? Woalarm opened his mouth to answer but found that no words came out. The reality was simple. Melverton was nothing more than a struggling newspaper with limited access to information. Daniel, seeing his hesitation, slowly sat forward. People lie all the time. And the only ones who get to decide what's true and what isn't are those with power and authority. But, let me make this clear, you will never reach the truth. You will simply be a parrot, repeating fragments of information handed down to you by those above. Woalarm had always known, deep down. He had seen people who had crossed the nobility, corporations, and the government simply disappear only for the papers to later report that they had been mugged or tragically lost in an accident. That was the truth he could never reveal. I can already see your future, Editor-in-Chief. You will either live as a parrot, convinced that you are speaking the truth, or you will get too close to the truth and die for it. Both outcomes were grim. Or, Daniel's voice took on a mocking edge, you will simply be crushed under the weight of your financial ruin. Woalarm's hands trembled. There was no hope in any of the futures Daniel described. And yet, in the midst of his growing despair, the voice of the devil whispered to him, let's be honest. You don't actually want the truth. What you really want is the power to speak the truth without being silenced. And the money to keep your family safe. Daniel extended his hand across the desk, resting it lightly over Woalarm's. I can give you both. In return, all I ask is a single lie. Swear that you will lie for me, and... Woalarm slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with Daniel. The devil's gaze was indistinguishable from that of a man. I will give you 1,000 truths and a fortune that will never crumble. To uphold his ideals, he must abandon them. To serve the greater good, he must make a sacrifice. To protect his employees and his family, he must take Daniel's hand. Daniel's words pressed down on his shoulders like an unbearable weight. If he accepted this offer, there would be no turning back. But if he refused, bankruptcy was the only thing waiting for him. When ideals and reason collide, reason usually wins. Woalarm exhaled deeply before finally speaking. What do you need me to do? His voice echoed bleakly through the office. Hearing the answer he had expected, Daniel withdrew his hand and rose from his seat. First, publish the exclusive I've given you. The Imperial Daily must not break the story before you do. The public must learn that the leader of the Free Society Party is a collaborator. Woalarm nodded stiffly. Daniel straightened his uniform and turned to leave, but then, as if remembering something, he paused. Oh, and one more thing. Reaching into his coat, Daniel pulled out a half-folded sheet of paper and placed it on Woalarm's desk. If you ever forget this favor and attempt to betray me, there will be consequences. With that, Daniel smiled just once before turning and walking out of the room. The moment the door shut behind him, Woalarm finally picked up the folded paper and opened it. This is. Written on it was the address of his family's home. Beneath that was a detailed list containing the names of his family members, their hobbies, and even their usual travel routes. And at the very bottom, a note about his son's brief experimentation with drugs years ago, a secret that no one should have known. Woalarm felt his vision blur as dizziness overtook him. He pressed a trembling hand to his forehead. Daniel Steiner never intended to accept a refusal from the start. 1 week later, Imperial Palace. Emperor Bertram's bedchamber. How do you assess His Majesty's condition? At the question from Commander of the Imperial Guard Johannes Kuntz, the attending physician placed his medical equipment back into his bag and replied, I have done my utmost, but at present, His Majesty is experiencing a decline in circulatory function along with organ failure. We are taking medical measures to minimize his suffering, but beyond that, I see no viable options. Johannes let out a quiet sigh, clenching his fist as he looked down at the physician. There must be some way. His Majesty still. That's enough. It was Bertram, lying in his bed. As the two men fell silent, Bertram raised a hand in dismissal. Doctor, you may go. You have done all you could. The physician closed his medical bag and rose from his seat, bowing his head toward the Emperor. I will pray to the gods for your Majesty's recovery. With a look of regret, the physician turned and walked away. Johannes watched him leave with a somber expression before sighing and sitting beside the Emperor. Your Majesty, now more than ever, you must not give up on your health. At Johannes's words, Bertram let out a dry chuckle. Spare me the empty pleasantries. Didn't you hear what the doctor just said? He said he would pray to the gods. That means only divine intervention could cure me now. Your Majesty, enough with the feeble comforts. Death is a natural thing, so why does everyone act like it's some great tragedy? All the hand-wringing and miserable faces only irritate me. After a brief silence, Johannes finally spoke. Would it not be more disturbing if everyone simply smiled and laughed? If His Majesty were to lash out in anger and order someone's execution, they would have no choice but to at least pretend to mourn. Bertram's eyes flicked toward Johannes, his lips twitching. Then, unable to hold back, he burst into laughter. The joke had struck his sense of humor. You're not wrong. If they don't want to die, it's better for them to put on a show. Though, of course, there's always one exception. An exception, Your Majesty. There's a certain wolf growing fat within the general staff, is there not? Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner. At the mention of the young officer, Bertram turned his gaze toward the ceiling. Since we're on the topic, let's set aside all this gloomy talk and discuss him instead. I hear it's been revealed that the leader of the Free Society Party was a collaborator. Is that correct? Johannes nodded. Yes. As a result, an investigation into related individuals is currently underway, but Daniel Steiner has chosen not to disclose any information obtained during the process to the public. That's it. No, Your Majesty. Recently, certain newspapers have begun publishing speculative articles suggesting that Baron Handleem is closely tied to the leader of the Free Society Party. The first paper to report the story, as Johannes recalled, had been Melverton newspaper. As the rumors spread like wildfire, Daniel Steiner held a press conference to clear up any misunderstandings. At the conference, he earnestly pleaded for people to stop making unfounded accusations against Baron Handleem. Bertram blinked, as if the revelation was unexpected. Daniel Steiner defended a noble? Why? I do not know the full details, but he insisted that until a proper investigation is concluded, false reports should be avoided. He even went so far as to make several statements in support of Baron Handleem. Daniel Steiner, personally shielding Baron Handleem from criticism. What do you make of it, Commander? I am not well versed in politics, but perhaps Daniel believes he has been cornered and is trying to make peace with the nobility. Bertram, eyes half-lidded in thought, soon shook his head. No, from my perspective, Daniel Steiner is trying to dismantle the aristocracy. He's planting seeds of suspicion everywhere. That conniving bastard. Yet, despite his words, a small, amused chuckle escaped Bertram's lips. The more I observe him, the more I want him for myself. If only I were 10 years younger, I could have made him a loyal ally of the imperial family. But it was too late. Daniel Steiner had already grown powerful enough to tear apart an old, dying lion. NVLHT, don't copy, read here, with ease. All Bertram could do now was hope that Daniel Steiner harbored no ambitions toward the throne. At the same time, General Staff Headquarters. Daniel took a sip of coffee as he stood by the window in the break room. At this rate, I might actually die. For the past week, ever since arresting Campbell, the leader of the Free Society Party, as a collaborator, Daniel had been moving without a single moment's rest. Aside from the few hours he stole for brief naps, every waking moment had been dedicated to work. It wasn't out of some compulsive workaholism, no, the real reason was far simpler. The moment he let his guard down, the press would pounce on him like vultures, tearing him apart. And just as he expected, the Imperial Daily had already begun running consecutive articles with the same narrative. Daniel Steiner is making his political debut. If I hadn't taken the lead and pushed the Free Society Party leader's treason through Melverton newspaper, Had he hesitated even slightly, the Imperial Daily would have twisted the entire operation into a petty partisan crackdown instead of revealing the truth. That much, at least, is a relief. Still, no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't shake the feeling that he had stepped into a swamp with no easy way out. His mind was fraying to the point where even the cigarettes he had quit back in his academy days were starting to sound tempting again. If only this were a game. If it were, he could just delete his character, respawn in some neutral country, and enjoy a peaceful, pastoral life. But reality didn't work that way. So, for now, since he had publicly defended Baron Hendleem during the press conference, it was only a matter of time before the other side made their move. Whether things would go according to plan was uncertain, but this was the best play he had, the one with the highest chance of success. Beyond the window, a swarm of reporters had gathered like ants at the entrance of the General Staff headquarters. Daniel watched them in silence, then lifted his cup and took another sip of coffee. For now, he was enjoying the rare stillness of the break room, a brief moment of peace. Then, on a whim, he reached inside his coat and pulled out a small photograph. It was a picture of a golden retriever, grinning with pure, untainted happiness. Just looking at it made all the anxiety and stress about the future seem to melt away. As he lost himself in nostalgia, finding a small bit of solace in the past, the break room door opened. Lucy entered. Just as she stepped closer to relay a message, she heard it. "Kelly, I want to hold you." Daniel's voice, damp with longing, made her freeze mid-step. Unaware of her presence, he continued speaking to himself. "I miss your warmth. Rolling around with you in my arms was the greatest joy of my life." Lucy's crimson eyes widened into perfect circles, like a startled cat. A faint blush crept across her cheeks, because from her perspective, there was no doubt in her mind Daniel was reminiscing about his past sexual encounters. A quick glance confirmed that no one else was around. Lucy sighed in relief. If anyone overheard Daniel openly yearning for a woman he had lost, it would cause a scandal. She had to stop him before he made an irreparable mistake. With deliberate force, Lucy cleared her throat. Finally, Daniel sensed another presence. He quickly wiped his eyes, tucking the photograph back into his coat. Taking a deep breath, he turned around, only to find Lucy staring at him, her expression oddly flustered. "Lieutenant." At his questioning gaze, Lucy struggled to regain her composure. "I came to inform you that the Imperial family has summoned you, Colonel Daniel Steiner." She steadied her voice. "Her Highness requests your presence after work at the palace to discuss the results of the investigation." "So it's today." Daniel nodded without hesitation. "Understood. I'll head to the palace after I finish work." Though he accepted the order without issue, Lucy did not leave. She hesitated, as if there was something more she wanted to say. Daniel found her hesitation odd. Then, after a brief moment of observation, it clicked. She's exhausted. After all, she had been working tirelessly alongside him this entire time. It was only natural that some resentment would have built up. Daniel, completely misreading the situation, responded with calm understanding. "I get it. You're frustrated. You've had to put up with a lot from me lately." Lucy flinched. "It's been a busy time, but once things settle down, we should go for a walk and talk things through." At the word walk, Lucy's red eyes quivered violently. To Lucy, Daniel's words did not sound innocent. She was still operating under her earlier misunderstanding. She desperately clung to her last thread of rationality. "I'm fine." "Why? A walk and some conversation could." "I said I'm fine." It was rare for Lucy to outright refuse him twice, in succession. Daniel was genuinely taken aback. Unable to maintain eye contact, Lucy half closed her eyes and averted her gaze. With her face burning red, she took a deep breath, then gave a quick, polite bow before swiftly exiting. Daniel could only watch her retreating figure in complete bewilderment. What the hell did I do wrong? No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't make sense of her reaction at all. Without fully understanding Lucy's reaction, Daniel headed towards the palace's indoor garden after work. Following the guidance of the head of the inner division, Daniel entered the garden and saw Sylvia sitting while gently stroking a Doberman. The Doberman, who had been purring under Sylvia's touch, soon sensed a presence and lifted its head. The Doberman, with its ears perked, quickly bared its teeth and growled. Seeing this, Sylvia stood up and turned towards the direction the Doberman was guarding. There stood Daniel, neatly dressed in military uniform. As their eyes met, Daniel placed a hand on his chest and bowed politely. "Your Highness, Princess. I have come as requested." Sylvia gave a faint smile in response to his greeting. Perhaps because of the recent events that had exhausted her, her face seemed tired. "I've been waiting for you. Please, have a seat, and let's talk." Sylvia stopped mid-sentence and tilted her head in confusion. Daniel was staring intently at the Doberman, who was still growling at him. "Lieutenant Colonel Daniel, do you like dogs?" Only then did Daniel realize his gaze was fixed on the dog, and he cleared his throat awkwardly. "I don't dislike them. I used to have a retriever in the past." "Is that so?" After a brief moment of contemplation, Sylvia spoke with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Then would you like to pet him?" Daniel, who would never willingly approach a dog that was growling at him, hesitated for a moment. If he refused, Sylvia would likely tease him about it. "But I'll do so." Without hesitation, Daniel accepted and walked towards the Doberman. The Doberman, who had been growling, seemed flustered as Daniel drew closer, and it retracted its teeth. Kneeling in front of the dog, Daniel gently petted its head. The Doberman blinked its eyes blankly but did not reject Daniel's touch. "Good dog. I can see you're trying not to bite. As Daniel continued to pet the dog, Sylvia tilted her head in confusion. I don't remember him being this docile. The dog, which had been showing its teeth and barking at everyone except for its owner, was now behaving like a lamb, lowering its tail in front of Daniel. It was truly strange. It reminds me of the past. Our Kelly used to be this well-behaved. Kelly, is that the name of the retriever you mentioned? Yes. He was a charming one with a smile. After saying that, Daniel petted the Doberman one last time and stood up. Anyway, Daniel lightly dusted off his hands and turned to face Sylvia. You must have something you'd like to discuss with me. At the mention of the main topic, Sylvia pointed to the table beside her. On the table were elegant cups and plates filled with refreshments. Shall we sit and talk? Daniel nodded in agreement to Sylvia's suggestion. The two of them naturally walked over to the table and took their seats. Sylvia, lightly holding a steaming cup of black tea, pursed her small lips and spoke. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel, what exactly are you up to? From the very first question, there was an edge to her tone. Daniel hesitated for a moment before giving a faint smile. I'm having difficulty understanding what you mean. Don't play coy. Right now, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel, you're deliberately slowing down the investigation. Now that Camel's collaboration has been exposed, what exactly are you hesitating about? It was obvious, of course, but Sylvia had already listened to the recording of Camel's confession that Daniel had brought. There was more than enough evidence, so the next step should have been to deal with Baron Hendleem. But Daniel had called a press conference and was merely stalling, claiming that nothing has been confirmed yet. He even appealed to stop the malicious reporting about Baron Hendleem. The coronation is just around the corner. That means Daniel's inquisitorial authority is about to end. At the time when he should have been most active, Daniel was delaying things as if he had no intention of concluding the investigation. This bizarre behavior made Sylvia furrow her brows in displeasure. Could it be that you're trying to make peace with the aristocrats? After everything that's happened. She was asking if, after it was clear that they had been attacked, Daniel was now trying to lower his head like a coward. Daniel hesitated in answering Sylvia's question. He needed time to think about whether he could trust Sylvia. Is it possible that Sylvia is involved in the aristocrats' plan to hand me over to the enemy? Probably not. Sylvia was not someone whose loyalty was deeply tied to the legitimacy of the imperial family. When the issue of the imperial succession caused internal strife, most of the aristocrats supported the crown prince, not Sylvia. At that time, Sylvia and the aristocrats developed a mutual resentment, and to this day, they had been unknowingly at odds, so they could not be considered allies. I didn't intend for it. In the matter of being disliked by the aristocrats, both Sylvia and Daniel were in the same boat. Thinking there was no need to hide it, Daniel spoke up. I'm not trying to make peace. If anything, it's quite the opposite. Opposite, you say? Your Highness, Princess. As you said, we now have grounds to investigate Baron Hendleem based on Camel's testimony. But, would there be any evidence left in the Baron's mansion? Sylvia didn't answer but instead bit her lower lip tightly. If she had any thoughts on the matter, Campbell must have disposed of all the evidence the moment he was captured. If there's no evidence, even if I lead a force to raid the Baron's mansion as an inspector, it would only be a futile effort. I would just earn the ridicule of the aristocrats. Ridicule, you say? From what I see, I think we could put some pressure on them. At the very least, we could make them show some reverence towards the imperial family. That's not incorrect. However, meaningless pressure would only make their unity stronger. Moreover, it would plant one certainty in their minds. Daniel raised his hand and grasped the cup of tea. Seeing that both the princess and I are rushing matters, they'll believe there's no traitor in our ranks. So, let's proceed as we are. Taking a sip of tea, Daniel lightly placed the cup back down. In the end, we'll only be satisfied with capturing a pawn like Campbell. On the other hand, they'll have resolved the distrust among themselves and continue to target both the princess and me. Releasing the cup, Daniel continued. Who exactly is winning here? If they proceeded according to protocol, it would mean siding with the aristocrats. Sylvia's expression grew serious as she understood the logic behind Daniel's words. So, you mean your goal is to disrupt their organization? Yes. They will surely be puzzled as to how Daniel Steiner could have predicted the Crown Prince's ambush. Who would think that such an incident was merely a stroke of luck? Perhaps it seemed absurd to him as well, and Daniel chuckled quietly. How could Daniel Steiner have known about the Crown Prince's attack in advance? As they continue to theorize, they will inevitably come to the delusion that there is a traitor within. Having only fragmented information, they would conclude that a traitor inside was collaborating with Daniel Steiner. If NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, they rushed the investigation too hastily, they would realize their guess was wrong and unite. But Daniel, instead of pushing the investigation forward, deliberately delayed it to spread their delusions. They will end up suspecting each other, not knowing who collaborated with Daniel Steiner. Oh, how convenient. Just then, an article surfaces. Are you talking about the report suggesting that Baron Hendleem might be involved with Campbell? Yes. The people might find it strange, but the aristocrats will already know that Baron Hendleem is the criminal. But I denied it. I said there wasn't enough evidence. Daniel Steiner, who had certainly heard the testimony from Campbell, now protected Baron Hendleem. The aristocrats, seeing this, could not help but suspect Baron Hendleem. Had he made some kind of deal with Daniel Steiner? Suspicion will gradually turn into certainty. Whether the truth or the lie, it won't matter much to them. What matters is that they have a scapegoat to drown in all their suspicions. To increase the unity of the organization, the fastest way would be to eliminate the traitor they suspect. The leader of these aristocrats had yet to be identified, but judging from Camel's testimony, it was clear they wouldn't hesitate to eliminate anyone for their own plans. So, Baron Hendleem will have to make a choice. Leaning back in his chair, Daniel shrugged his shoulders, a gesture of feigned sympathy. He will either die isolated, or to survive, he'll have to truly betray his organization. What Baron Hendleem would choose wasn't clear, but whatever the outcome, it wouldn't be bad for either Daniel or Sylvia. Even if Baron Hendleem died, the seeds of discord sown within their ranks would not easily vanish. After hearing Daniel's explanation, Sylvia swallowed dryly. There was still one puzzle piece that hadn't fallen into place. Could it be that the one who started the article suggesting that Baron Hendleem might be a collaborator? The plan's key element was the article about Baron Hendleem possibly being a collaborator. Only with that article could Daniel Steiner deny it, leading the aristocrats to begin suspecting Hendleem. Hearing Sylvia's guess, Daniel nodded calmly. Yes. Daniel, narrowing his eyes slightly, continued in a dry tone. I gave the order. Sylvia's mouth opened slightly in surprise. She had stiffened as though hearing a shocking truth and looked around. Confirming that there was no one eavesdropping, Sylvia lowered her voice and spoke. Why is that? What do you mean? I'm asking why you're going to such lengths to help me. I don't understand. Daniel felt puzzled by Sylvia's question. Me. Daniel had been looking for a way to break through to save himself, nothing more. However, from Sylvia's perspective, all of Daniel's actions seemed selfless. First of all, Sylvia had been saved by Daniel twice. Moreover, when she was struggling with the issue of imperial succession, Daniel had been a great help. But it didn't stop there. This time, amid the aristocratic infighting that was shaking the imperial authority, Daniel had brought information about some of the aristocrats being collaborators. It was incredibly timely, just before the coronation. Thanks to that, with the imperial family's orders, Daniel had been able to use legitimate grounds to conduct an inspection against the nobles, significantly increasing the authority of the imperial family. For Sylvia, who was soon to become the empress, Daniel was a loyal servant beyond compare. On the other hand, Daniel, who had done nothing for Sylvia's sake, only felt burdened by her gaze. Nevertheless, he thought there was no need to reveal the truth, so he gave an awkward smile. I believed that serving your highness, the princess, was the best way to serve the empire. The best way to serve the empire, you say? Though it was a vague answer, Sylvia did not find it unpleasant. It confirmed again that Daniel was working for her. I also believe that appointing you to a key position is the best way to serve the empire. So, after the coronation, I plan to promote you in front of all the ministers. Promoting Daniel to colonel in front of the high-ranking officials at the coronation would publicly declare that he was now an ally of the future emperor. Though it was a heavy burden for Daniel, he could not refuse. With all the achievements he had accumulated, it would be impossible to turn it down, and on a larger scale, becoming a trusted ally of Sylvia would be more advantageous for his survival. If you do that, I will accept it as the greatest joy of my life. Daniel placed his hand on his chest and lightly bowed, causing a smile to spread across Sylvia's face. She had been wondering what to do if he refused, but Daniel accepted without hesitation, which pleased her. I'm glad to hear that. But, Sylvia gently lifted the cup of tea. What is your plan from here on? She was asking how Daniel would spend his time while delaying the investigation, keeping an eye on the aristocrats' reactions. Although Daniel would have liked to spend his time leisurely eating desserts, there was no luxury for that. I plan to head to the southern part of the empire. The south? Are you planning to visit your hometown? No, not exactly. I'm going there to fulfill a promise I made to a subordinate's father. The subordinate in question was Frian, whose father was the head NVLGT, official version, pastor of the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral. Naturally, it wasn't just for the good of the church that the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral had funded Melverton newspaper according to Daniel's wishes. A few days later, near the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral, the Cradle of Peace Orphanage. Screech. A luxury car slowly entered the orphanage grounds. As the car came to a complete stop, the driver's door opened. The person who stepped out was Frian, her light brown hair tied back in a braid. She briefly looked around at the orphanage's grounds before smiling lightly and opening the back seat door. We've arrived, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel. Daniel, who had been reading the inspection report, turned at the sound of her voice. He saw children playing with a ball in an open area next to the orphanage. Confirming they had arrived, Daniel threw the report aside, stepped out of the car, and stretched his stiff body from the long drive, squinting against the bright sunlight. So this is the orphanage run by Frian's father. With no one around except the kids, I guess I understand why we're meeting here. Daniel's thoughts were interrupted when suddenly, thud, a ball flew out of nowhere, hitting Daniel in the stomach and falling to the ground. He looked down to see a child running toward the ball to retrieve it. Sorry, As the child came closer and picked up the ball, they looked up to apologize but froze on the spot. A man in the Empire's officer uniform was staring down at them with a cold, emotionless gaze. Underneath the officer's cap, there was no emotion in his eyes, only a chilling, unfeeling look that radiated fear, one that an innocent child would find hard to endure. Heek. The child could barely make a sound, trembling, when Daniel knelt down to their level. When the child's eyes met his, their face nearly broke into tears. Slowly, Daniel reached out a hand toward the trembling child. Unable to hold back their fear, the child shut their eyes tightly. But then Daniel's hand gently rested on top of their head. You don't need to apologize. It was my fault for not avoiding the ball. The child's eyes opened cautiously, surprised by the warmth in Daniel's voice and the gentleness of his touch, which contrasted with his earlier intimidating appearance. After gathering the courage to open their eyes, the child saw Daniel smiling kindly. Thinking that maybe he wasn't a bad person, the child hesitated, and Daniel withdrew his hand, showing his empty palm. Now, watch carefully. Pretending to struggle, Daniel clenched his fist, then opened his hand again. There, resting on his open palm, was a single coin. The child, eyes wide with wonder, stared at it in amazement. Wow, how did you do that? Well, I think God decided to give you a gift for having a kind heart and made this coin appear in my hand. Really? With the child's innocent question, Daniel smiled and extended the coin toward them. Of course. Go buy yourself something nice to eat with it. Finally realizing that Daniel wasn't a bad person, the child took the coin and bowed deeply. Thank you. As the child ran off, Daniel gave a faint smile and stood up. Lightly brushing his hands, Daniel looked back at Frian, only to freeze. Frian was looking at him with shining eyes. Let's not ask. Daniel sighed inwardly, not wanting to hear any more strange praise. Where is your father? Oh, I'll show you the way. Snapping out of her thoughts, Frian led Daniel inside the orphanage. After moving through the rather spacious building, they arrived at a reception room. I'll wait here, Frian said as she opened the door to the room. Daniel nodded and stepped inside. At the sound of footsteps, Pastor Blle, sitting on the sofa, stood up. Pastor Blle let out an exaggerated gasp, as if overwhelmed, and reached out his hand toward Daniel. I'm Blle, the head pastor of the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral, and the father of Frian. Nice to meet you. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner, the hero of the Empire. Anyone who doesn't know that would be a spy? I can't believe I'm meeting you in person. This is such an honor. With a hearty laugh, Blle's voice echoed as the door behind them closed. Daniel, still holding Blle's hand, lightly shook it. Since you granted my request, it's only right that I return the favor, Pastor. Thank you for saying that. Oh, please, have a seat and enjoy some coffee. I've brought the finest coffee just for you, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel. That sounds perfect. After exchanging warm words, they sat down on the sofa together. Blle, still blinking in disbelief at actually seeing Daniel, soon smiled and spoke. At first, I thought my daughter was just playing a prank on me. After all, she's famous for using black magic, isn't she? She's practically living in the Empire's shadow. Blle clicked his tongue, making his displeasure obvious. I can't believe someone like her knows a person like you, Lieutenant Colonel, who is the light of the Empire. But seeing you here in person, I can tell my daughter wasn't lying. Then, I think you should apologize to Frian. Doubt leads to betrayal, after all. Ha 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 ha. Of course, I see your point. But, has my daughter caused you any trouble, Lieutenant Colonel? It's not just about her magic, her personality has a few flaws as well. Flaws? I'm not sure if it was the way she was raised, but my daughter tends to think in extremes. It's never a good sign. Extreme thoughts. Considering Frian's past actions and statements, Daniel didn't think it was completely wrong. I also agree with what you just said. Daniel paused mid-sentence and fell silent. His gaze had subconsciously drifted toward the door, and he noticed something. Through the slightly open door, Frian was staring at them from the other side of the room. With an eerie and unsettling presence, her eyes glowed with an ominous, unnatural energy, sending chills down Daniel's spine. Though he wasn't sure, it seemed like black magic was faintly emanating from her. Did she not close the door, or is she pretending it's closed? A cold sweat broke out on Daniel's skin. If he were to badmouth Frian here, he felt he might not make it out alive. How could he predict what that nationalistic fanatic might do? After a brief pause, Daniel corrected his response. I disagree. I don't care what you think about your daughter, Pastor, but Frian is one of the people I hold dearest. She's a loyal and capable subordinate. After speaking, Daniel subtly glanced at Frian. Upon hearing his words, Frian, surprised, widened her eyes, and then, with a hint of bashfulness, smiled brightly. She looked like a girl in love, but to Daniel, it only felt unsettling. At least, he was relieved that he had avoided the worst-case scenario. Frian, satisfied with the answer she had received, quietly closed the door. Watching this, Daniel felt a subtle sense of relief, but before he could fully settle into it, Blle spoke, unable to hide his embarrassment. I apologize. I had no idea that Lieutenant Colonel Daniel held my daughter in such high regard. It seemed like some sort of misunderstanding had occurred, but Daniel made no effort to correct it. Just from a glance, the relationship between father and daughter didn't seem particularly good, and he had no intention of saying something careless to Blle that might find its way to Frian's ears. So, instead, Daniel simply nodded vaguely and cleared his throat. There's no need to apologize. I have no desire to impose my opinions on others. More importantly, wouldn't it be better if we got straight to the main topic? The main topic. Understood. Blle adjusted his glasses with one hand and finally spoke. The glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral has two major requests to make of you, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel. 2 requests. Yes. The first request is that you publicly demonstrate your connection to the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral. And why would you need me to do that? Daniel's voice carried clear skepticism as he asked the question. Blle began to explain. As you're likely aware, due to the ongoing war, public sentiment toward donations has plummeted to an unprecedented low. Not only were people struggling financially, but a growing number believed that any extra money should be directed toward supporting the military, hastening the end of the war rather than being donated to the church. As a result, some churches had been forced to cease operations or shut down entirely. Rumors had even begun to spread that churches were nothing more than institutions that exploited people under the guise of faith, extorting money in the name of God. From Ble's perspective as the head pastor, it was enough to drive him to the brink of despair. At that critical moment, when the fear of the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral following the path of other struggling churches loomed over him, Frian had returned home on leave. She had taken the podium. Standing before the congregation, Frian delivered a radical speech mourning the tragic death of Daniel Steiner, the war hero, and calling for the complete eradication of the Allied nations from existence. A church preaching love and compassion calling for the annihilation of an entire nation? Blle had been horrified at the time. But surprisingly, the response had not been bad. No, calling it not bad would be an understatement. The crowd had erupted in deafening cheers and enthusiastic applause. To be honest, I'm not sure whether I should call it fortunate or not, but ever since Frian mentioned you during that sermon, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel, the number of people attending our church has been gradually increasing. By the time the congregation had stabilized to pre-war levels, reports had begun spreading across the empire that Daniel Steiner was, in fact, alive. People who heard the news celebrated as if it were their own personal joy, shouting in excitement. Not just in the capital, but in provinces as well, festivals were held in his honor. As a result, the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral saw an explosive increase in followers. Now, the number of believers exceeded even the pre-war level. After Lieutenant Colonel Daniel's return, our congregation has grown larger than it ever was before. However, with more followers come more complications. Complications? Daniel raised an eyebrow. Yes, some people have begun questioning whether the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral is truly associated with you, Lieutenant Colonel. That is why we wish to formally invite you to the church. Daniel let out a low chuckle. The more he listened, the more absurd it became. So, in short, you want me to officially endorse your business so you can keep profiting off my name. Blle broke into a cold sweat at Daniel's blunt words. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel, that is not our intention. If I've offended you, I sincerely apologize. Daniel raised a hand to silence him. He would at least hear the man out. What is the second request from the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral? The air around Daniel shifted. His tone was suddenly more authoritative, as if addressing a subordinate. Blle couldn't voice any objections. At present, the very financial lifeline of the church was dependent on Daniel's reputation. Our second request is. Blle swallowed dryly before continuing. We would like you to remove the protesters who have been gathering outside the church. Initially, their numbers were small, but recently, they have grown significantly. They've reached a scale where they are now openly intimidating our followers as they enter and leave the church. What kind of protest are we talking about? Oh, it's mainly an anti-war demonstration. They criticize our church for idolizing the warmonger Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner and continue their slanderous accusations against us. We have tried reasoning with them and persuading them, but nothing has worked. An anti-war protest? That was strange. Ever since his total war speech, anti-war protests had visibly decreased. It made no sense that such a large-scale demonstration had suddenly appeared in this location. Pastor, do you have any idea when exactly these protests began to increase? If I recall correctly, about a month ago. Around that time, their numbers started growing at an alarming rate. Some of the more extreme ones have even begun throwing rotten fruits and vegetables at the church, making it a very difficult situation. Hearing this, Daniel narrowed his eyes. A month ago. That was when he had been dispatched to the forward base near the Blle Kingdom's border. Had they been planning this all along? Outwardly, they were leaking information to the Blle Kingdom. Internally, they were stirring up public unrest, instigating anti-war protests. The goal was clear: to erode Daniel Steiner's public image through these protests. Even if he died in battle against the Blle Kingdom, they wanted to make sure he wouldn't be revered as a martyr. They wanted to slowly tarnish his reputation, ensuring that he would never be idolized. It had started small, in the provinces, but they were waiting for the church to surrender before expanding it further. These bastards are even more disgusting than I thought. It was a dirty, underhanded scheme. They were trying to drag Daniel Steiner into the mud, making sure he was completely covered in filth. There was no doubt among the protesters, the number of those who were genuinely against the war was likely far smaller than those who were being paid or instructed by hidden hands. How should I handle this? Simply stopping their plan wasn't enough. No, it wouldn't be satisfying at all. He needed to turn this around. To create a backlash so severe that they would never dare attempt such a scheme again. Daniel tapped the armrest of the sofa as he mulled over his thoughts. Then, as if something had suddenly come to mind, he turned his gaze to Blle. You said some of the more extreme ones throw rotten fruits and vegetables. Ah, yes, that's correct. A faint smile formed on Daniel's lips. Then it's possible they might escalate and throw bricks as well. Excuse me? Well, I suppose it's possible, but in the past month, they haven't thrown anything that dangerous. If someone were to be hit by a brick, that would be a serious problem, wouldn't it? Pastor, whether they've done it before or not doesn't matter. Daniel leaned forward slightly, tapping his fingers against the table as if to emphasize his point. What matters is that they could throw bricks. The moment a brick was thrown, they would no longer be seen as mere protesters. If someone got injured by one, the nature of the protest would shift instantly to an act of violence. And at that point, imperial soldiers would have every justification to treat them as rioters. Surely, Lieutenant Colonel, you're not suggesting. But Daniel shook his head. There's no way I would do such a thing. Even if they were to throw bricks, I would never take action to punish them. However, the entire event will be reported by a certain mysterious journalist and spread across the empire. Daniel reached out and picked up his cup. Since it was supposedly the finest quality coffee, he was curious to taste it. I will call the journalist. Pastor, your job is to handle the publicity. Publicity? Blle asked hesitantly. Yes. Spread the news far and wide that Daniel Steiner will be visiting the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral tomorrow. Make sure the fish take the bait and gather in a swarm. Lifting his cup, Daniel inhaled the aroma before taking a sip. I will personally persuade them. After finishing his statement, he took a light sip of the coffee. It seemed that the claim about its quality wasn't just empty words. The flavor was smooth, free of excessive acidity, and left a pleasant taste on his tongue. Daniel set the cup down, quietly impressed. And the sound of the cup clinking against the saucer echoed softly in the empty reception room. If you wish, I will allow you to continue using my name for profit. However, if you choose to do so, the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral will be required to fulfill all of my requests unconditionally from now on. It was a polite way of saying that he intended to make the church his personal instrument. Blle, caught off guard, hurriedly spoke up. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel? That is an unreasonable demand. Unreasonable, you say? Daniel let out a playful chuckle and shrugged his shoulders. It's quite amusing to envict. Read more on our source. Hear someone who has been profiting off my name complain about unfairness. I'm not fond of coercion, but if you insist on taking this stance. Suddenly, Daniel's expression turned cold. His gaze locked onto Blle. Like a beast eyeing its prey, his jet-black eyes bore into the pastor. Then, in a quiet, deliberate voice, he spoke. Allow me to show you what truly unfair means. A tense silence fell between them. Blle felt his entire body freeze, like prey caught in the sights of a predator's fangs. This was no joke. Realizing that, Blle slowly lowered his gaze. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel's proposal. Squeezing his eyes shut, Blle forced himself to continue speaking, fear tightening around his throat. I accept. Next morning. Glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral, Chapel. Even in the Old Testament, God commanded us to love our neighbors as ourselves. This is one of the many ways we can witness his divine guidance in our lives. As Pastor Blle delivered his sermon, Daniel and Frian sat quietly in the pews, whispering to each other. Are you really planning to deal with those shameless ingrates? Frian's voice was filled with disbelief. Daniel let out a dry chuckle and nodded. Of course. No matter how small a spark may be, it's best to extinguish it early. Regretting it after it turns into a wildfire would be far too late, don't you think? But your plan is far too dangerous. What if they turn into a violent mob? A mob, you say? A faint smile curled at the corners of Daniel's lips. Lieutenant Frian, they're not a mob. They're nothing more than a flock of sheep, blindly following the shepherd's provocation. No matter how many sheep gather, they'll never be able to tear apart a wolf. Even though he was fully aware of the approaching anti-war protesters, Daniel's expression remained utterly unshaken. Frian, watching him in silence, could no longer suppress her curiosity and asked, do you have some kind of plan? If I didn't, I wouldn't be sitting here, now would I? Daniel paused briefly before continuing. Listen carefully, Frian. Do you know what frightens sheep the most? It's the scent of a wounded wolf's blood. Because they have no way of knowing what that wounded wolf might do next. Blood? What do you mean? I have a man planted among the protesters. When the demonstration starts getting out of hand, he will throw a brick at my head. Frian's mouth parted slightly in shock at how casually Daniel revealed such a thing. Looking around warily, she leaned in and whispered, a brick? Colonel, that could seriously injure you. Don't worry. The brick's clay NVLGT, official version, ratio has been reduced, and the sand content increased. Also, the firing temperature was lowered, making it brittle and easy to break. Even if it's fake, it's still dangerous. You will get hurt. That's the idea. Daniel's indifferent response left Frian at a loss for words. Sensing her confusion, Daniel glanced at her from the corner of his eye and spoke with quiet amusement. Didn't I just tell you? The thing sheep fear the most is the scent of a wolf's blood. Meanwhile, in front of the glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral, nearly 1,000 protesters stood with picket signs, chanting their slogans. The glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral must stop worshipping warmongers. We do not want war, only murderers desire war. Daniel Steiner, who denies peace, must step down. Their voices, though varied in tone and pitch, rose together with a single purpose, echoing high into the sky. Those who deny peace are nothing but butchers. As time passed, a few figures began taking charge of the demonstration, leading the crowd in rhythmic chants. And in response to their growing fervor, the cathedral doors creaked open. From within, Daniel Steiner and Frian stepped out. The long coat of Daniel's military uniform billowed slightly as he walked forward, his presence somehow carrying an imposing weight. Unwilling to be overwhelmed, the protesters raised their voices once more. It's the warmonger. The butcher is approaching. Get out of here. In their agitation, some began reaching into their baskets, pulling out rotten vegetables and fruits to hurl at him. They were doing everything they could to resist within the limits of avoiding actual harm. Yet despite their efforts, none of the flying produced so much as grazed Daniel. He continued walking, completely unbothered. Thud. A single tomato struck his shoulder before tumbling away. But even that did not halt his advance. By the time he stopped, there were only about 10 paces left between him and the protesters. Though they were still throwing produce, the frequency had notably diminished. Seeing this, Daniel raised both hands, his expression shifting to one of mild exasperation. Fellow citizens, I did not come here to fight with you. I came here to clear up misunderstandings and... Misunderstandings? My ass. A middle-aged man at the forefront of the protest took a step forward, fury burning in his eyes. My son died in this war? The boy who was supposed to take over my trade died in the battlefield, turned into a corpse. As if spurred by his grief, other voices began echoing his outrage. Step down, you demon. You're dragging us all to our deaths. Once again, the protesters began throwing fruit, this time with greater force. And now that the distance had closed, more of the projectiles landed on Daniel's coat and uniform, splattering him with their sour juices. Yet even as the stench of rotting fruit clung to the air, Daniel did not move to wipe it away. Instead, he simply raised his hands higher, his voice cutting through the rising commotion. Citizens, please, calm yourselves. I did not come here to. At that moment, from within the crowd, a brick came flying straight toward Daniel. Though he saw it coming, he did not move to dodge. There was no need to. Getting hit was part of the plan. Crack. The arc of the brick's trajectory was perfect, striking Daniel's forehead before breaking apart. Ugh. He staggered slightly from the impact, and at that instant, Frian let out a horrified scream. She rushed to support him, her tearful gaze sweeping across the crowd. What the hell are you doing? She cried. Are you trying to kill Colonel Steiner? The moment her desperate voice rang out, a wave of silence washed over the protesters. The thrown fruit, the chanting, the insults, all of it ceased. Because throwing rotten fruit was one thing. Throwing a brick at an imperial officer in the middle of wartime was something else entirely. Everyone knew the punishment for assaulting an imperial officer. Even harming a low-ranking officer was considered a serious crime. But now they had just injured Daniel Steiner, a war hero, a man celebrated as a savior of the empire. A murmur of fear spread through the crowd. Who threw that? Why a brick? The protesters were now gripped by tension, their trust in each other crumbling. Watching this unfold in silence, Daniel raised his hand to touch the spot where the brick had struck him. A sharp pain flared across his forehead, causing his brow to furrow. As he exhaled slowly and lowered his hand, his palm was smeared with blood. Perfect. Now, the protesters could no longer distance themselves from the reality of what had just happened. They had assaulted an imperial officer. With the balance of power fully shifted in his favor, Daniel gently moved Frian aside and lifted his head. Citizens. The protesters, who had been loudly chanting just moments ago, were now forced to listen. You called me a warmonger. A man who denies peace. That statement is only half true. But tell me, how am I denying peace? Blood trickled down from his forehead. I desire peace more than anyone. More than anyone standing here today. Daniel's sudden outburst thickened the tension in the air. He scanned the faces in the crowd one by one before narrowing his eyes. If peace simply means the absence of war, then yes, I am guilty. I am a man who denies peace. But is that truly what you desire? Raising his bloodied hand, Daniel gestured toward the east, where the Allied nations lay beyond their borders. Do you wish to surrender to the Allied nations? Do you want to live as their slaves? If that is your will, then I shall remove this uniform and step down from my position. I will abide by your wishes. But not a single person in the crowd could bring themselves to demand that he step down. They were shaken. Seeing Daniel bleed so openly had frightened them, and though they opposed the war, none of them wished to live as the Allied nations' subjugates. My dear citizens. Daniel's voice lowered, adopting a sorrowful tone, as though he were deeply pained by the situation. War exists to protect the peace we cherish. If fighting to defend that peace makes me a warmonger, then I will not argue. Dropping his hand, Daniel allowed a brief silence to settle before speaking again. Citizens. If condemning me brings you comfort, then do as you please. But do not deceive yourselves with the illusion of false peace. A hush fell over parts of the crowd. Some of the protesters bowed their heads, seemingly moved by his words. Others, however, remained stubborn, not convinced, just intimidated. One of them, the same middle-aged man from earlier, stepped forward, standing as the voice of their resistance. False peace? Would you say the same to my son? The son I buried after he was sent to die on the battlefield. Daniel's gaze snapped to him. His piercing stare was suffocating. The man felt it, the sheer weight of Daniel Steiner's presence. But still, he refused to back down. Daniel studied him for a long moment before responding. Yes, I would say the same to him. What kind of justification? Do you know how many battles I have fought? The man fell silent. Do you know what the dying say to me in their final moments? Daniel took slow, deliberate steps toward him. I have watched countless comrades die. Some have died in my arms. Do you think their last words were pleas for peace? He stopped just short of the man, their eyes locking. In their last moments, soldiers do not beg for peace. They beg me to continue the fight. They ask me to see this war through to its end. To ensure the Empire's victory so that we may secure eternal peace. The man's lips parted but no words came. because the truth was, he did not know what his son's final words had been. If Daniel Steiner was carrying out the last wishes of fallen soldiers, was condemning him not the same as trampling on his son's dying hopes? The man lowered his head. Slowly, his son's face surfaced in his mind. Tears welled in his eyes, blurring his vision. I'm sorry. His voice trembled. I am so sorry. His shoulders shook as grief finally consumed him. And Daniel, letting out a quiet breath, pulled the man into a firm embrace. Gently, he patted the man's back. It's all right. I understand. Even with his eyes closed, Daniel could hear everything happening around him. The thud of picket signs hitting the ground. The hushed murmurs of protesters, questioning their own actions. The whispers of guilt spreading through the crowd. And amidst it all, a camera shutter clicked in the distance. The final act of his carefully staged performance had come to its perfect conclusion. After successfully persuading the protesters, Daniel suddenly felt lightheaded and dropped to one knee. The blood loss had momentarily drained his strength. As the crowd watched in alarm, Fryan rushed forward, quickly supporting him. Summoning healing magic, she performed emergency first aid on the spot before raising her voice toward the gathered citizens. Anyone call for an ambulance? Now, Daniel, still conscious, attempted to refuse, insisting that his condition wasn't serious enough to warrant an emergency response. But Fryan, a trained medical officer, knew better and refused to listen. She pleaded once more, and finally, a few among the crowd nodded and rushed to contact the nearest hospital. Within minutes, the ambulance arrived, loading both Daniel and Fryan inside before swiftly departing. At the hospital, Daniel underwent a thorough medical examination. The doctor was visibly stunned. Thanks to Fryan's healing magic, the wound had already closed completely, an extraordinary feat that far surpassed typical healing spells. There's no need for surgery, the doctor admitted, still shaking his head in disbelief. But I'd advise keeping you under observation for the time being. Daniel accepted the recommendation and was temporarily admitted for monitoring. The next day, Colonel Daniel. Fryan knelt beside his hospital bed, gazing at him in silence. His forehead was wrapped in bandages, a stark reminder of the previous day's events. Looking at him like this, her heart felt unbearably heavy. To be honest, I don't understand, she murmured. Why do you push yourself this far? What could possibly be worth it? Slowly, she reached out, wrapping her fingers around Daniel's hand. But, I believe in you, Colonel. I know you wouldn't make the wrong choice. I may be too much of a fool to understand all the political intricacies you deal with, but... Her long eyelashes fluttered as her eyelids drooped slightly. Whatever battle you're fighting, I only wish I could help. The same way you once saved me when I was on the verge of breaking. She remembered it clearly. The day she first met Daniel. Back in the military police detention center, when she was nothing more than a young cadet. Back then, I had given up on everything. She chuckled bitterly. I tried to deny it, but deep down, I knew. I had been abandoned by my family, by my house. A real father would never send his clueless daughter to the military like that. That wasn't love. It never had been. And yet, back then, she refused to accept it. Because the moment she did, she feared she would collapse entirely and never be able to stand up again. Her entire existence had been built around earning her family's approval. I tried so hard to gain my father's recognition, but I failed. I couldn't even complete my training properly, and I ended up in a cell. She gave a dry laugh. So, of course, I cried. A lot. I thought my life was over. But then, Daniel Steiner, a mere lieutenant at the time, had been sitting beside her. He had furrowed his brows in irritation before speaking. Looks like you forgot that an imperial soldier isn't supposed to cry. His tone had been harsh, laced with annoyance. But Fryan hadn't missed the warmth hidden underneath. Daniel had spoken to her. He had acknowledged her. And through that conversation he had given her a reason to stand again. Back then, you told me my resolve was admirable. She smiled faintly. I don't know why that made me so happy, considering I only joined because my family forced me to. But maybe because it was the first time anyone had ever genuinely praised her. For as long as she could remember, everything she did had been condemned simply because her magic was dark. But Daniel had seen her magic as valuable. When I was assigned to support you on the battlefield, I was overjoyed. But more than that. Gently, she lifted his hand and pressed it against her cheek. You never judged me for my magic. Not only had he not judged her, but he had recognized its worth. Her dark magic, which allowed for perfect stealth, was a rare asset. And just the other day, Daniel had openly stated to Pastor Blle that Fryan was both dedicated and highly competent. For someone who had lived in complete isolation, shunned by both family and society, Daniel Steiner's validation was the closest thing to light she had ever known. So, of course she couldn't help but admire him. How could she not? Closing her eyes, she allowed herself to savor the warmth of his touch. From now on, I will always. But before the words could fully leave her lips, the hospital room door creaked open. Her eyes snapped open in surprise. A man in a trench coat and fedora stood at the entrance, momentarily frozen as he took in the scene. After a brief hesitation, he removed his hat and stepped inside. I apologize if I'm interrupting something. My name is Woalarm, and I'm the chief editor of Melverton newspaper. I have urgent business with Colonel Steiner. A reporter? Fryan frowned slightly. Now wasn't the time for visitors. The colonel is resting, she said firmly. Even if it's urgent, you should wait until he... Before she could finish, Daniel's hand twitched on the hospital bed. He was stirring. The noise had roused him from sleep. Slowly, his eyes fluttered open, taking in both Fryan and Woalarm standing in the room. His brows immediately furrowed. What is this? His voice was hoarse, laced with irritation at being awakened so early. Woalarm stepped forward. Colonel Steiner, I came regarding yesterday's events. There is something I must discuss with you urgently. So that was it. The newspaper wanted to get ahead of the competition. They needed Daniel's approval before publishing their report. Understanding the situation, Daniel let out a low sigh and forced himself upright. Fryan, step outside. I need to speak with him. Understood. Without hesitation, Fryan obeyed, leaving the room. As soon as the door closed behind her, Woalarm set down his briefcase and pulled out several photographs. These are the best shots we took yesterday. Please review them and let us know which one should be used for the front page. Daniel gave a small nod and took the photos. The first image showed him standing face to face with the protesters. The second image captured him shouting, blood dripping from his forehead. Daniel swallowed. It was perfect. Was that really how I looked? Even Daniel had to admit it was intimidating. His expression in the photos was so ruthless it sent a shiver down his own spine. I look terrifying. Clearing his throat, he flipped to the next photo. This time, it showed him embracing the grieving man from the protest, offering comfort. The blood on his forehead remained the same, but the narrative was entirely different. It emphasized his compassion rather than his aggression. It captures everything in a single frame, both the protesters' violence and my carefully staged benevolence. This was the one. Daniel snapped his fingers. Use this photo for the front page. Understood. What should the headline be? Colonel Daniel Steiner shows mercy even in the face of violent protesters. Daniel hesitated, then handed the photo back to Woalarm. Change it. The wording must emphasize that the anti-war protesters committed violence. And mercy implies an authority looking down on subordinates. It could provoke backlash. Then, what would you suggest? Anti-war protesters turn into a mob, yet Colonel Daniel Steiner still shows restraint. That should do. Woalarm nodded, accepting the revision. For follow-up articles, continue highlighting the violence of the anti-war protesters. The public must come to associate anti-war with rioting. Daniel's gaze sharpened as he met Woalarm's eyes. That way, they'll never dare to stage a protest like this again. Stepping out into the open air, Woalarm wiped the sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Why does talking to that man feel like suffocating? He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but every word Daniel spoke weighed down on him, carrying an oppressive intensity that made it difficult to breathe. After pocketing the handkerchief, he glanced around, spotting Tom nearby. Tom was both a founding member of Melverton newspaper and the agent Daniel had planted inside the protest. With the job now done, Tom was waiting for Woalarm so they could return to the capital together. Tom. At Woalarm's call, Tom turned, but something was off. He looked tense. Woalarm frowned as he approached. What's got you so rattled? It's about what Colonel Steiner ordered me to do. Your mission? You pulled it off, didn't you? What's the problem? But Tom shook his head. I didn't throw the brick. Woalarm's eyebrow twitched. What? What the hell do you mean you didn't throw it? Just what I said. Right before I could throw it, someone else picked up a brick and hurled it instead. I memorized the guy's face and immediately reported him to the police, but did they catch him? Tom nodded. Yeah, they arrested him on the spot. He should be in a holding cell at the station right now. That was a relief, at least. Woalarm let out a deep sigh. As long as the actual culprit was caught, it's not a bad outcome. If he was a longtime protester, the Imperial Daily won't be able to spin this as Daniel Steiner's staged performance. The fact that the brick thrower was a real protester was a stroke of luck. But still. Wait, if Daniel bled that much, then, Woalarm's thoughts froze. The fake brick should have shattered on impact. But it didn't. It didn't break at all. A real brick. For a moment, Woalarm felt the back of his neck go cold. That means he got hit with an actual brick, and still stood there as if it were planned. The fact that Daniel hadn't suffered serious injuries was sheer luck. If it had hit him just slightly differently. But that was a thought for another time. Woalarm turned back to Tom, his expression hardening. You need to tell Colonel Steiner the truth. Right now, even the smallest lie. If he finds out we hid /n_o_v_e_l_i_g_t/something from him, we have no idea what he'll do to us. Tom hesitated, then nodded. Yeah, you're right. I'll go tell him now. He started toward the hospital. Wait. Hold on, Tom. Woalarm stopped him, a sudden thought creeping in. Something felt off. A quiet suspicion settled in his mind as he spoke carefully. Tom, weren't we supposed to be a propaganda newspaper for Colonel Steiner? Yeah. You literally cried that night about making a deal with the devil when we agreed to it. Right. But have we actually ever told a lie? Tom blinked. The reports linking Baron Hendleem to Campbell? That was true. Sure, Daniel had denied it for political reasons, but Melverton newspaper had never fabricated anything. Even this protest, the brick thrower was an actual protester. So their headline, anti-war protesters turn violent, wasn't a lie. Woalarm replayed everything in his head. Had they ever truly spread disinformation? His lips parted slightly, as though the realization left a strange taste in his mouth. We're just telling the truth. Silence fell between them. Tom blinked again, staring blankly ahead. Huh. Now that you mention it, it wasn't wrong. Daniel spent an additional day in the hospital before completing his discharge procedures and stepping outside. As the sunlight poured down, he took a deep breath and slowly raised his hand to touch his forehead. The same spot where the brick had struck 2 days ago. It was real, wasn't it? Yesterday, after sending Woalarm away, Daniel had been about to rest in his hospital room when an unexpected visitor barged in. Tom, whom he hadn't summoned, suddenly stormed in, dropped to his knees, and began apologizing profusely. When Daniel, confused, demanded an explanation, Tom confessed, someone else threw the brick n.o.v.e.l.i.g.h.t before I could. In other words, Daniel hadn't been hit by a fake brick, he had been struck by a real one. No wonder there was so much blood, and why it hurt so damn much. If the brick had hit him directly instead of grazing his forehead, he might not even be standing here now. Unbelievable. Logically speaking, there shouldn't have been anyone in the protest willing to resort to violence. The protesters were mostly acting under orders from the noble faction. If they attacked Daniel Steiner, their political adversary, in a public space, it would only put them in a disadvantageous position. Even if they had managed to seriously injure him, leaving him in a coma, they wouldn't have been able to escape Princess Sylvia's wrath. Sylvia would have seized the opportunity to mobilize the military under the pretext of investigating the forces behind the attack on Daniel, a war hero, further solidifying imperial centralization. And yet, it was baffling that someone had acted on pure emotion and thrown a brick at him. Still, from Daniel's perspective, this wasn't a bad development. He had heard that the culprit had been caught red-handed. According to the report, the assailant was not just an ordinary protester but a high-ranking organizer who had played a leading role in the demonstrations. An insider resorted to violence. Now the nobles won't be able to refute it. Under normal circumstances, they would have countered with claims like Daniel Steiner's staged propaganda has gone too far, but with an internal figure caught in the act, they had no choice but to stay silent. If the empire's largest newspaper remains silent on this, it would plant doubt in the minds of the people. Was the Imperial Daily, funded by nobles, deliberately biased in its reporting? Even if they reluctantly published a neutral report to maintain their credibility, it wouldn't matter. That alone would be equivalent to them admitting that the anti-war protests had turned violent. They just lost one of their weapons against me for good. Just as Daniel was feeling satisfied with how events had unfolded. Oh my, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel. A familiar voice made him turn his head, revealing Pastor Blle in his priestly robes. Beside him stood Frian. As they approached, Blle dramatically flailed his hands in exaggerated concern. I was terribly worried when I heard you were injured, but seeing you in good health is a great relief. Are you experiencing any discomfort? If there's anything you need, please, don't hesitate to ask. I'll see to it personally. Despite the concerned tone, his true intentions were obvious. Blle was attempting to establish a connection with Daniel, a man who might soon rise as a new power in the empire. It was an opportunistic move, but since Daniel had never expected much from Blle to begin with, he responded indifferently. There's nothing I need at the moment. I'll be heading straight to the capital. Huh? But you could afford to rest a little longer. The coronation is less than a week away. Before that, I need to submit my Inquisition report to the Imperial Court. I don't have time to idle around here. No time to idle. Is that something a man who got hit in the head with a brick just 2 days ago should be saying? Blle exhaled in exasperation, looking at Daniel as if he were some kind of superhuman. Uncomfortable with that gaze, Daniel cleared his throat and turned to Frian. Frian, you treated me, didn't you? I was too caught up in everything to thank you properly. It's all right. Hearing what you just said is enough of a reward for me, she replied with a gentle smile, but something about it felt strangely off. If you just look at her like this, she seems like a perfectly normal woman. Had she not been tainted by such extreme ideology, things might have been different. But in this era, soldiers steeped in nationalism were common. Frian's beliefs were just a bit more extreme than most, but Daniel saw no reason to reprimand someone who had just helped him. It seems I have a fine subordinate. Your healing magic is impressive enough to astonish even doctors. Keep honing your skills. It was this very ability that would eventually earn Frian the title of Saint of the Empire. Unlike standard healing magic, which only provided emergency first aid, Frian's power could completely mend wounds in a matter of moments. Truly miraculous. Until now, Daniel had never been seriously injured, so he hadn't had a chance to witness her abilities firsthand. But after seeing her instantly heal the gash on his forehead, he had to admit she was indeed a saint. If you say so, Lieutenant Colonel. Frian's smile grew slightly, pleased by the compliment. I'll dedicate all my free time outside of duty to studying healing magic. No, that's not necessary. Please let me. I want to be of help to you, Lieutenant Colonel. He got the feeling he had just said something wrong. Daniel hesitated, his expression slightly strained. Sensing the awkward silence, Blle interjected. Lieutenant Colonel, may I say something? Grateful for the distraction, Daniel nodded, and Blle continued. Our glorious Sacred Flame Cathedral and you, Lieutenant Colonel, are now on the same boat, are we not? In that sense, if you were to share your true goal with us, we could offer significant assistance. Daniel fell silent in thought. His goal, huh? He had been swept up in a whirlwind of events, constantly struggling to survive, yet his objective had never really changed. A refreshing breeze blew under the clear sky. Closing his eyes for a moment, Daniel savored the feeling of the wind brushing against his skin. Then, he parted his lips. Peace. Slowly opening his eyes, he gazed at Blle with a faint smile. My goal is to live in a world of absolute peace, one so dull and uneventful that it's almost pastoral. Blle could only offer an awkward smile in response. Ah, I see. Because there was no way in hell he could believe that Daniel truly meant it. If you didn't want to tell me, you could have just said so. Blle couldn't believe that the man who had led countless battles to victory, orchestrated political schemes, and delivered a total war speech was someone who sincerely wanted peace. That night, Baron Hendliem's estate. Damn it, why won't anyone believe me? Hendliem cursed under his breath as he opened the door to his estate. As he took off his coat to hand it to a servant, he felt something was off. Normally, a servant would have approached him by now, welcoming him back after his hard day. Yet there was no one. Even more unsettling, the corridor lights had not been turned on. As he surveyed the dimly lit mansion, Hendliem resisted the urge to call out for his servants and instead proceeded forward cautiously. Someone has infiltrated my estate. Yet, there were no signs of a struggle. That meant whoever had entered was someone the servants recognized. Did they use my name to send everyone home? But why? An inexplicable sense of unease crept over him as he ascended the staircase. The aged wood creaked under his steps, the sound more ominous than usual tonight. Still carrying his coat over his arm, Hendliem walked down the corridor and reached for the doorknob to his study. As the door creaked open, he spotted a man sitting at his desk, casually reading a newspaper. It was Platt, one of his informants. Only then did Hendliem let out a relieved sigh and step inside. So it was you. If you had something urgent to discuss, you should have let me know in advance. Platt did not respond. He simply continued flipping through the pages of the newspaper. Hendliem found it odd, but Platt had a habit of being disrespectful at times, so he chose to let it slide. What brings you here tonight? Just as he was about to sit down, Hendliem froze. A sheet of paper lay on the desk. A suicide note. And not just any suicide note, one forged in his own handwriting. Beside it, a pistol rested neatly on the desk. His pupils trembled as he turned to Platt. What the hell is this? Platt flipped another page of the newspaper and answered casually. Exactly as it looks. Kill yourself. Hendliem's mind went blank. Seeing his stunned expression, Platt kindly elaborated. The Duke has designated you as a traitor. You must take responsibility. A traitor? Me? This is absurd. What kind of baseless accusation? Baseless. Platt chuckled softly. Daniel Steiner himself is vouching for you. Do you really think it's just an accusation? That bastard is just trying to isolate me. The Duke initially wanted to believe that as well. He tried to be lenient, to assume the best. But then, Platt folded the newspaper and tossed it onto the desk. What do you make of this? Hendliem's gaze dropped to the front page. Anti-war protesters turn violent but Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner shows mercy. Below the headline was a photograph of Daniel Steiner, blood trickling down his forehead, embracing and comforting what appeared to be a protester. Platt spoke as Hendliem stood frozen, staring at the article. The protests were under your jurisdiction. Isn't that right, Baron? It was. Hendliem had been discreetly funding the protests. But those protests turned violent. And not just any violence, they directly targeted Daniel Steiner. His breath hitched. Hendliem forced himself to remain calm and lifted his gaze. So what? What if this was just another of Daniel Steiner's schemes? Baron, enough. Platt cut him off with a sigh. The one who threw the brick was caught red-handed. When we investigated his background, we found that he had been an active member of the protest movement for years. A high-ranking organizer. The Duke, along with other high-ranking figures, is now questioning whether you and Daniel Steiner orchestrated this together. Platt scratched his head as if he pitied him. Because of this, the Duke can no longer use the protests as a weapon against Steiner. The moment one of the movement's own leaders was caught attacking him, it was over. Wait, listen to me. Even if Daniel Steiner bribed that protest leader, it wouldn't change a thing. It would only prove that you failed in your responsibilities. Platt had finished his business. He stood up and straightened his clothes. I'll give you some time. I'll be waiting outside the door. If there's anything you'd like to change in the suicide note, let me know. With that, Platt bowed his head slightly and walked out. The door closed behind him. Only then did Hendliem exhale a shaky breath. His trembling pupils fixated on the newspaper in front of him. Daniel Steiner's smiling face. Ever since capturing Campbell, Daniel had used the media to politically isolate Hendliem. He had planted doubts among the noble faction, forcing them to distance themselves. Before Hendliem could even clear those suspicions, Daniel had traveled south, provoked the protesters, and incited violence. And somehow, he had managed to bribe the protest leader. How exactly Daniel had done it, Hendliem didn't know, but the fact remained, Daniel had succeeded. And now, Hendliem had lost all trust and credibility. His body lost all strength, his knees buckling. The man in the newspaper wearing the kindest smile imaginable had used devilish schemes to drive a complete stranger to his death. As Hendliem sank to the floor, utterly defeated, he clenched his teeth and silently wept. The Duke may have been the one to order my death, but the one who truly sent me to my grave was none other than Daniel Steiner. A few days later, Imperial General Staff Headquarters, Daniel Steiner's private office. As usual, Lucy was organizing documents in Daniel's stead when her ears perked up. From the corridor, she heard a familiar set of footsteps. Recognizing the sound as Daniel Steiner's, she instinctively jumped up from her seat. She was so happy that he had returned that her body reacted before her mind could catch up. Just as she was about to rush to the door and welcome him, she suddenly hesitated. This feels like a dog eagerly waiting for its master. Realizing how pathetic that seemed, Lucy let out a quiet sigh. Just then, creak, the office door swung open, and Daniel walked in. She had been worried about his injury after all. He had been hit in the forehead with a brick, but his appearance was completely normal. No, in fact, he looked better than usual. Oh, if it isn't my lovely adjutant. Did you keep my office safe while I was gone? Daniel grinned as he spoke, but Lucy felt a sudden chill run down her spine. My lovely adjutant. Not only was that an expression he never used, but his tone also carried an unusual hint of cheerfulness. Did he suffer brain damage? She had heard about cases like this before. It wasn't common, but some people who suffered serious head trauma experienced personality changes. She narrowed her eyes in suspicion, but Daniel simply hummed to himself in amusement. And he had good reason to be pleased things had gone better than expected. By now, there's hardly anyone in the capital who doesn't know that I got hit by a brick during the anti-war protests. Whether it was because the Melverton newspaper had done a spectacular job or simply because the headline was that sensational, the news had spread across the capital like wildfire. Even the Imperial Daily had started covering the story. That means that the Imperial Daily had raised the white flag. And if the Imperial Daily has surrendered, that means the noble faction has entered a lull. To put it crudely, they had probably reached the point where they were thinking, this bastard plays dirty, which means they won't be making any moves against me for a while. In other words, a temporary ceasefire. And since self-preservation was Daniel's top priority in life, this was a welcome development. On top of that, after the coronation, his promotion was already scheduled. Of course, the promotion itself wasn't the exciting part. What he was really looking forward to was the position change that would come with it. A colonel couldn't exactly keep working as just an operations staff officer. They'll assign me as the new head of the operations staff. With the achievements he had accumulated, taking Ernst's position wouldn't be difficult. And when that happened, Ernst would be pushed into some insignificant desk job. Considering how much he had complained about overwork in the past, he might not even mind the reassignment. He submitted multiple requests for a transfer already. Thanks to that, the transition would likely happen without any unnecessary conflict. And once I become head of operations staff, his security clearance would increase. He would become a central figure in the empire. Even if the noble faction teamed up against him, they wouldn't be able to reach him so easily. That meant one thing. He would be one step closer to achieving his dream of a peaceful, uneventful life. Moreover, the head of operations staff was a rearline position, a safe job, far from the raging battlefields. I had to personally go on operations before out of necessity. But now that he had established a solid foundation within the empire, there was no longer any need for him to step onto the battlefield. To put it another way, he had built his castle, and now all that was left was to move in. Of course, there would still be obstacles to deal with, and the noble faction would continue trying to interfere. But at least for now, he didn't have to worry too much about it. Because in the battle of public opinion, he had crushed them. Feeling pleased with the situation, Daniel placed his briefcase on the desk and took a seat. Sunlight streamed through the window behind him, warming his back. He smiled brightly. You've worked hard, adjutant. Once I become head of operations staff, the workload will be divided among the staff office members, so you won't have to work overtime as often. Head of operations staff. That's right. Her Highness has already stated that she will promote me on the day of the coronation, so the position is as good as mine. If you'd like, you can start calling me director from now on. Daniel smiled benevolently. Lucy's eyebrow twitched. This is irritating. The way Daniel was gloating was somehow incredibly annoying. Meanwhile, in the Chief of Staff's office, high-ranking commander's personnel meeting. It seems everyone is here. Let's begin. Armin Vetherium, the Chief of Staff, scanned the gathered officers at the conference table with his one remaining eye. The meeting included the key strategists of the General Staff, as well as the Director of Personnel Affairs. Among them, Cedric, the Deputy Operations Chief of Staff, carried a peculiar presence. After briefly glancing at Cedric, Armin picked up a file from the table and spoke. As you all know, Her Highness the Princess intends to promote Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner to the rank of Colonel on the day of the coronation. Are there any disqualifying factors regarding his special promotion? It was a purely formal question, and the Director of Personnel Affairs responded immediately. There are none. Each time Lieutenant Colonel Steiner has been deployed in operations, he has successfully completed his missions. Most notably, he recently captured the Crown Prince of Blle, securing a major victory. Furthermore, his efforts in exposing collaborators within the Empire demonstrate that he is an exemplary officer. Hearing this, the Deputy Chief of the General Staff added his thoughts. Although Lieutenant Colonel Steiner has recently taken on a more political role, his actions have ultimately served the Empire's interests. As such, I believe his conduct remains within acceptable limits. Armin nodded solemnly and set the document down. Then we must now discuss his position. We can't simply leave Daniel Steiner as an operations staff officer once he receives his promotion. In my opinion, he tapped the table lightly before continuing. It would be best to appoint Daniel Steiner as head of the operations staff. Colonel Ernst, the current department head, has already expressed his desire for a transfer. Have you reviewed this proposal? His question was directed at the Director of Personnel Affairs. The director hesitated, his expression slightly troubled, before cautiously responding. Your Excellency, Colonel Ernst is a vital asset to the General Staff. While it is undeniable that Daniel Steiner is an exceptional officer, some within the department believe that his lack of long-term staff experience makes him unsuitable for the position of head of operations staff. The role of an operations officer was fundamentally a technical position assisting in planning and executing military operations. However, the head of operations staff was a strategic role leading the entire department, making tactical judgments, and assessing the feasibility of large-scale operations. It was a position that demanded extensive experience. Naturally, the Director of Personnel Affairs had reservations about assigning someone like Daniel Steiner to such a role. Understanding the Director's concerns, Cedric spoke up. Your Excellency, I agree with the Director of Personnel Affairs. Colonel Ernst should remain in his position for the sake of the Empire. Moreover, Cedric paused for a moment before stating, Daniel Steiner does not want the position of head of operations staff. Armin raised an eyebrow, intrigued. He doesn't want it? Explain. Yes, sir. Lieutenant Colonel Steiner once told me, a war hero cannot simply settle for a comfortable life in the capital. He also said, if one truly wishes to serve the Empire, they should contribute on the battlefield while they are still young. Of course, this was a lie Daniel had made up during the Christmas banquet, an excuse to avoid political entanglement and gain an opportunity to leave the capital. The only problem was, both Cedric and Chief of Staff Armin believed it to be true. Lieutenant Colonel Steiner is an officer whose patriotism is unmatched. I do not believe he would willingly resign himself to a desk job in the capital. Furthermore, everyone here knows his accomplishments on the battlefield. Daniel Steiner had successfully executed operations that were considered impossible, not just once, but several times. There were even jokes among the general staff that if an operation seemed impossible, they should assign it to Daniel Steiner. For that reason, I believe it would be best to assign Daniel Steiner to a role that aligns with his own desires. The Empire is in desperate need of skilled frontline commanders. Armin, finding no fault in Cedric's argument, nodded. In that case, do you have a recommendation for his new assignment? Yes, sir. After much consideration, I propose that Daniel Steiner be appointed as Chief of Staff of the 7th Division, which is under the direct command of the General Staff Headquarters. The 7th Division's Chief of Staff. Armin turned to the Director of Personnel Affairs. What do you think? The Director pondered for a moment before nodding in approval. The current Chief of Staff of the 7th Division is set to retire soon, so the transfer can be arranged immediately. Then it's decided. If a highly capable officer wished to serve on the front lines, then it was only natural to allow him to do so. As of this moment, I, Armin Vetherium, Chief of Staff, officially approve the special promotion of Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner to Colonel. His new assignment will be as Chief of Staff of the 7th Division, under the direct command of the General Staff Headquarters. After confirming that no one objected, Armin turned to the Deputy Chief of Staff. Summarize this meeting and submit a report to Her Highness the Princess. Yes, sir. Understood. With that, Armin waved his hand dismissively. The meeting was over. The sound of chairs being pushed back filled the room as the officers stood up. Cedric also rose from his seat, preparing to leave. Deputy Operations Chief. Cedric turned as Armin called out to him. The reason? Armin was known for his keen judgment of people, and Cedric's insight had piqued his curiosity. Speaking just loud enough for Cedric to hear, Armin asked, You seem to see potential in Daniel Steiner. Tell me, what do you see? Cedric responded without hesitation. A decisive victory. Are you certain? No, I am not. Cedric paused briefly before adding, Daniel Steiner may become the greatest military leader in history. A cold glint flickered in his eyes as he finished his thought. Or he may become the most dangerous politician history has ever known. Underground weaving factory. Palantia branch, Allied nations. So, in the end, instead of dealing a blow to Daniel Steiner, we actually elevated his status. Seated in the office chair, Branch Director Theobald spoke with evident displeasure. Before him, the informant, Platt, lowered his head. If you look at the results, yes. Theobald let out a low sigh at Platt's response. They had believed that supporting the nobility's efforts to politically isolate Daniel Steiner would be successful, yet the outcome had been disastrous. Beyond disastrous. A public opinion favorable to Daniel Steiner had formed, making the situation even more difficult. If this continues, Count Ble's fears might come true. Daniel Steiner could seize control of the empire. With their most formidable opponent, Emperor Bertham, now too old to govern effectively, the biggest variable for the Allied nations was not the next emperor, Princess Sylvia, but Daniel Steiner. From his intervention in Eldrege's affairs to his continuous disruption of Allied strategies, Daniel Steiner had persistently thwarted their plans. He must be eliminated before he gains even more power. If they failed to act, there was no telling what kind of damage Daniel Steiner could inflict upon the Allied nations. Just from the way he turned the nobility's attacks to his advantage, it was clear Daniel Steiner was more meticulous and unpredictable than they had anticipated. Now, it was easy to understand why Count Blle had been willing to abandon their connection to the neutral state of Blle just to eliminate Daniel Steiner. There's no other choice. Palantia branch, located in the very heart of the empire's capital, had always operated under the principle of utmost secrecy. But now was the time to act. Platt, you will assassinate Daniel Steiner. At the mention of assassination, Platt slowly lifted his head. Though he was accustomed to following orders from higher UPS, this was not a command he could simply acknowledge and move past, especially when the name attached to the word assassination was Daniel Steiner. A person like Daniel Steiner wouldn't fall victim to an assassination so easily. If anyone approaches him intentionally, he will certainly be on guard. Furthermore, by his side, Platt hesitated. He wasn't sure if he should mention Lucy Amelia, the notorious traitor, in front of Theobald. Understanding what Platt was about to say, Theobald let out a low chuckle. Yes, the legendary spy with the codename Red Silk defected and now guards Daniel Steiner. As long as that woman remains by his side, his assassination will be nearly impossible. No matter how skilled Platt was in assassination, he was no match for Lucy Amelia, the woman once known as the Crimson Reaper, a killer responsible for hundreds of deaths. She had mastered every assassination technique known, and any attempt to eliminate Daniel Steiner in her presence would be instantly detected. But Theobald had not given the order without understanding that fact. On the other hand, if Daniel Steiner is separated from Lucy's protection, he becomes a viable target. That is true, but even without Lucy Amelia's protection, Daniel Steiner is known to be extremely cautious. I don't know if I can lower his guard. You can. Soon, there will be a perfect opportunity to approach him naturally. A place where Daniel Steiner would be vulnerable, without Lucy by his side? Platt thought deeply before a realization dawned upon him. The coronation ceremony. Theobald nodded. Exactly. Only those invited by the imperial family can attend, meaning Lucy won't be present. Additionally, after the coronation, there will be a customary banquet. Since attending the banquet is an expected courtesy to the new emperor, Daniel Steiner will be there. Banquets were social battlegrounds where political and business figures, tangled in a web of interests, wore masks of civility and strengthened their ties. It wouldn't be unusual for these elite figures to present gifts to Daniel Steiner, who was rising as a powerful force within the empire. And that was precisely what Theobald intended to exploit. Platt, you will disguise yourself as a minor imperial official eager to curry favor with Daniel Steiner. If he shows interest, /n_o_v_v_e_i_g_t/all you need to do is offer him a simple gift. A gift? What kind of gift? A bottle of the finest whiskey laced with ricin. Ricin. A highly lethal poison. Considering Daniel Steiner's well-known taste for whiskey, he wouldn't suspect a thing. There was indeed a strong chance of success. Even in the worst-case scenario where Daniel Steiner refused the gift, the mission carried no great risk for Platt. Having listened to the full plan, Platt bowed his head. I will carry out the mission. The day of the coronation. Grand Cathedral, Imperial Palace. It certainly seems like a significant national event. Arriving in a royal carriage sent by the palace, Daniel Steiner took in the scene outside the Grand Cathedral. A vast crowd had already gathered before its towering facade. A long, luxurious red carpet stretched endlessly, flanked on both sides by an uncountable number of imperial guards, all clad in full-dress uniforms and ceremonial swords. The sheer number of guards and their perfectly coordinated formation embodied the majesty of the imperial family. As Daniel watched the grand spectacle unfold through the car window, the door beside him opened. We have arrived. You may step out now. Daniel nodded before stepping out of the vehicle. As soon as he did, a palace official approached him. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner. We have been expecting you. Since only Princess Sylvia, the soon-to-be emperor, was permitted to use the cathedral's main entrance, the palace official led Daniel through the back entrance. Upon stepping inside, he was greeted by the sight of a vast domed interior, adorned with stunning stained glass windows. The sunlight filtering through the stained glass bathed the space in brilliant colors, casting a sacred glow upon the numerous high-ranking officials gathered below. Despite the subdued and dignified atmosphere, quiet conversations filled the space. Several individuals turned their gazes toward Daniel, but he paid them no heed. He knew all too well that their expressions were not entirely welcoming. This way, following the palace official's guidance, Daniel walked forward. After a short distance, he found himself among a group of uniformed officers, military personnel who had also been invited by the imperial family. Oh, if it isn't our hero, Daniel Steiner. The voice belonged to Ernst, the chief of the operations staff. His enthusiastic greeting immediately drew attention. The surrounding officers were mostly generals, men accustomed to carrying themselves with pride and authority. Finding the sudden attention somewhat burdensome, Daniel kept his response brief, glancing around cautiously. It seems you received an invitation as well, sir. Of course. Thanks to you, the imperial family seems to view me favorably. After all, your achievements are also a reflection of my own. Ernst let out a hearty laugh, joking that he might be up for a promotion soon. As he continued sharing bits of gossip about the political landscape, a sharp voice suddenly rang out across the cathedral. Silence, all. Her Highness, the Imperial Princess, is entering. The words came from Lieutenant Colonel Hartmann, the chief bodyguard of the Imperial Guard. Immediately, the high-ranking officials and influential figures within the cathedral all rose from their seats. A peculiar tension filled the air as the grand doors of the cathedral slowly swung open. Beyond the threshold, Princess Sylvia appeared, dressed in ceremonial robes woven with gold thread and adorned with precious gems. Unlike her usual attire, she wore an exceptionally long mantle, carried by 6 attendants clad in white gowns, ensuring that the fabric never touched the ground. The moment Sylvia stepped forward, the choir stationed on the second-floor balcony began to sing, accompanied by an orchestral performance. Aaaaa. The sacred hymn resonated throughout the grand cathedral as Sylvia strode across the crimson carpet, making her way toward the altar. From his throne, Emperor Bertham watched her with satisfaction, a pleased smile on his face. Then, rising from his seat, he removed the golden crown from his head. The Pope, standing solemnly beside the throne, accepted the crown from Bertham, who then stepped aside. Sylvia knelt before the aged Pope, bowing her head. In a clear, unwavering voice, the Pope proclaimed her the new emperor of the empire and bestowed the blessings of the divine upon her. Following the proclamation, he anointed her forehead with sacred oil before placing the golden crown upon her head, an undeniable symbol of imperial authority. Crowned at last, Sylvia rose from her kneeling position and ascended the throne. At that moment, the gathered nobles, officials, and commoners alike all fell to their knees, lowering their heads in unison. From the highest-ranking aristocrats to the most impoverished peasants, none were exempt from this act of reverence. It was a deeply symbolic gesture, a ritual reaffirming the emperor's divine right to rule over all. As the choir's hymn reached its final notes, the entire assembly raised their voices as one. Eternal glory to Her Majesty's reign. The thunderous chorus of voices echoed throughout the grand hall. Amidst the waves of unwavering loyalty, Emperor Sylvia's gaze settled upon a single figure. Her expression, one of composed authority, carried an underlying warmth and emotion that could only be described as personal. Her eyes were fixed on Daniel Steiner, the empire's hero, the lieutenant colonel of the general staff. Having ascended to the throne, Emperor Sylvia delivered her official address, outlining her vision and policy stance. Following that, she began acknowledging the contributions of key political and military figures. Her intent was clear: to solidify her authority by publicly recognizing those who were truly aligned with her rule. Naturally, Daniel Steiner was among those honored. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner, operations officer of the general staff, stepped forward. Sylvia had informed him in advance, so it was no surprise. Adjusting his uniform, Daniel stepped onto the red carpet and knelt on one knee. From her throne, Sylvia looked down at him and began speaking in a measured tone. Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Steiner, you have not only led numerous battles to victory, but you have also demonstrated outstanding diplomatic ability in negotiations with the Kingdom of Eldresia and the neutral state of Blle, securing immense benefits for the Empire and the imperial family. Daniel lowered his head deeply. Your Majesty, you overpraise me. At his humble response, Sylvia gave a faint smile. It is no exaggeration. Recently, you turned the Kingdom of Belmore's surprise attack to our advantage, capturing their crown prince as a prisoner. As a result, through a prisoner exchange, the Empire was able to secure valuable strategic resources while safely reclaiming the engineers held captive by the enemy. She deliberately omitted any mention of his role in exposing traitors. Not all nobles were hostile to Sylvia, but there were plenty in attendance who harbored resentment toward her. There was no need to stir unnecessary controversy. Such accomplishments deserve due recognition. Therefore, on this occasion, I hereby promote Daniel Steiner. No sooner had Sylvia finished speaking than Johannes, the commander of the Imperial Guard, approached carrying a box wrapped in the national flag. Rise. At Sylvia's command, Daniel nodded and stood. Johannes solemnly unfurled the flag and retrieved a colonel's insignia from the box. As he affixed the new rank to Daniel's uniform with practiced ease, he muttered in a voice so low that only Daniel could hear. You may deceive the Emperor, but you won't deceive me. A chill ran down Daniel's spine. He instinctively turned to look at Johannes. But Johannes, wearing a neutral expression, merely completed the insignia adjustment and stepped back as if he had never spoken at all. The whole thing left Daniel momentarily dumbfounded. What the hell does he think I've lied about? What kind of misunderstanding was this man operating under? Did he hear something suspicious from the former emperor, Bertham? Daniel wanted to clarify the situation, but now was hardly the time. With no other choice, he knelt once more. After all, this was a formal ceremony, and he could hardly act out of turn while conversing with the emperor. Congratulations on your promotion, Colonel Daniel Steiner. Sylvia's voice was calm but firm. With your new rank, I expect your loyalty to the Empire and the imperial family to grow even stronger. Furthermore, regarding your new assignment, a subtle smile played on Daniel's lips. He had anticipated this moment and was hoping for an appointment as Chief of Operations Staff. However, the words that followed shattered his expectations. In recognition of your unwavering dedication to the Empire, you will be assigned as the Chief of Staff for the 7th Division, a headquarters direct attachment unit. Daniel's shoulders tensed involuntarily. If it's a headquarters direct attachment division, that meant he would still be deployed to the front lines for combat operations and strategic missions. They're sending someone who barely survived the battlefield, right back into it. Unable to comprehend the reasoning, Daniel slowly lifted his gaze towards Sylvia. However, she merely returned a gentle, composed smile. From her perspective, it was only logical. Daniel had refused the offer to join the Imperial Guard, which was effectively a desk job. That could only mean he wanted to continue proving his worth on the battlefield. Moreover, even the Chief of the General Staff had recommended that Daniel be assigned as a field commander rather than remain in a purely strategic role. Thus, this was a completely justified order. To Daniel, however, it felt like a trap closing in on him. He had worked meticulously to manipulate the media, crafting a position of influence, but before he could fully seize it, he was being pushed back into the battlefield. Yet, defying the Emperor's decree was not an option. Suppressing his frustration, Daniel bowed his head. I am deeply honored by your Majesty's grace. Following the coronation, Emperor Sylvia embarked on a grand procession through the capital. The purpose of this was to publicly announce her ascension to the people. Meanwhile, the dignitaries invited to the coronation were escorted to the imperial banquet hall, which had been meticulously prepared by the palace. Skipping the banquet was considered an insult to the emperor, so no one dared to leave. Among those attending was Daniel Steiner, who arrived with Ernst, exchanging light conversation. Already a colonel? I swear, when I first met you, you were just a second lieutenant. Ernst exclaimed with exaggerated admiration, clearly pleased. However, Daniel remained expressionless. Praise for a promotion he had no interest in meant nothing to him. If anything, this new rank only guaranteed his deployment to the battlefield, making it a death sentence rather than an honor. If the enemy had snipers in position, the first target would be the division commander and the second would be Daniel Steiner, the chief of staff. At this rate, you'll be a general in no time? I might end up in an awkward position, having to address my former subordinate with formal respect. Ernst chuckled, unaware of Daniel's true feelings. Watching him dryly, Daniel exhaled slowly. Don't worry, sir. Even if I do become a general, I won't force you to speak formally to me. Huh? I appreciate that. But who knows if we'll even cross paths often anymore. After all, you will be spending most of your time as a field commander from now on. It was an undeniable fact. A headquarters direct attachment unit was meant for combat deployment, not desk work. From now on, Daniel would be hearing gunfire more often than alarm clocks. The thought was enough to darken his expression, his gaze turning cold. Ernst, noticing the sudden shift in Daniel's demeanor, instinctively took a step back. Well, I actually have someone to meet here at the banquet. Colonel Daniel, enjoy yourself. Ahem. Ahem. With an exaggerated cough, Ernst hurried away. Watching him go, Daniel sighed and walked toward the lavishly set banquet table. Worrying about the future wouldn't change anything. Might as well fill his stomach instead of sulking. As he gazed down at the spread of decadent dishes, a voice suddenly called out to him. Colonel Daniel Steiner. A voice he did not recognize. Turning his head, he saw a well-groomed man approaching with a polite smile. In his hands, he held a bottle of whiskey. This man was Platt, disguised as a low-ranking palace official. It really is Colonel Daniel Steiner? I've been searching for you everywhere, and I can't tell you how thrilled I am to finally meet you. You were looking for me. That's right. My name is Barame, and I work for the Imperial Wardrobe Tailoring Team. I also happen to be a huge fan of yours, so I took this chance to bring you a gift. Platt lifted the whiskey bottle slightly, as if presenting it. One glance at the golden liquid inside made it clear it was high-end liquor. Daniel paused momentarily before giving a slight nod. If you insist, I won't refuse. However, this looks quite expensive. Are you sure I should accept something like this? Of course. While I enjoy drinking, my tastes are rather cheap. A luxury whiskey like this would be far more fitting for someone of your caliber, Colonel. If you put it that way. Daniel took the bottle from Platt as if reluctantly conceding. After briefly inspecting it, Daniel turned and raised his hand. Waiter. A nearby server, carrying a tray of wine-filled glasses, promptly approached. Daniel took 2 empty glasses from the tray and offered a faint smile. The waiter mirrored the gesture before walking off. Turning back, Daniel muttered idly. I've been drinking too much whiskey lately. Tonight, I feel like having wine instead. I heard this one is of excellent quality, brewed directly in a monastery. Setting the 2 glasses on the table, he continued. But you work for the palace, so I assume you drink fine wine all the time. Just as I've grown tired of whiskey, I imagine you must be bored of wine. Then, he picked up one of the glasses and poured its contents onto the floor. Platt tensed but forced himself to maintain his NAIite, original source, smile. Ignoring his reaction, Daniel set the empty glass down and uncorked the whiskey bottle. He poured whiskey into the remaining empty glass, filling it to the brim. After setting the bottle aside, Daniel lifted both whiskey-filled glasses then extended one toward Platt. I hear this is a rare whiskey. As a courtesy, I'll let you have the first drink. Platt broke out in a cold sweat. He knew there was poison inside that glass. Yet, refusing would be suspicious. With his hands trembling, Platt reached out and took the glass. As soon as he did, Daniel clinked his own glass against it with a smile. You said your name was Barame. That's correct. A good name, but rather unremarkable for the Empire. So instead, let's drink to our future. With those words, Daniel lifted his glass and drank. Platt's lips began to dry. The murmur of conversations at the banquet faded into background noise. The only thing he could hear was the sound of Daniel Steiner swallowing his wine. Gulp. Daniel downed the last sip, savoring the taste, before pulling the glass from his lips. This might be the finest wine I've ever had. Still. He let out a low chuckle and turned to Platt, speaking playfully. I doubt it's as good as the whiskey you gave me. With a casual shrug, he set down his empty glass. Then, with a mockingly curious tone, he added. But tell me. He brushed off his hands as if dusting away a trivial thought. Why aren't you drinking? You said you liked alcohol, didn't you? Platt's breathing grew erratic. Daniel's gaze bore down on him like an unseen weight, suffocating him. A bead of sweat dripped down his temple. just as he parted his lips to stammer out an excuse. What are you waiting for? After a brief silence, Daniel offered a light-hearted smile and urged him. As Daniel Steiner urged Platt to take the first sip, an indescribable fear gripped the spy. For an intelligence agent, the greatest terror was having their deception exposed. But how? How did Daniel Steiner know that the whiskey was poisoned? Was my acting sloppy? No, that couldn't be it. Platt was an experienced spy, one who had operated among the imperial nobility for years without ever being detected. There was no way even Daniel Steiner could have sensed something off. Then, could it be that someone within the Blle branch had leaked information to Daniel Steiner? If that were the case, then his behavior suddenly made perfect sense. Which bastard? Platt's mind raced through his possible traitors, but no names came to mind. The spies in the imperial capital were all part of the Blle branch, and in a world of deception, it was impossible to truly know who was hiding their true allegiance. Damn it! Grinding his teeth, Platt gripped the glass tightly. To think that attempting to assassinate Daniel Steiner would be my biggest mistake. He stared at the golden whiskey swirling in the glass, a bitter smile forming on his lips. Ricin wasn't an instant kill poison, but it had no antidote. Drinking this would doom him to an agonizing, inevitable death. Begging for his life was an option, but for someone who had sworn loyalty to the Allied nations, it wasn't a choice at all. A long life or a short one, my career as a spy ends today. Platt slowly lifted his head, locking eyes with Daniel Steiner. Deep, abyssal black eyes. At that moment, Platt understood. Daniel wasn't just offering him a drink. He was offering him a choice: drink and die or confess and swear loyalty. I will never bow to you. Fueled by rage and sorrow, Platt made his decision. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised the glass of death to his lips. Daniel watched, and thought to himself, what the hell is he doing? He had only offered the first drink out of basic courtesy. The whiskey was expensive, after all. But now, the other man looked like he was reliving his entire life before taking a sip. Like a martyr walking to the gallows. Was the whole "I love drinking" thing a lie? If so, it made sense. This particular whiskey had an exceptionally high alcohol content. Drinking it straight instead of on the rocks might be intimidating. If he's bad at drinking, he should have just said so instead of putting on a show. Daniel let out a small sigh and grabbed Platt's wrist just as he was about to drink. Platt's shoulders flinched violently. He had braced himself for death, but Daniel stopping him had completely thrown him off. Why are you stopping me? Nothing much. You seem like you can't handle strong liquor, so I figured I'd stop you. Even if you try to spare me, my resolve won't change. I've lived my whole life ready to die. All this fuss over a single glass of whiskey. Daniel scoffed, shaking his head. Who's even going to remember you if you die like NVLHT? Don't copy, read here. This. My homeland. Enough nonsense. Daniel cut him off, his voice sharp and cold. Just pass along a message to whoever told you to give me this whiskey. Tell them to stop sending me bribes. There was no way a man who couldn't even drink properly had picked out such a high-end whiskey himself. Someone else must have selected it for him. But to Platt, Daniel's words sounded like something entirely different. Tell your superiors to stop attempting these pathetic assassination attempts. A dry gulp escaped Platt's throat as he lowered the glass. You're letting me live, despite knowing everything. His dazed expression was so dead serious that Daniel couldn't help but laugh. How peculiar. Satisfied, Daniel gave him a small nod. Wouldn't killing someone at a banquet like this bring bad luck? He paused, tapping a finger against his chin in thought. Actually, here's an idea. He snapped his fingers. Why don't you give this whiskey to the person who picked it out for you? I'm sure they'd appreciate it. Daniel spoke so casually, so indifferently, that Platt felt a chill run through his entire body. This man was calmly suggesting suicide. Yet, he had no choice but to accept. Swallowing his fear, Platt nodded stiffly. Daniel clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Have a nice evening. And next time, don't bother lying if you're going to get caught anyway. Platt opened his mouth, intending to reply, but no words came out. Daniel Steiner wasn't just sparing an assassin, he was acting as if nothing had happened at all. A strange sense of awe settled over Platt. So this is what Daniel Steiner considers a mere inconvenience. A whole assassination attempt, nothing more than a minor annoyance to him. As Platt let out a defeated sigh, Daniel turned away and walked toward the center of the banquet hall. He had heard Ernst calling his name. As Daniel approached, Ernst raised an eyebrow. Who were you talking to just now? Ah, someone named Barame, I think? Said he works in the palace tailoring department. A low-level official, then. What did he want? Apparently, he got his hands on a bottle of fine whiskey and wanted to gift it to me. He must have thought I'd help him get promoted if he buttered me up. Huh? High-end whiskey, huh? Ernst smacked his lips and glanced over at the table Daniel had been standing at earlier. Platt was nowhere to be seen. Instead, he was quickly gathering his things and slipping out of the banquet hall. Ernst clicked his tongue. Tisk. Should have just taken it. Good whiskey's hard to come by these days. Costs a fortune unless it's military supply. The moment I accept bribes, problems will start piling up. I already have enough people watching my every move, I don't need to make it worse. Ha, fair enough. Living as a war hero isn't easy, huh? Ernst chuckled. Still, it's a shame to let good whiskey go to waste. But you know what's even better than whiskey? With a playful whistle, Ernst motioned to a nearby waiter, who approached with a tray of champagne. Grabbing 2 glasses, he handed one to Daniel. The best part is, thanks to our Emperor's generosity, all the drinks here are free, so, how about it? Want a drink with me until morning? Daniel sighed. Sir, while I do enjoy drinking, I don't particularly enjoy drunken revelry. Daniel started to speak but shut his mouth mid-sentence. The pleading look in Ernst's eyes was more overwhelming than expected. Did you have a fight with your wife recently? Nod. And you're trying to stay out late so you don't have to go home and hear her nagging? Nod, nod. But if you just say you were drinking alone, you'll end up with no breakfast tomorrow morning, so you're trying to use me as an excuse. Nod, nod, nod. Faced with the suffering of a married man, Daniel pondered for a moment before sighing. Fine. If not tonight, then when else would we drink as much as we want? At that, Ernst burst into hearty laughter, slapping Daniel's back. Good, good. I knew you were the best subordinate I ever had. Oh, and while we're at it, there are quite a few generals who want to meet you. Use this chance to build your connections. I'll introduce you to all of them. As Daniel let out a sigh and nodded, Ernst raised his hand and shouted, Waiter, on a joyous night like this, running out of alcohol would be an insult to Her Majesty the Emperor. Bring more drinks at once. It seemed going home early tonight was no longer an option. Meanwhile, at the textile factory that served as the Palencia branch's base, the reception hall was bustling with preparation. I told you to prepare the most expensive refreshments? Not this cheap garbage. The businessman visiting us tonight is a major player. We need this investment. At Branch Chief Theobald's orders, intelligence agents disguised as factory staff moved swiftly to prepare. With his arms crossed, Theobald observed his subordinates with a thoughtful expression. We must secure this investment to ensure the branch's survival. The Palencia branch received funding from the Allied nations, but because it was located deep in the imperial capital, receiving large sums at once was impossible. The larger the transaction, the higher the risk of imperial surveillance. Thus, the branch had to generate part of its own operational funds. Running the textile factory was not just a cover, it was a real business that kept the branch running. Lately, however, profits had declined, causing financial strain. So, when a businessman suddenly appeared, offering to invest in the factory, it was an opportunity Theobald couldn't afford to miss. They say he's a relatively new player in the business world. The investor was someone who had heavily financed the war industry at a time when anti-war protests dominated public opinion. Then came Daniel Steiner's total war speech, and thanks to it, this investor made profits tens of times his initial investment. After lying low for some time, he had recently begun expanding aggressively, investing in various industries. And one of those investments was this very textile factory. Not willing to let the chance slip, Theobald personally invited the businessman. A proper business presentation was necessary to secure the largest possible investment. 5 minutes left. Checking the wall clock, Theobald adjusted his suit. Just then, his radio crackled with static. Startled, he quickly picked it up. A familiar voice came through. Blue Wall reporting. The mission has failed. Daniel Steiner saw through me. The codename Blue Wall referred to Platt. I'm going into hiding for the time being. Be cautious, sir. There's a chance Daniel Steiner knows about the branch. I'll explain more when I get the chance. With those final words, Platt cut off communication. Daniel Steiner knows about the branch. Shocked, Theobald pressed the transmitter button. Blue Wall? Respond? What do you mean by that? Silence. Platt had changed radio frequencies to prevent interception. There's no way Daniel Steiner could know about the branch. Lucy? No, she hasn't fully betrayed the Allied nations yet. She wouldn't have exposed us. Theobald dismissed the thought. Platt must have misunderstood something. Just then, a subordinate approached. Sir, the investor has arrived. Understood. For now, securing the investment took priority. Pocketing his radio, Theobald adjusted his collar. A few moments later, the reception hall doors opened, and in walked a man wearing a fine vest, his dark skin contrasting with his sharp attire. He wore a fedora atop his head and a monocle over one eye. A successful black businessman in this era was an uncommon sight. As Theobald curiously observed him, the man strode forward with a measured, dignified pace. Despite his calm demeanor, he radiated an aura of authority, one that made refusing a handshake seem impossible. After a brief hesitation, Theobald forced himself to relax and took the man's hand. I am Velter, the owner of this textile factory. At the alias, the man offered a smooth smile. A pleasure to meet you. Then, his eyes narrowed slightly, and in a level, unwavering voice, he continued. You may call me Hamtel. As soon as Hamtel revealed his name, 2 men dressed in suits entered the reception room. Each of them carried a briefcase, and their presence exuded a strange sense of intimidation. Observing them closely, Theobald noticed a blackbird tattoo clutching a laurel branch imprinted on the side of their necks. A simple businessman, you say? Theobald withdrew his gaze from the men and looked at Hamtel with a meaningful glint in his eyes. No matter how one looked at it, based on the aura he gave off and the subordinates he commanded, Hamtel seemed far more like the head of a mafia organization than a mere businessman. But even so, the objective remained unchanged. He needed to secure funding. Forcing himself to ignore the creeping sense of unease, Theobald maintained his business smile and completed the handshake. It's a pleasure to meet you as well. I've prepared some refreshments. How about we sit down and discuss matters? Hamtel gave a calm nod. With that, Theobald guided him to the sofa in the reception room and began his modest business presentation. He explained that the textile factory produced not only civilian goods but also wartime supplies, ensuring a steady stream of work. Furthermore, the factory's mechanized production lines allowed for a significantly higher textile output than its competitors. And on top of that, we're on the verge of securing a government contract. Once that happens, Mr. Hamtel, you'll be assured of stable returns on your investment. Confidently concluding his business pitch, Theobald grinned widely. His explanation had been flawless, and his expression revealed his certainty that the man before him would open his wallet. It seemed he wasn't entirely wrong, as Hamtel nodded before raising a hand with a slight gesture. At that signal, one of the men standing behind him stepped forward and placed a briefcase on the table. When the clasp was undone, the thick stacks of cash inside became visible. Theobald's eyes gleamed at the sight. Well now, I had an inkling that you were a bold man from the moment we met, but I didn't expect you to be this magnanimous. Then, I take it you're ready to invest right away? In that case, let's move forward with the detailed adjustments for profit distribute. Hamtel raised a hand, cutting Theobald off mid-sentence. A heavy silence fell over the room. Hamtel then lowered his hand, clasping his fingers together atop his knee. I must say, I'm impressed. Your textile factory is more well established than I had expected. And from what I've heard today, it does seem to be generating stable profits. However, there is one disappointing aspect. A disappointing aspect. The hobbies of your employees, Mr. Belter. For some reason, they have been bothering me quite a bit. Hobbies? At the unexpected comment, Theobald felt both confusion and an odd sense of tension creeping up on him. Of course, I have no intention of criticizing someone's personal pastimes. I believe in respecting individual freedom, after all. However, I find it concerning that your employees' activities are bordering on the unacceptable. The atmosphere grew heavier. Suspicion began to bloom. If their behavior doesn't affect me directly, I have no reason to involve myself. However, their recent actions seem to have crossed the line of what can be ignored, and so I thought I'd issue a warning. At this point, even the other intelligence officers in the room, aside from Theobald, had begun to sense something was off. Slowly, their hands moved toward the pistols hidden in their back holsters. The tension was on the verge of snapping, but Hamtel remained far calmer than anticipated. Instead, he silently reached out, lifted a cup of coffee, and took a sip. To Theobald, it looked like a provocation, an open dare to make a move. A person who could taunt an opponent without displaying the slightest hint of agitation. There was only one conclusion to be drawn from such behavior. The moment we attack, we die. Cold sweat ran down Theobald's back. He shouted loud enough for his voice to echo through the room. Stand down. At the command of their superior, the intelligence officers froze, their hands halting just before they could draw their weapons. None of them fully grasped the situation, but Theobald did. His breath had become ragged without him realizing it. His eyes darted around, frantically scanning his surroundings. Beyond the window, on the rooftop of a building taller than the textile factory, something caught the sunlight and flickered. A sniper scope. A sniper. Swallowing hard, Theobald clenched his teeth and turned a glare toward Hamtel. So, you had a sniper positioned. Had any of his men drawn their pistols, their heads would have been blown apart in an instant. From Theobald's perspective, having barely averted that gruesome fate, Hamtel was no longer just an adversary. He was a looming specter of terror. Not NVLG, continue reading, just because his life had been threatened. No, the true source of his fear lay in the undeniable fact that Hamtel knew about the Palantia branch's existence. Realizing that, Theobald concluded that, for now, he had no choice but to adopt a subservient stance. After taking a deep breath to steady himself, he opened his mouth. What is your purpose in coming here? Hamtel did not answer immediately. Instead, he simply inhaled the aroma of his coffee, his expression devoid of emotion. Only after taking a slow sip did he finally set the cup down and speak. I came to let you know that you've messed with the wrong person. I'm not sure what you mean. You know the name Daniel Steiner, don't you? Silence settled between them. After subtly adjusting the placement of his coffee cup, returning it to the exact spot it had been in before, Hamtel leaned back into his seat. We are uneducated people. Most of us were denied the opportunity to learn, discarded by society before we even had a chance. That is why, to be frank, we struggle to understand why you are so determined to kill Daniel Steiner. Hamtel pulled a handkerchief from his pocket and unfolded it. If I were to ask you, I imagine you would respond with great pride, dressing your words in flowery rhetoric, something about the state, about ideals. But concepts like the state and ideals are foreign to us. We were born as slaves, never having a country to call our own, never having the chance to dream of anything greater. Hamtel wiped the corners of his mouth with the handkerchief before folding it in half. So we struggled relentlessly to claim at least one city as our own. We conducted negotiations as humanely as possible. Sometimes, we resorted to violence. But in the end, it was all for nothing. The kingdom was far more rotten than we had anticipated. Tucking the handkerchief back into his pocket, Hamtel continued. We were exhausted. We were ready to give up, to accept that no matter how hard we tried, the world would never change. But then, Daniel Steiner appeared. He saw discrimination based on skin color as a sin and governed with righteousness. A smile spread across Hamtel's lips. Yet, his unblinking eyes remained locked onto Theobald. Because of him, the city changed. And that's when we understood countless cries from the powerless will never shape the world, but a single word from someone with power can change everything for the better. Are you saying you chose Daniel Steiner to change the world? His beliefs align with ours. There is no one more fitting to swear loyalty to. The smile vanished from Hamtel's face as he spoke again. And yet, you people tried to kill Daniel Steiner. Theobald's gaze dropped downward. He simply could not meet Hamtel's eyes. If it were up to me, I'd end this here and now, Hamtel said. But I will hold back just this once. I doubt Daniel Steiner would want any disruptions on the day of the coronation. Hamtel rose from his seat. In a room where everyone else remained frozen in place, only Hamtel and his subordinates moved freely. But if you dare to disrespect him again, it will not end with just a warning. His icy gaze bore down on Theobald. Answer me, Theobald Vernot. Theobald's shoulders flinched at the mention of his real name. No one outside of the intelligence network knew it, yet Hamtel did. This could only mean one thing: Hamtel had secured an informant within the Palencia branch. Eyes shut and a deep sigh escaping him, Theobald had no choice but to nod. I understand. Hamtel, satisfied with the response, began walking away. The intelligence officers, who had remained rigid like statues, instinctively stepped aside, clearing a path for him. One by one, Hamtel's men followed after him. As the sound of their footsteps faded into the distance, Theobald let out a shaky breath, staring at the stack of cash before him. It sat there, as if mocking him like a silent declaration that this was the price of his life. Clenching his teeth, Theobald raised his trembling hand to press against his forehead. Where had the information leak started? He was just beginning to process the situation when one of his agents approached and knelt on one knee. Director, if they've uncovered our branch's location, then that means... I know. It meant they were already in Daniel Steiner's grasp. With Steiner's private organization watching their every move, escaping the city was close to impossible. Immediately, feeling the weight of urgency pressing down on him, Theobald clenched his fist. Summon Platt. Daniel Steiner must have sent us a message through him. Our priority is to figure out what he wants. Even as he issued the command, Theobald couldn't shake his unease. Daniel Steiner's scheme. He had no idea what it could be, but whatever it was already in motion. Late at night. Another fruitless search today. Lucy sighed as she entered the park and disabled her optical camouflage. Currently, she was dressed in civilian clothing and a wig, a disguise used to secretly gather data on biological experiments related to the Lucy project. However, the results were disappointing. Despite infiltrating several imperial laboratories over the past few weeks, suspecting their involvement in biological experiments, she'd found nothing. If the Empire truly isn't behind these experiments, and it's the Allied nations instead. If that turned out to be the case, she genuinely had no idea what decision she would need to make. Lost in complicated thoughts as she walked, Lucy suddenly noticed a familiar figure across the street. Under the glow of the street lamp, a man dressed impeccably in military uniform was slowly walking. At first, Lucy thought she was mistaken. But upon seeing the half-closed black eyes beneath the officer's cap, she stopped dead in her tracks. Daniel Steiner. It was none other than Daniel Steiner, Lucy's superior and the man known throughout the Empire as a hero. One thing stood out as unusual: his slow steps and unfocused gaze. And judging by his aimless wandering, without a clear destination, his usual confidence was nowhere to be seen. Is he drunk? He must have attended the banquet following the coronation and clearly drank too much again. Lucy felt a strange mix of irritation and concern rise within her. After a brief hesitation, Lucy glanced around to confirm no one else was nearby, and then quietly followed after Daniel. Completely unaware that Lucy was trailing him, Daniel stumbled over to a nearby bench and practically collapsed onto it. Ugh. Dizzy. Daniel groaned, holding his forehead, and then suddenly began nodding off. Watching Daniel from behind a tree, Lucy broke into a cold sweat. He's really going to sleep here. On such a chilly night, sleeping outside would surely lead to catching a cold. Even if he doesn't. If the citizens of the capital witnessed Daniel Steiner sleeping on a park bench, the rumors would spread uncontrollably. At worst, he could be targeted by robbers looking for easy money and end up killed. Feeling uneasy, Lucy decided she had no choice but to approach Daniel. At least she had to prevent him from sleeping out in the open. Excuse me. As Lucy approached and spoke, Daniel's shoulders flinched slightly. Slowly lifting his head, Daniel noticed Lucy and stared blankly at her for a moment before finally speaking. Why is a young lady out at this hour? Maybe because he was drunk and confused, Daniel didn't seem to recognize Lucy in her disguise. Deciding it wasn't necessary to reveal herself, Lucy chose not to offer any explanation. I was at the park working on a school assignment and lost my way. And you? You must be a student from the nearby university. I attended the Emperor's coronation banquet, and afterward, my superior convinced me to drink far too much. Daniel gave a small shrug, implying further explanation was meaningless, then rose from his seat. Given Daniel's considerable height, Lucy found herself naturally looking up at him. I'll escort you to the exit. It's dangerous for a woman to wander alone. Lucy found Daniel's gentle tone somehow unfamiliar. Although he usually spoke informally, Daniel typically addressed Lucy with a stiff and formal tone. But right now, his voice lacked any such formality. Is it because he's drunk, or because he thinks I'm just a student? She wasn't sure, but Lucy didn't exactly dislike it, so she nodded quietly. I won't refuse your offer. Daniel chuckled softly and began walking. Follow me. The exit's not far. But, glancing sideways at Lucy, Daniel spoke casually. You remind me of someone I know. my lieutenant, actually. Your vibe, even your manner of speaking. Lucy's eyes widened, wondering if she'd been discovered. But Daniel was simply smiling loosely, looking like he might melt away at any second. He smelled strongly of alcohol. Reassured that she hadn't been recognized, Lucy let out an awkward laugh. It must be your imagination. Maybe. After all, my lieutenant wouldn't be as warm as you. She's frightening, always glaring at me. Every time she does, it feels like my blood dries up. Lucy stared at Daniel with mild irritation. It wasn't pleasant to hear Daniel bad-mouthing his lieutenant to a stranger, no less, though she was hardly a stranger. But what Daniel said next changed Lucy's mind in an instant. Though lately, she looks more pitiful than scary. Turns out she had a terribly dark past. So, a bitter smile tugged at Daniel's lips. I can't help but worry about her. Lucy's lips parted slightly. She'd never imagined Daniel was actually concerned about her in such a way. Feeling a subtle pang of guilt, Lucy placed her hand gently against her chest, feeling her heartbeat through her fingertips. To push away the embarrassment rising within her, Lucy took a deep breath before glancing carefully at Daniel again. That aside. Her voice unintentionally squeaked. Clearing her throat to steady herself, Lucy spoke again. Are things going all right lately? Being a war hero must be tough. Daniel shook his head. It obviously wasn't all right. It's terrible. I'm trying my best, but things just keep getting complicated. Plus, I'm surrounded by people who despise me. Honestly, sometimes I feel like I must have swallowed a potion of hatred or something. Daniel spoke lightly, but his voice was weak. Perhaps due to his weary tone, the dark circles under his eyes appeared deeper tonight. As Lucy silently looked at Daniel with concern, a sudden noise erupted behind her, a loud pop. Instinctively spinning around, Lucy immediately reached into her coat. She was about to draw her pistol to shoot at the enemy but abruptly stopped herself. The explosion hadn't been caused by an enemy attack. Oh, fireworks. As Daniel said, fireworks were going off in the sky. Fireworks exploding over the Imperial Palace's grand banquet hall painted the night sky in a variety of colors. Lucy glanced at Daniel, who was innocently staring up at the fireworks, and quietly let out a sigh. I thought I'd been discovered. Relieved, Lucy slipped the half-drawn pistol back into her coat pocket. Daniel already knows I'm an Allied spy, so it wouldn't have been a big deal if he'd found out, but if Daniel realized she had approached him while disguised, it would cause trouble in various ways. So, it was best to keep her identity hidden for now. I should act like an ordinary university student. Glancing sideways at Daniel, Lucy then lifted her head to gaze up at the sky filled with fireworks. An ordinary student would probably admire the fireworks. Lucy's thoughts stopped right there. She became mesmerized by the vivid explosions of fireworks rising high into the sky. For Lucy, who was far more familiar with dark, enclosed rooms than the outside world, the fireworks paintings composed entirely of light were more beautiful than anything else she had ever seen. Captivated like a child, Lucy stood watching until the final burst of fireworks. Pretty. Having unconsciously murmured the words aloud, Lucy glanced to her side and immediately flinched in surprise. Daniel was looking down at her with a relaxed gaze. It seems like this is your first time seeing them. Huh. The fireworks, I mean. Although it really was her first time seeing fireworks, Lucy felt inexplicably embarrassed to admit it. Biting her lip, she remained silent, and Daniel quietly chuckled as he resumed walking. Let's go. We're almost at the exit. Understood. Feeling slightly sulky for no particular reason, Lucy silently followed behind Daniel. After walking for about 5 minutes, the two reached the exit of the park. Perhaps Daniel had sobered up slightly during the walk, as he took a deep breath and turned toward Lucy. Well, I should be going now. You should hurry back to your lodging as well. Daniel waved goodbye and began walking down the street. Watching his receding figure quietly, Lucy was suddenly gripped by an inexplicable anxiety. Perhaps it was because of their earlier conversation, but Daniel's back looked especially lonely tonight. Thinking that she couldn't just let him leave like this, Lucy took several quick steps forward. Catching up to Daniel, Lucy reached out her hand. Her hand hesitated briefly in midair, but summoning courage, she grabbed the sleeve of Daniel's coat. Daniel turned around at her touch, and Lucy, her face turning red despite herself, quietly spoke. Not everyone hates you, Colonel Steiner. So, after a short silence, Lucy bit her lip and lowered her eyes. Her blush, spreading from her face to her ears, clearly betrayed her embarrassment. At least one person. But the rest of her words didn't come out. Thinking it was impossible after all, Lucy quickly lowered her head, turned around, and started walking away. Daniel watched Lucy's back quietly, an enigmatic smile forming on his lips. So clumsy. As if she wanted me to recognize her from the start, wearing that disguise. He wasn't entirely sure whether even her awkwardness was part of a thoroughly planned honey trap, but /n_o_v_v_e_l_i_g_h_t/ from Daniel's perspective, it had definitely been a dangerous confession. If I hadn't known it was a honey trap, he might have foolishly fallen for it. There are moments in life when one unexpectedly faces an unforeseen situation. For instance, discovering that a shop you thought was thriving had suddenly closed down, or a celebrity at the peak of their career abruptly announcing their retirement. For Daniel, an event of comparable magnitude was arriving at work and not seeing Lucy. As he entered his private office at the General Staff headquarters, Daniel briefly furrowed his brows in confusion before shrugging. Something must have happened. No matter how punctual someone might be, like a well-oiled machine, unforeseen incidents and accidents were bound to occur at some point. But still, Lucy, being late. Just as Daniel was thinking that this was an unusual event, he set down his briefcase and draped his coat over the chair. Click-clack, click-clack. Urgent footsteps echoed down the hallway. Someone's running? He was wondering who it could be when the door to his private office suddenly swung open. Standing at the entrance, clutching the doorknob and gasping for breath, was Lucy. In her hand, she held a thermos. Apologies. I had trouble sleeping last night. She immediately apologized, even though Daniel hadn't asked. It was a rare sight. Even rarer was seeing her so out of breath that she struggled to speak properly. Daniel considered teasing her for a moment, but he wisely decided against it. Provoking her unnecessarily could backfire. There's no need to apologize. You barely made it on time, so technically, you're not late. But I must say, it's quite surprising to hear that you had trouble sleeping. Did something happen last night? He subtly probed, but Lucy simply shook her head instead of answering. Perhaps from running to avoid being late, her flushed face was tinged with a faint red hue. Daniel, observing her closely, pointed at the thermos. What's that? Did you bring tea? Lucy, having caught her breath, stepped closer and held out the thermos to him. I made some beet soup. It should help with your hangover. You made this for me. Previously, you brewed chamomile tea for me at my lodging and made chicken broth soup. Think of this as my way of returning the favor. Even as she said this, the tips of Lucy's ears were subtly reddening. Daniel wondered if it was just from exertion as he accepted the thermos. I'll enjoy it. But how did you know I drank last night? Lucy's shoulders twitched slightly, but she quickly regained her composure, as if she had anticipated the question. You enjoy drinking, so I assumed you would indulge at the banquet after the coronation. I see. If he pressed further, she might get annoyed. Best to let it go. It seems my adjutant is the only one who actually cares about me. I'll be sure to enjoy this. That aside. After a brief pause, Daniel spoke again. You might already know, but in 15 days, I'll be transferred to the Eastern Front as the Chief of Staff of the 7th Division. The order came directly from Her Majesty, so I have no choice but to accept it. Yes, I've heard. That makes this easier to discuss. If you wish, you don't have to follow me to the Eastern Front. As you know, it's a dangerous place. Even though he would mainly be working from the division's rear command, no place was truly safe from enemy attacks. In fact, the enemy would logically prioritize targeting the command headquarters, making it paradoxically more dangerous. It was a battlefield where one could lose their life at any moment. Despite this, Lucy didn't hesitate. I'll go. Her crimson eyes held unwavering determination. Daniel, feeling a bit troubled by her immediate response, cleared his throat. You could die. I understand. You might think working at the command headquarters is safe, but in reality, it could be the most dangerous place of all. I am aware. If the situation worsens, you won't even have access to proper meals, let alone desserts. I'm used to it. Daniel didn't bother asking why. He already knew Lucy was a former test subject. So why does she insist on following me? To keep an eye on me. Though Daniel found the situation unconvincing, he wasn't in a position to outright refuse her. Fine. If you insist, I won't stop you. A glint of satisfaction flickered in Lucy's eyes at his approval. Just as she was about to voice her gratitude, familiar footsteps echoed down the hallway. Daniel instinctively turned toward the door. A moment later, a robust middle-aged man appeared in the doorway. His hand was pressed against his forehead, as if struggling with a hangover. Director. Daniel, concerned, called out. Ernst lifted his head. His complexion was noticeably poor. Lieutenant Colonel No, Colonel Daniel. Are you all right? I feel like I'm dying. I have a slight headache, but it's nothing severe. Is that so? Youth really is a wonderful thing. It's not just youth. I simply moderated my drinking. More importantly, what brings you here? Oh, I just thought we could have a cup of coffee together. Coffee, huh? Daniel had no reason to refuse. Let's head down to the lounge for a cup, then. Sounds good. I'll even prepare it myself today. I should start ingratiating myself with our great imperial hero, Colonel Daniel Steiner, don't you think? A wise approach. Daniel responded to Ernst's playful remark with a light-hearted jest of his own. Just as he was about to leave, he hesitated. Lucy was subtly giving him a look. Realizing her silent message, Daniel picked up the thermos. Oh, I'll have some beet soup instead of coffee. Only then did Lucy's expression relax into a contented one, allowing Daniel to sigh in relief. I really don't understand what she's thinking sometimes. It remained a mystery. While Daniel was in the break room, sipping coffee with Ernst and engaging in trivial small talk. We must come up with a countermeasure immediately. We can't just sit here and take this. Deep in the heart of the Empire, the Palantia branch was facing an unprecedented emergency. Operations had halted entirely, no intelligence gathering, no espionage. Now, gathered in the meeting room under the leadership of Theobald, the branch members were locked in a heated debate. We must request support from the allied nations immediately. If we contact the Count directly, he will surely find a way to assist us. What kind of idiotic nonsense is that? You want to report our own incompetence to the homeland? Even if we notify them of our predicament, Daniel Steiner will move against us long before we ever receive aid. Then what? Are you saying we should just sit here and do nothing while he takes us apart piece by piece? We don't even know what he's demanding from us yet. Shortly after Hamtel's visit, the Palantia branch had come to a singular, terrifying conclusion. The one who had sent Hamtel was none other than Daniel Steiner. The prevailing theory was that the traitor Lucy had provided Daniel Steiner with classified information, or worse, that a mole within their ranks had colluded with him. The revelation that their location had been compromised meant that an enemy strike could come at any moment. Their nerves stretched taut, the operatives argued frantically, knowing that every second counted. First, we need to figure out what Daniel Steiner wants from us. He had the chance to kill us all when he sent his private organization, but he didn't. That must mean something. So now you're saying we should listen to Daniel Steiner? Do you have any idea what he's going to demand? What, then? Would you rather sit and wait for an execution like a bunch of dumb animals? If you want to play the fool, do it alone. The Allied nations won't give a damn about your idiotic pride. Bang! A man shot up from his seat, slamming his fist against the table before drawing his pistol and aiming it across the room. You bastard! You're the traitor, aren't you? You've been working with Daniel Steiner this whole time. The man on the receiving end of the accusation broke into a cold sweat, raising his hands slowly. Calm down. Losing our heads won't solve anything. Losing our heads? You're the only one in this room suggesting we listen to Daniel Steiner? And you still think this is just a misunderstanding? Director, you're just going to sit there and let this slide? Say something. Seated at the head of the table, Theobald let out a deep sigh. The tension in the room had escalated to the brink of madness. The crisis had pushed everyone to their limits. Enough. His voice was firm but measured. Levem has a point. If we don't understand what Daniel Steiner wants from us, we won't even have the option of negotiation. But, shut up and put the damn gun down. Unless you want me to put an extra hole in your head. Faced with Theobald's quiet but unmistakable threat, the man hesitated before finally lowering his weapon. Theobald rubbed his temples, exhaustion creeping into his expression. Then, Director, it's Blue Wall. He's here. The message sent a jolt through Theobald's weary body. There was only one person who might hold the key to Daniel Steiner's intentions. Platt, the spy who had failed his assassination mission. As murmurs spread through the meeting hall, Theobald grabbed his radio and pressed the transmit button. Let him in. Now, at last. A lead. Setting the radio back onto the table, Theobald exhaled. Not long after, the doors to the meeting room swung open. A man entered. Platt. His clothes were in tatters, soaked with filth, his entire appearance reduced to that of a wretched beggar. Silence fell over NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, the room as Platt staggered forward, taking ragged breaths before finally spotting Theobald. He walked toward him slowly, then dropped to his knees. I'm sorry, Director. I failed my mission. They had already assumed as much. Chastising him was pointless. Extracting information was the priority. Theobald reached out, gripping Platt's shoulders. What did Daniel Steiner say to you? Platt took a deep breath, steadying himself before he finally spoke. He told me not to pull any pathetic tricks on him. And a tremor ran through his voice. He said that if anyone deserved a glass of poisoned whiskey, it was you, Director. A suffocating silence swallowed the room. Daniel Steiner's message was clear. A slow gulp worked its way down Theobald's throat. Platt's breath hitched as he broke into a quiet sob. Then, in a hoarse whisper, he forced out the final words. Director. He doesn't want to negotiate. He raised his head, his face stricken with despair. Daniel Steiner is just toying with us. And if we don't submit to him, a shiver crawled down his spine. His lips barely moved as he spoke the last sentence. He will kill us all. The moment he heard the words, if you do not obey, I will kill all of you, Theobald broke out in a cold sweat. He wanted to believe it was a lie, but given Daniel Steiner's infamous reputation, the chances of it being true were high. In the silent conference room, Theobald took several deep breaths before finally speaking. Proof. Platt, having lost his usual composure, responded. Not long after leaving the grand banquet hall, a pursuer began following me. No matter how hard I tried to shake them off, they clung to me persistently, as if mocking my attempts. In the end, I was caught in a back alley. Recalling that moment, Platt's face was filled with terror. The ones wearing masks approached me as I lay on the ground and said this. He wouldn't want a disturbance on the day of the coronation, so this time, we will let you live. But they also made it clear there would be no next time. They told me to think carefully about how I should act. The conference room stirred upon hearing Platt's story. The words echoed the same meaning as the ones Hamtel had spoken when he stormed in earlier. Realizing they had been cornered, Theobald clenched his teeth. So they know our location, which means they can strike at any time. They're treating us like playthings, toying with us at their leisure. That arrogant bastard. Even though the situation had turned against them, Theobald had no intention of becoming Daniel Steiner's puppet. With his resolve hardened, he finally broke the long silence. You all heard that, didn't you? Daniel Steiner sees us as nothing more than stray dogs. He believes he can kill us whenever he pleases. A low chuckle escaped through Theobald's clenched teeth. To be honest, he's not wrong. The Palantia branch is right in the heart of the empire. If he wanted to, he could deploy not only his personal forces but also the military and police to surround us. If that happened, we'd be slaughtered like animals. Theobald stifled his laughter and looked around at the intelligence officers in the room. But the same applies to Daniel Steiner. We can strike at him just as well. He should have never given us time. He should have never grown so arrogant. Obedience? Huh? What a disgusting joke. Bang! Slamming his fist on the table, Theobald stood up. We swore loyalty to the Allied nations? Rather than bowing to a filthy imperial officer, we will fight to the death? Isn't that right? At the sound of Theobald's voice resonating through the conference room, the intelligence officer's eyes changed. A moment ago, they had been consumed by an uncertain fear. But now, what flickered in their gazes was a determination fueled by patriotism. Comrades, the time for decision has come. The moment to eliminate the menace threatening the Allied nations with our own hands is upon us. Who will stand with me? As soon as Theobald and AI'd, original source, finished speaking, 2 intelligence officers immediately raised their hands without hesitation. It was the embodiment of the patriotism they had harbored in their hearts. Pointing at the 2, Theobald raised his voice. Good, Denders, Contim, you will come with me disguised and armed with pistols. As Denders and Contim nodded, Rebum hesitantly raised his hand with a worried expression. It was the same man who had earlier argued with Denders, insisting they should listen to Daniel Steiner. Wait, Chief, even if we disguise ourselves, the moment we step out of the textile factory, we'll be caught in their surveillance net. That would ruin everything. You bastard, again. Denders glared at Rebum as if he wanted to tear him apart, but Theobald raised a hand to stop him. Because Rebum had a valid point. They only know that our base is inside the textile factory, but they don't know how the underground is structured. If we use the secret passage, we can escape without being detected. Even so, it's only a matter of time before we're discovered. Then we strike before they find us. Hearing Theobald's firm response, Rebum closed his mouth. Satisfied, Theobald turned away from Rebum and looked at the intelligence officers. Except for Denders and Contim, who will accompany me on the assassination mission, the rest of you will destroy all branch records and prepare to evacuate. If you're lucky, you might escape their surveillance and survive. One of the intelligence officers, who had been silently listening, finally spoke up. Chief, we may survive, but you're definitely going to die. He wasn't wrong. Regardless of whether the assassination succeeded or failed, Theobald was as good as dead the moment he took charge. But to Theobald, who had chosen to fight rather than submit, death was a trivial concern. If I can take down Daniel Steiner. Recalling his homeland, Theobald narrowed his eyes sharply. Then my life is a price I'm more than willing to pay. As evening fell, Daniel finished work as usual and headed to a restaurant. The restaurant, located near the General Staff headquarters, bore a humble sign that read Beer Heaven. Normally, he preferred to eat at the headquarters cafeteria, but there were times when he felt like spending money at an actual restaurant for a change of pace. And so, Daniel now sat at one of the restaurant's outdoor tables, enjoying a glass of beer with a side of braised cabbage and sausages. Lowering his beer mug, Daniel let out a satisfied smile. The draft beer here is excellent. I'll have to come back more often. Awarding the place full marks in his mind, Daniel leaned back, feeling the breeze, and took a moment to observe his surroundings. Pedestrians strolled leisurely around the fountain, and merchants stood by their stalls, calling out to potential customers. The scenery was peaceful, almost idyllic, and it put him at ease. Good thing I chose to sit outside. Had he eaten indoors, he would have missed out on this tranquil sight. Resting his chin on his hand, Daniel allowed himself the rare luxury of zoning out with no worries on his mind. Every now and then, he took a sip of his beer, bit into his sausage, and simply enjoyed the little pleasures of life. That was when a voice interrupted his peaceful moment. Oh, Colonel Daniel, is that you? The unfamiliar voice pulled Daniel back to reality. Turning toward the source, he found himself looking at an elderly man with a distinctive mustache beneath his glasses. It was Theobald in disguise. Of course, Daniel had no way of knowing that. Oh, judging by the uniform, you must really be Colonel Daniel? I never imagined I'd get to see someone I've only read about in the newspapers up close. What an honor. Daniel had wanted to spend time alone, but it wasn't as if he could outright dismiss an old man expressing admiration. Offering a faint smile, he responded politely. There's no need for such formality. I'm just an ordinary officer. Nonsense. Who would ever think of the Empire's hero as just an ordinary officer? But since fate has brought us together like this, may I join you, if you don't mind? Oh, of course. Daniel gestured toward the seat across from him, and Theobald pulled out a chair and sat down. Mimicking the mannerisms of an elderly man, Theobald smacked his lips before casually speaking. If I had known, I would have brought my son along. Ah, your son must be quite fond of me, then. Oh, indeed. At home, he always goes on and on about how Colonel Daniel Steiner is truly remarkable. As they conversed in an amicable atmosphere, Theobald carefully observed Daniel. He scrutinized every subtle shift in expression and listened for any irregularities in his tone. After a brief moment of analysis, Theobald came to a conclusion. He doesn't know. From what he could tell, Daniel Steiner had no idea who he really was. Well, of course. He would never expect that the very man he backed into a corner would bare his fangs in retaliation. That bastard. Your carelessness will cost you your life. Just as Theobald had resolved himself to kill Daniel and accept his own death, a waiter approached. Would you like to place an order? Without much thought, Theobald gave a casual nod. A glass of beer and a mixed sausage platter. Understood. 1 glass of beer and a mixed sausage platter for Mr. Theobald, correct. Theobald froze. He had never mentioned his name. And yet, the waiter had addressed him not by a false identity, but by his real name. A nameless fear gripped Theobald as he slowly turned his head, his eyes locking onto the waiter's wrist. There, just above the sleeve, was a tattoo, a blackbird holding a laurel branch in its beak. It was identical to the mark worn by the man who had introduced himself as Hamtel. That meant one thing. The waiter was issuing him a warning not to try anything foolish. Theobald's pupils trembled, but he quickly steadied himself. Even if he was being watched, killing Daniel Steiner wouldn't be difficult. All I have to do is pull out my pistol and shoot. Even if he were captured and subjected to brutal torture afterward, he was prepared to endure it. All for the sake of the Allied nations. Firming his resolve, Theobald reached into his coat for his pistol. And then, silence. A suffocating stillness blanketed the entire space. A man reading a newspaper lifted his head and glared at Theobald. A couple who had been chatting idly turned to look at him. Pedestrians who had been strolling past the fountain halted, their gazes fixed on Theobald. And behind Daniel, several individuals who had been casually drinking their beer had already drawn their pistols. If he moved even slightly, they would fire before he could even pull his weapon. Trapped in an eerie, surreal moment, Theobald was overcome by creeping terror. He finally understood this entire area belonged to Daniel Steiner. Slowly, he withdrew his hand from his coat. The moment he did, the heavy silence lifted, and the restaurant resumed its normal, lively atmosphere. The newspaper reader lowered his gaze. The couple resumed their conversation. The pedestrians continued their leisurely stroll. And the drinkers quietly holstered their pistols. Exhaling shakily, Theobald dropped his gaze. He no longer had the courage to meet Daniel Steiner's eyes. Watching him curiously, Daniel picked up his knife and cut into his sausage. What's wrong? Stabbing a piece of sausage with his fork, Daniel spoke as if making casual conversation. Is something about this seat making you uncomfortable? At the chilling tone in his voice, Theobald slowly lifted his head only to see Daniel, completely at ease, casually popping a piece of sausage into his mouth. On the surface, he appeared full of openings, but there was nowhere to strike. A faint glimmer of moisture welled in Theobald's eyes as he stared at Daniel. Only now, after coming this far, did everything become painfully clear to him. Silent tears slid down his face as he was overcome with despair. Through those tears, he finally realized. Daniel Steiner wasn't being careless. He simply had the power to toy with his enemies like playthings. Tears welled up in Theobald's eyes. He had come here with firm resolve, yet now he faced the bitter truth his cause would never be realized. And the fear was creeping in. A single wrong word could cost him his life. On top of that, someone who should be here was missing. As a strange sense of unease took hold, Theobald's eyes darted around, and then he realized. They're not here. Denders and Contim, who had left the textile factory with him, were nowhere to be seen. Before carrying out the operation, Theobald had given clear orders, separate to avoid detection, then regroup at Daniel Steiner's location. No matter how sudden the attack, they would need to strike from multiple angles to stand a chance against someone like Daniel, who was capable of neural acceleration. Even if one of them failed, the other could still complete the mission. But now, there was no sign of them. As if they had forgotten the plan altogether, their presence had vanished from this place. There was only one explanation. Denders and Contim had been captured before they even got here. If they managed to take down Denders and Contim in advance, then surely, they could have captured me just as easily. And yet, they let me wander freely on the streets. This was no coincidence. It was Daniel Steiner's mercy. Or perhaps, his idea of amusement. A predator playing with a mouse before killing it. The realization made Theobald's stomach churn. A wave of nausea rose within him. Ugh, heek. A choked sob escaped his lips. His face darkened, his expression twisting with quiet despair. Now that it was over, he saw no reason to keep up appearances. Of course, to Daniel, who was watching all of this unfold, the scene was simply baffling. What's wrong with him? The old man, who had sat down while chatting about his son, suddenly looked as if he was on the verge of tears. Daniel couldn't make sense of it. He hesitated before rationalizing the situation. Could it be that his son is no longer alive? Perhaps the old man had coincidentally met someone his late son had admired, and it stirred painful memories. That comment about bringing his son along, it could have been a self-deprecating joke. Thinking this, Daniel gave Theobald a mildly sympathetic look. After pondering how to approach the matter, he carefully asked, "Are you thinking about your son?" His voice was gentle, but to Theobald, it was absolutely terrifying. Swallowing dryly, Theobald forced out a trembling response. "Do you know my son?" "No, but I could always get to know him." Theobald's pupils dilated with fear. He had no idea what Daniel meant by that. But he knew one thing for certain: whatever it wasn't good. He opened and closed his mouth, struggling to speak. Like a fish gasping for air, Theobald silently floundered. All around him, he could feel it. The chatting couples, though engaged in conversation, had their eyes on him. The man reading the newspaper, the pedestrians strolling by the fountain, the waiter walking away after taking an order. They were all watching him. They were all waiting for his next words. The weight of it pressed against his throat, twisting into a silent threat. Say the wrong thing, and your son will pay the price. A single tear rolled down Theobald's cheek. I was wrong. Daniel, momentarily confused, blinked. Wrong about what? Before he could ask, Theobald continued in a desperate rush. I'm sorry. I will never do something like this again. I should have known better than to ignore the warnings. I was a fool. Please, I beg you. I'll end everything here. Just grant me a sliver of mercy. His head bowed so low that the crown of his head was exposed. It was a humiliating surrender. But Daniel still had no idea what was going on. One thing was clear, though this man was not in his right mind. Not wanting to get involved with a lunatic, Daniel cleared his throat. I think you should go home now. Theobald flinched. And my son? To be honest, I don't care that much. I don't want to hear about him. Thud. Theobald slammed his forehead against the table. Thank you, thank you. His pathetic display of gratitude sent a chill down Daniel's spine. For a moment, he considered calling the police. Before he could, Theobald rose from his seat. His eyes were hollow as he looked at Daniel, then without another word he bowed and left. Without touching his food, he walked away, disappearing into the distance. Daniel watched the old man's retreating figure with a puzzled expression. Then, a waiter approached. Colonel Daniel Steiner. Here is a strawberry cake. Turning, Daniel saw the small slice of cake on the tray and tilted his head. I don't recall ordering strawberry cake. It's on the house. Since you're visiting, we thought it was only proper to serve you something special. There was no reason to refuse. Accepting the plate, Daniel nodded. Appreciate it. I'll enjoy it. As the waiter smiled and left, Daniel picked up his fork and stabbed the strawberry on top. Popping it into his mouth, he glanced at the empty seat where the old man had been. What a strange man. That was all. Nothing more. Because to Daniel, he was just some stranger he had met for the first time. After leaving the restaurant, Theobald rushed toward the textile factory. Now that he realized everything was part of Daniel Steiner's scheme, he had to warn the others. He believed that the sooner he got the word out, the more lives he could save. But the moment he entered the textile factory, he stopped in his tracks. The machines, the looms and sewing machines were completely still. Of course, Theobald had ordered them to destroy the documents and prepare to flee, but at the very least, they should have been pretending to work to avoid suspicion. But the factory now appeared to be completely deserted, as though no one was there at all. As he looked around in confusion, Theobald slowly began to move. It was only when he reached the far end of the factory that he understood the situation. Click. Sparks flew from a small bonfire set on the floor. In front of the fire sat a black businessman whom Theobald had seen before. Beside him, a briefcase full of bundles of money rested at his feet. Around him stood a group of men wearing gas masks, all standing with rifles in hand. It was all over. In the midst of his helplessness, Theobald slowly turned his head and saw that the dying machine had been moved aside. This was the only hidden passage leading to the underground bunker, a secret that Hamtel had clearly known about. For a brief moment, Theobald stood frozen, then slowly turned toward Hamtel. How? Hamtel pulled out a stack of cash from the open briefcase and tossed it into the fire. The flames danced, scattering embers wildly. You failed to manage your subordinates properly. In silence, the money burned. As Theobald watched the bundles of cash turn to ash, he finally managed to speak. Was it Rebum? Hamtel did not answer. He merely took another stack of bills from the briefcase and threw it into the fire. Are Denders and Contem safe? What about the others? Once again, there was no response. Hamtel clasped his hands together, staring at the burning money before slowly speaking. I gave you a chance. A chance concerning your organization's survival. Every time the flames flickered, Hamtel's shadow wavered. But you ignored my advice. You didn't take this money. Not only that, you even tried to kill Daniel Steiner. Perhaps, you and I could have had a good relationship. We might have become strong partners, working together without conflict, pursuing mutual success. A faint smile played on Hamtel's lips. But now, it's all over. Just like this money burning to ashes, like kindling. He could not use the money rejected by an enemy. It was tainted, after all. But to Theobald, it felt as though this was a ritual before the enemy's death. Are you going to kill me? That's a rather simple last request. The monotone voice echoed hollowly in the air. As Theobald resigned himself to his fate, he let out a bitter laugh. You will never understand, will you? The noble heart of dying for one's country. It was absurd from the start to betray my country and join forces with you. Hamtel nodded quietly. You're not wrong. But you don't understand why we do this, do you? You've never lived as a slave simply because your skin is a different color. Hamtel threw another stack of money into the fire. If your organization is supported by the Allied nations, then ours is supported by Daniel Steiner. We are not so different in that we both act according to our beliefs. The only difference is, the flames grew a little higher. I was the strong one, and you were the weak one. Hamtel spoke the simple truth, his lips barely moving. Goodbye. It was a pleasure talking to you. Theobald's eyes widened. The next moment, one of the black swans drew a pistol and pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Theobald collapsed. Even in death, his eyes remained open, filled with disbelief. The final image reflected in his NVLGHT eyes was of Hamtel, pulling another bundle of cash from the briefcase and tossing it into the flames. Whoosh! This was the farewell money for Theobald, the last bundle of bills left in the briefcase. Late into the night, 3 police cars screeched to a halt in the textile factory's lot. Patrol officers, responding to a report of gunfire, had been dispatched immediately. As soon as the vehicles stopped, officers rushed out but hesitated at the factory entrance. The last to exit was Inspector Copero. His voice rang out, loud enough for everyone to hear. This is it. Draw your weapons. If those bastards are still inside, we may have to take them down. Despite their tension, the officers obeyed, unholstering their pistols. Their mouths were dry with nerves. A rookie glanced anxiously at Koparo and hesitated before speaking. Sir, are we really going in alone? Shouldn't we call for riot squad backup? Annoyed by the question, Koparo turned with a sharp glare. Are you stupid? If we call the riot squad, do you think they'll come alone? Those damn reporters, always looking for a scoop, will swarm in like flies, and when they broadcast a gunfight in the middle of the city, who do you think is going to take the blame? An incident like this, right after the coronation, would not sit well with the imperial court. And a shootout in the city? That would only fuel panic about public safety. If that happened, the district police department would be completely screwed. That was why Koparo was determined to handle this with just the patrol units. If you want to keep your job, shut up and follow orders. Got it. The rookie hesitated for a moment before nodding. Satisfied, Koparo signaled for the team to move in. The less experienced officers pressed against the factory's outer walls, keeping watch, while Koparo and the veterans crouched low and advanced inside. Their footsteps echoed across the concrete floor. Holding their breath, they moved cautiously because from deep within the factory, the sharp stench of blood was in the air. Creeping through the rows of machinery, Koparo suddenly stopped. A body lay sprawled on the floor. A single bullet hole in the head. Blood pooled beneath it, soaking into the ground. The officers scanned the area, suspecting the killer might still be nearby, but they found nothing. That's when Koparo realized the perpetrator had already fled. A random killing? For what? Robbery. As he stepped closer, he noticed something unusual. The ground was scorched. Scattered across the floor were half-burnt banknotes. They burned the money? So it wasn't about that. Scratching his head at the bizarre scene, Koparo sensed the other officers gathering around him. Sir, the suspect's already gone. Koparo nodded. Looks that way. Secure the crime scene and preserve all evidence. I'll inform the superintendent. His voice trailed off as something caught his eye. A fabric dyeing machine had been pushed aside, revealing a staircase leading underground. He swallowed dryly, exchanged a glance with a nearby officer, then looked down again. What the hell is this? Why the hell is there a hidden entrance in a textile factory? Beats me. Unless they built a secret room for poker games or something. Shit. I had a bad feeling about today. Alright. We're going in, stay close. Raising his voice, Koparo tightened his grip on his gun and began descending the stairs. As darkness swallowed them, an officer behind him switched on a flashlight. Click. The beam of light revealed a massive iron door at the bottom. Tension filled the air as Koparo reached out and cautiously pushed the handle. It moved. It wasn't locked. After taking a deep breath, Koparo kicked the door open. Bang! The door slammed wide, and he immediately raised his gun. Police? If you don't want to die, get on the ground. The words died in his throat. Inside the underground bunker, bodies lay scattered across the floor. Most appeared unconscious, but some were bleeding, gunshot wounds evident. As Koparo took in the scene, his gaze slowly lifted. What the hell? On the far wall was a massive strategic map. Radar screens, surveillance monitors, and rows of advanced electronic equipment lined the room. Sweat dripped down Koparo's temple as he finally spoke again. Call in the riot squad. No, notify the security bureau. Looks like we just stumbled upon an enemy spy hideout. Sir, are you sure we should? An officer hesitated, but Koparo shot him a glare filled with frustration and barely contained fury. And what the fuck do you think? Does this look like something a regular police patrol can handle? Just by scale alone, this was far beyond anything a local precinct could deal with. 2 days later, Imperial General Staff NVLGT, only on NVLGT, headquarters. Daniel Steiner's private office. The Imperial Daily, today's edition. As soon as Daniel sat down, Lucy approached and handed him the newspaper. Accepting it with a slight smile, Daniel responded, "Thank you." Lucy gave a small nod before returning to her seat. After confirming that she was back at her desk, Daniel unfolded the newspaper. There were too many ongoing matters that required him to stay on top of public opinion. He needed to see what was being reported. Let's see. What's today's headline? As his eyes scanned the front page, a flicker of intrigue crossed his expression. Security Bureau succeeds? Enemy spy hideout wiped out. Below the headline was a photograph of Security Bureau officers investigating what appeared to be a textile factory. The Security Bureau pulled it off. For Daniel, who had previously clashed with the Security Bureau, this wasn't exactly a welcome piece of news. And thinking that Lucy had likely seen this article as well made him slightly uneasy. She was undoubtedly connected to the people involved. He wanted to know what was going through her mind, but judging by her composed expression, she wasn't about to reveal anything. Just as he found himself awkwardly glancing in her direction, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. Come in. At Daniel's permission, the door opened to reveal Ernst. At first, he assumed it was another casual invitation for coffee, but there was something off about Ernst's demeanor. After a moment of hesitation, Ernst spoke cautiously. Listen. I just need to ask, have you been up to something lately? Daniel raised an eyebrow. Pardon? What do you mean? Someone from the Security Bureau is here to see you. And not just anyone, the director himself. He personally requested a meeting with you, but I have no idea why. The director of the Security Bureau? Daniel was momentarily taken aback but immediately rose from his seat. Where is he now? He's waiting for you in the reception room. I'll go immediately. This wasn't something he could afford to delay. Daniel stepped into the hallway, his mind already racing. The Security Bureau Director was, for all intents and purposes, one of the most powerful figures within the imperial administration. With the authority he wielded, he could utterly destroy a person's life with little effort. Of course, his reach didn't extend to Daniel Steiner, but that didn't make him any less of a threat. Why would someone like him want to see me? Did he find out that Lucy is a spy? Or worse, had they uncovered his past attempts at orchestrating an escape from the Empire? The chances were slim, but if the Security Bureau had been relentless in their investigations, it wasn't impossible. Considering that their officers had already been suspicious of Lucy, this could be their way of testing me. A deep sigh escaped him. Bracing for the worst-case scenario, Daniel continued walking until he reached the reception room on the first floor. Opening the door, he stepped inside. Seated alone, with no subordinates in sight, was the Security Bureau Director. The man in question was Otto Whitmore, Supreme Commander of the National Security Bureau and head of wartime counterintelligence. I've heard he comes from an influential noble family. If Whitmore was aligned with the noble faction that opposed the Emperor, and had come here on their behalf, this situation could turn into a serious headache for Daniel. Turning the Security Bureau Director into an enemy would be nothing short of disastrous. Oh. As Daniel was considering his next move, Otto raised a hand in a casual greeting. There you are? I was starting to wonder when you'd show up. There was something unsettling about the relaxed smile on his face. I came as soon as I received word. My apologies if I kept you waiting. Approaching the table, Daniel watched as Otto chuckled and shook his head. I didn't mean to make it sound like you were late. I simply meant that I've been looking forward to meeting you, Colonel Daniel Steiner. Otto gestured toward the sofa across from him. Why don't we sit and talk? That sounds reasonable. Daniel maintained his polite demeanor as he took a seat. Otto, despite his middle-aged appearance, had a sharp, refined look that concealed any signs of aging. Leaning back slightly, the director spoke in a measured tone. I have a number of questions I'd like to ask, but first, I wanted to express my gratitude on behalf of the Security Bureau. Gratitude? What gratitude? Daniel had only ever been an obstacle to the Bureau, not an ally. Rather than responding, he simply studied Otto in silence. Seeing that, Otto's expression grew a touch more serious. I'm referring to the operation at the textile factory. The way the armed enemy spies were eliminated swiftly, cleanly, and without leaving a trace. Few people know the details, but I do. I've received multiple reports on the matter. Otto briefly glanced around the room before lowering his voice to a near whisper. I know that it was you, Colonel Daniel Steiner, who orchestrated the entire thing. Daniel found himself sinking deeper into confusion. Me. Because this was the first time he had ever heard about it. Receiving gratitude for something he hadn't done was hardly pleasant. Daniel had no idea what Otto was talking about when the Security Bureau Director suddenly reached into his inner pocket. He pulled out a few photographs and laid them on the table. Despite dealing with enemy intelligence agents, I must say, you employed quite a humane method. The photos showed numerous people lying unconscious, as if in a deep sleep. Scattered around them were electronic devices and documents, their presence captured in the frame. Just as Daniel was about to question what exactly he was looking at, Otto continued. From my analysis, it appears chloroform gas was dispersed throughout the area, and the entrance was sealed until they all lost consciousness. Would you say my assumption is correct? Daniel lifted his gaze and studied Otto's face. Was he joking? But the look in Otto's eyes was dead serious. Realizing he needed to clear up this misunderstanding, Daniel let out a low chuckle and shook his head. I have no idea what you're talking about. I had nothing to do with that incident. Is that so? Otto clicked his tongue as if unconvinced. He set the photos down on the table before reaching for his briefcase. Rummaging through it, he eventually pulled out another photograph. Then, do you at least recognize this man? You should, considering this is him before he removed his disguise. Daniel took a look at the image. It depicted an elderly man, lying still with a bullet lodged in his forehead. His eyes were closed. A flicker of recognition crossed Daniel's face as he nodded. I spoke with this old man briefly at a bar called Beer Paradise. Are you telling me he was an Allied intelligence agent? Otto, still wearing that same unreadable smile, gave a slow nod. That's correct. According to our investigation, after speaking with Colonel Daniel Steiner, he returned to his hideout, only to later encounter an unknown group, at which point a bullet was embedded in his skull. And that's not all I've uncovered. Otto motioned for Daniel to wait, then retrieved a few more documents from his briefcase. They were interrogation report statements from the captured enemy agents who had regained consciousness. Handing them over, Otto spoke. As you'll see, they refused to say anything about who attacked them. All of them are paralyzed with fear and remain tight-lipped. From what I can gather, it seems the assailant made sure to silence a few of them as a warning. Otto shrugged. One thing I don't understand, though, is why some were left alive. If the goal was to ensure complete secrecy, killing them all would have been the most effective course of action. But the person behind this operation apparently valued the information these spies could provide. Killing every discovered spy wouldn't inflict much harm on the Allied forces. Losing agents was a painful setback, but dead spies couldn't reveal anything. On the other hand, capturing them alive and extracting information either through persuasion or interrogation could deal the Allies a catastrophic blow. Daniel Steiner, a man who had fought countless battles against the Allied nations, would undoubtedly understand this simple truth. And Daniel Steiner ran a covert organization powerful enough to wipe out an entire intelligence branch overnight. Everyone with half a brain knew NVLIOTA-GHT. Read the full story. He had used that private force when he arrested members of the Imperial Prince's faction in the past. On the same day that the Palantia branch was obliterated, Daniel Steiner had held a conversation with their leader, Theobald, at a restaurant. When Otto pieced everything together, the conclusion was obvious: Daniel Steiner had orchestrated the entire operation from behind the scenes. That was why Otto had come to see him personally to hear the truth directly. Yet Daniel, who had absolutely nothing to do with it, was left speechless. I don't even know that old man's name. We just had a meal together, nothing more. Just a meal, you say? Otto studied him carefully before finally nodding, as if he had no choice but to accept the response. If that's the official stance of Colonel Daniel Steiner, I won't press further. However, I do want you to know this: the Security Bureau truly appreciates what happened. Daniel narrowed his eyes. I don't see how I deserve any thanks. Otto chuckled. But that's exactly why we're grateful. Because Colonel Daniel Steiner remained silent, the Security Bureau was able to claim full credit for wiping out an enemy intelligence network. With a grin, Otto began gathering the scattered documents and photographs on the table. Plenty of people try to buy the Security Bureau's cooperation with money. Some even offer us political power. But very few hand us results like this on a silver platter. After neatly organizing the documents, Otto slipped them back into his briefcase. I'm sure you're aware, Colonel, that the capital is standing at the eye of the storm. You can feel it in the air, can't you? That something terrible is about to happen. Closing the briefcase, Otto straightened his jacket. And in times like these, what we need most is results. As long as we can prove the Security Bureau is still competent, no matter who ends up ruling the empire, my head will stay firmly attached to my shoulders. Something about Otto's words felt off to Daniel. The coronation was already over, so why was the director of the Security Bureau speaking as if the matter of the throne was still undecided? The empire has only one ruler, Her Majesty the Emperor. Otto nodded in agreement. Yes, that is indeed true, and I wholeheartedly support that notion. If that's the case, then your recent statement sounded rather peculiar. Naturally, it was meant to sound peculiar. After all, this is a gift from me to you, Colonel. And when one receives a gift, it's only right to offer something in return, wouldn't you agree? I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Otto's smile deepened. In that case, allow me to make my intentions clearer. Even though no one was around, Otto pretended to be cautious. Leaning forward slightly, he lowered his voice to a whisper. Beware of Duke Blle. He will be the one to stir the storm. Daniel's eyes narrowed sharply. Duke Blle. The old fox who had once sided with the Imperial Prince during the battle for succession. I was under the impression that he had acknowledged his loss and withdrawn his support. Could he be the leader of the noble faction that has been trying to pressure me? Daniel had vaguely suspected as much, but hearing it from someone else was an entirely different matter. Of course, there was a chance Otto was lying, but dismissing a statement from the head of the Security Bureau, someone with access to an ocean of information, would be foolish. I'll keep your advice in mind. Hearing Daniel's response, Otto smiled and closed his briefcase. I hope you found my information useful. I'll take my leave now. He stood up from his seat and began to walk away, only to pause as if something had just occurred to him. By the way, do you happen to know a man named Hamtel? He's a rather unusual black entrepreneur. Hamtel? The name sounded familiar, but Daniel couldn't recall any details. I don't. Why do you ask? It's nothing too serious. He was supposed to invest in Theobald's textile factory. Since he was connected to the enemy intelligence network, I had him investigated, but his alibi was absolutely airtight, so we had to rule him out as a suspect. However, Otto raised a hand to stroke his chin. Have you ever come across an alibi that's so perfect it actually makes you more suspicious? Even if I had, I'm not sure why you'd be telling me this. Fair point. Otto smirked. Well, I do hope we'll meet again. He extended a hand. Daniel rose from his seat and accepted the handshake. With a slight nod, Otto turned and exited the office. Outside the General Staff headquarters. The moment he stepped outside, his aide, who had been waiting nearby, approached. Director, how did the meeting go? Otto wore a strange expression. I don't know. It didn't feel like I was speaking to a person. What do you mean? He was, like a machine. At least, the Daniel Steiner that was responding to me. Otto thought back to the conversation in the reception room. All the evidence pointed to Daniel Steiner having used his private organization to annihilate the enemy spy network. And yet, Daniel had denied it without the slightest hesitation. Otto had expected him to reject the claim. That much was predictable. But the real issue was what came after. I know for a fact that he was lying. But there wasn't a single tell. Having risen through the ranks to become director of the Security Bureau, Otto had encountered countless con artists and deceivers. No matter how skilled they were, he had always been able to detect their lies. People, when lying, inevitably exhibited physiological and behavioral discrepancies. Even their breathing patterns and magical signatures would shift slightly. For someone like Otto, who had a keen eye for spotting such inconsistencies, exposing deception was second nature. But with Daniel Steiner, there had been nothing. No tension, no hesitation, no disruptions in his breathing. It was as if he had spoken nothing but the absolute truth. A chill ran down Otto's spine. It's eerie, downright terrifying. Shuddering, Otto rubbed his arms, trying to shake off the discomfort. Daniel's ability to deceive even himself was enough to make his skin crawl. He may very well have sociopathic tendencies. Regardless, listen up, Aide. I'm more convinced than ever that we need to adjust our strategy. In what way? From now on, if Duke Blle asks for our cooperation, don't provide any more information than necessary. And we're not to mobilize any of our personnel for his sake. Otto's aide seemed taken aback. You mean? Otto smirked. Yeah, maybe the one bringing the storm to the Empire isn't Duke Blle at all. His grin widened. It might just be Daniel Steiner. After Daniel left his office to meet with the Security Bureau director, Lucy put down the documents and stared intently at the closed door through which Daniel had exited. She fixed her gaze on it with an unstable expression before shaking her head. It was best to put strange thoughts aside for now and focus on her original duties. With that decision, Lucy picked up the documents again and resumed her review, but she soon had to stop. She simply couldn't concentrate. More than just a lack of focus, her mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of Daniel Steiner. The Security Bureau director must be suspicious of him. Lucy had a vague understanding of the situation. It wasn't the Security Bureau that had dismantled the Blle branch, it was Daniel. After all, he was the one who had uprooted the Imperial Prince's private organization in the past. It was only natural to assume that Daniel had used a similar method to crush the Blle branch this time. Then, what was his reason? From Lucy's perspective, Daniel attacking the Blle branch was akin to wielding a double-edged sword. If he succeeded, he would efficiently eliminate the Allied nations' spies embedded within the Imperial capital. But if he failed, he wouldn't just lose his own covert network, he would become the top priority assassination target for enemy operatives. Why would Daniel take such a risk? Lucy pondered the question over and over until she arrived at one conclusion. Could it be because of me? It wasn't mere speculation. Daniel knew that she was a former test subject. I don't know if it's sympathy or pity, but from Lucy's perspective, Daniel had always been strangely kind to her. He frequently took her to dessert shops, buying her all sorts of treats. And when the Security Bureau officers stormed in, he had stepped forward to defend her without hesitation. Even though he knows I'm both a test subject and an Allied nations spy, Daniel has always stood by me. There was nothing to gain from treating her well. In fact, it only made things more dangerous for him, yet Daniel never stopped. If he moved to protect me this time as well, then everything suddenly made sense. From Daniel's standpoint, eliminating the Blle branch would make it easier to keep Lucy safe. In reality, Daniel had done nothing but have a meal at a pub called Beer Heaven, utterly unaware of the situation. But Lucy had no way of knowing that. After all, Daniel was someone capable of running a covert organization while also being proficient enough in intelligence gathering to know that his aide was a former test subject. More than that, he had recently turned a newspaper company into his propaganda outlet and established peculiar ties with the church. A man like that wouldn't possibly be unaware of the Blle branch's activities. If he had investigated them, he would have certainly discovered that Lucy had turned her back on the organization after fighting against them. So he acted to protect his aide. The moment she reached that realization, guilt seeped into Lucy's heart. The thought that Daniel had once again helped her made her uneasy. I couldn't do anything for him in return. And yet, Daniel carried on with his work as if it was only natural. Even though he should know that aiding an Allied nations spy, even one who was his aide, was not the right thing to do. Faced with Daniel's unwavering support, so devoted it could even be called self-sacrificial, Lucy felt a sharp pang in her heart. I want to repay him. Somehow, she wanted to give Daniel Steiner more than what she had received from him. Not just desserts or borscht, she wanted to be of real help to him. But in the current situation, she had no idea how to do that. For a moment, she even considered running away before she could burden him any further, but quickly shook her head. Leaving without repaying his kindness would be no different from betraying Daniel's efforts. Then what could she do to help him? Neglecting her work entirely, Lucy racked her brain, only to exhale softly in frustration. I don't know. She truly had no idea. The only things she knew about Daniel beyond work were that he liked desserts and that he was more playful than he seemed. I don't even know what he really wants. Her thoughts trailed off as something suddenly clicked. There was one more thing she knew about Daniel. Kelly, the woman Daniel had lost. If she could find out what she looked like, maybe she could at least try to resemble her. Just as Lucy entertained such a somewhat ridiculous idea, she immediately shook her head. No, he might hate that instead. Perhaps he was the kind of person who preferred to leave the past in the past. Ugh. A headache suddenly crept in, making her frown. Tapping her fingers lightly against the desk, Lucy's gaze drifted toward Daniel's seat. The coat. Daniel's officer coat, which he always wore, was draped over the chair. The thought that Kelly's photograph might be inside its inner pocket unsettled Lucy. I want to see it. She wanted to know what kind of woman had stolen Daniel's heart. But the idea that Daniel might hate it held her back. I shouldn't. I mustn't. Lucy clenched her fist, repeating the mantra in her mind before gripping the documents again, determined to return to her work. Yet, no matter how much she tried to focus, her attention kept drifting toward Daniel's coat. Like a magnet, her gaze was irresistibly drawn back to it. Even when she squeezed her eyes shut, the image of the photograph inside tormented her thoughts. She couldn't hold back anymore. Slowly, Lucy rose from her seat. Just a quick look. Just for a moment, and it'll be fine. Muttering an absurd justification to herself, she approached the coat Daniel had left behind. She hesitated in front of it for a moment but eventually slipped her hand into the inner pocket and pulled out a photograph. However, there was no woman who appeared to be Kelly in the picture. What Lucy retrieved was a photograph of Daniel, surrounded by orphaned children, smiling warmly. She had seen this picture before. As she stared at it, her eyes narrowed slightly. A strange emotion surfaced. Her rationality, once tightly wound, unraveled, giving way to impulsive thoughts. A mixture of sorrow and vague longing washed over her in disarray. The cause was the kindness in Daniel's expression captured in the photo. As ridiculous as it was, Lucy realized she was jealous of that kindness. Daniel is a good person. That's why. Even if it weren't Lucy Amelia standing in her place, Daniel would have helped his aid all the same. He wasn't risking his life for Lucy Amelia, but for a poor woman who was once a test subject. If someone else had been in her position, he would have done the same. Even when we met in disguise at the park. From Daniel's perspective, she had been a complete stranger at the time. And yet, he had stepped forward to escort her without hesitation. Not only had he spoken to her with uncharacteristic warmth, but he had also shared thoughts he never revealed to his actual aide. Ironically, Daniel had confided more easily in a woman he met for the first time in the park than in Lucy, who had been by his side for nearly a year. That realization didn't sit well with her. She hated the fact that Daniel was kind to everyone. She didn't want to accept the possibility that, to Daniel, she was just one among many. With a quiet sigh, Lucy slipped the photograph back into the coat's inner pocket. But then, she suddenly paused. A faint scent wafted from the coat. A subtle blend of soap and a lingering trace of sweat. Clean, yet soft. A scent that strangely lifted her spirits. Almost unconsciously, Lucy leaned in, inhaling deeply. It smells nice. It was the same scent she had noticed when she had embraced Daniel in her quarters before. Eyes closed, she savored the familiar scent. Then, with a startled jolt, her eyes flew open, round with shock. The realization that she Novelight had acted purely on instinct made her feel an unexpected wave of embarrassment. Her face flushed, and she let out a small cough before straightening herself. Even so, her gaze remained locked onto Daniel's coat. Not because of some primal desire to smell it again, but because she was thinking about the photograph inside. She wanted her image to be among the photos Daniel always carried. I don't want to be remembered as just another ordinary person. With a delicate touch, Lucy smoothed her hand over the shoulder of the coat, her eyes softening. But how? How could she make Daniel see her as someone special? More than that, she wanted to become someone precious to him. Lost in those thoughts for a long moment, Lucy eventually let out an awkward smile. Loving someone alone. She was starting to realize. It wasn't as pleasant as she had imagined. After finishing the conversation with the director of the security bureau, Daniel returned to his office and found Lucy, who was sitting quietly at his desk, working. "Lieutenant." Hoping against hope, Daniel called out, and Lucy slowly lifted her head. Her blood-red eyes showed no sign of emotion or movement. As always, her face was expressionless. If the director of the security bureau suspects me, then Lucy must be the same. If she thinks I destroyed the Palencia branch of the Allied spy network. As Daniel gazed at Lucy, he swallowed dryly. From Lucy's perspective as an Allied spy, she might feel anger toward me. It was a reasonable assumption for Daniel, who had no idea what kind of relationship Lucy had built with the Palencia branch. On the other hand, Lucy felt no particular reaction to the destruction of the Palencia branch, which had treated her as nothing more than a tool. In fact, she thought Daniel had eliminated the branch for her sake, and her feelings toward him were on the rise. "Colonel." Lucy tilted her head as she noticed Daniel's strange expression, betraying a subtle tension. "Do you have something to say?" Her voice was calm, almost too casual, as if she knew nothing about the incident. Daniel, realizing it was useless to try to probe, shook his head. "Nothing." Saying this, Daniel walked over to his desk and took a seat. He opened a drawer and pulled out a few sheets of paper, pretending to focus on his work while his mind wandered. The conversation with the director of the security bureau kept spinning in his head. Duke Blle is going to stir the storm. The intensity of the metaphor suggested that something was about to happen within the system. So, their goal isn't just to eliminate me, but to do something more. If eliminating Daniel Steiner is only part of the plan, then Duke Blle is more dangerous than I thought. Daniel knew he couldn't act rashly after being appointed as the Chief of Staff for the Eastern Front 7th Division. Soon, he would have to leave the system, but now that the situation had entered a lull, there was no need to provoke any unnecessary conflict. He had already inflicted the maximum damage possible on the noble faction. He had arrested Campbell, the leader of the Liberal Social Party, who had been working as a puppet for the nobles, and used public opinion to isolate Baron Henda. Moreover, the brick incident had further solidified Daniel's political position. If Daniel were to start investigating Duke Belver's true intentions now, the worst-case scenario could lead to a deadly and hopeless outcome. By now, any evidence of supporting the Crown Prince's faction would have been erased, and if Daniel made a move, it would undoubtedly turn into a dangerous, life-threatening mud fight. Losing one's life in a political struggle should be avoided at all costs. And, at this point, Daniel had more than just Duke Belver to worry about. He had growing doubts about who exactly had destroyed the Palencia branch. According to the director, they used sleep-inducing gas. It's very similar to the method used when the Crown Prince's faction was suppressed. The Crown Prince's faction had confessed that they had lost consciousness due to sleep gas during their arrest. If that's the case, then it must have been the same person. Daniel couldn't understand their motives. They've been using my name, but why would anyone associate their deeds with mine? Normally, people sell out names to cover up their misdeeds, right? Arresting the Crown Prince's faction, who were plotting rebellion, and destroying the enemy spy network at Palencia seemed like clear accomplishments. A mysterious group giving credit for those actions was perplexing. At first, I thought it was a coincidence. But if coincidences keep piling up, they are no longer coincidences. However, Daniel couldn't grasp the reason behind these strange actions. As Daniel pressed his forehead, deep in thought, Lucy finished organizing the documents. Seeing this, Daniel unconsciously glanced at the wall clock and realized it was already time to leave. Has it gotten this late already? Though he had barely done any work today due to the director's visit, quitting time was always a good time to leave. With the thought of heading home to relax, Daniel grabbed his briefcase and stood up. Let's call it a day. Understood. Hearing Daniel's words, Lucy also stood up from her seat. As Daniel stepped toward the door to leave the office, Lucy followed closely behind. The sound of their footsteps echoed softly in the corridor, and Daniel couldn't help but feel uneasy, glancing at Lucy. She looks like she's in a bad mood today. Lucy usually maintained a neutral expression. She rarely showed surprise, anger, or joy. At first, Daniel thought her lack of expression might mean she was emotionally detached. But after spending almost a year with Lucy, Daniel had come to realize that, despite her expressionless face, there were subtle changes in her emotions. For example, right now, her gaze was a little lower than usual. It almost seemed like she was looking just below him, not straight ahead. This was one of the signs Lucy showed when she was feeling down or lost in thought. Could she be concerned about the Palencia branch getting wiped out? Not at all. Lucy was currently preoccupied with how she could help Daniel Steiner. She also secretly desired to become someone important to him. However, Daniel, unaware of this, could only feel more and more anxious. After all, she was Lucy Amelia. Would anyone be able to ignore the killing machine capable of taking on an entire battalion that was right beside them? Daniel, pacing restlessly down the stairs, began to feel sweat forming on his palms. Determined to calm down somehow for the sake of survival, Daniel cleared his throat. Lieutenant, how about we have a little chat? Their footsteps stopped at the landing of the stairs. As Daniel quietly observed Lucy from behind, he cleared his throat before speaking. You seem to be in a different mood today. If you have something troubling you, would you mind telling me? Lucy's hand twitched. After taking a deep breath amidst her chaotic thoughts, Lucy turned around. Thanks to the light from the landing, her silver hair shimmered under the glow, and her crimson irises shone beautifully. I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to be concerned, Colonel. But since it's a personal matter, I don't want to trouble you. That's quite audacious of you. Daniel chuckled lowly. As your superior, it's my responsibility to manage and oversee you. If I don't even know what's troubling my aide, can I really call myself a proper superior? But enough. Just tell me. After all, you and I will be spending more time together than anyone else. It's better if we speak openly with each other, don't you think? Lucy's eyes widened in surprise, clearly taken aback. Daniel's offhand remark had struck her straight to the heart. He just said we'll spend more time together than anyone else. She hadn't misheard him. It was Daniel's own words. Though what she really wanted to hear was different, she didn't mind that statement as much as she had expected. Lucy stared at Daniel, then quietly spoke. Did you like the beet soup? She changed the subject, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Daniel, though a bit puzzled by the abruptness of her question, answered sincerely. The beet soup? Ah, it was quite delicious. The dessert you made before was also great. It seems you have quite the skill in cooking. I see. That's good then. Lucy smiled a mysterious smile and bowed her head slightly. Then, she turned and continued down the #and_light stairs. Daniel, still staring at her retreating figure, scratched his cheek, somewhat dumbfounded. What was that? Was she upset because I didn't comment on the food? Though he didn't fully understand, he was relieved to see that Lucy seemed to be in a better mood. Meanwhile, at Duke Belver's mansion. Your Grace, it seems the director of the Security Bureau has met with Daniel Steiner, reported Pelliston, the deputy director of the Imperial Intelligence Agency, as he stood in front of Duke Belver, who was spending time in the wine cellar. Belver frowned. That bat-like man. Director Otto, the head of the Security Bureau, always pretended to remain neutral but was a typical opportunist who inserted himself into any group that seemed to have a chance of winning. Though Otto claimed it was a strategy for surviving in the long run, Belver saw him as nothing more than a spineless opportunist. But his ability to judge people is impressive, that much is true. For Otto to decide to meet with Daniel meant that it wasn't something to be taken lightly. Otto must have believed Daniel had a chance of succeeding and was covering his bases. I can't waste any more time. Clenching his teeth, Belver turned to Pelliston and spoke. How is Bertham's condition? According to his doctor, he won't last through this month. Good. Make sure everything is prepared. The time will be right when Bertham passes, and Daniel Steiner is away from the system. Pelliston hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking. Your Grace, even so, aren't we rushing things? Daniel Steiner is dangerous, but do we really need to act this quickly? Belver gave a hollow laugh. Pelliston's question was absurd. You don't understand Daniel Steiner. Belver recalled the time when Daniel had come to his mansion and threatened him. Even now, thinking about it made his hand tremble slightly in fear. The eyes sharp as a wolf's yet as deep as an abyss were etched into his mind, unforgettable. Do you know who the late Emperor Sylvia's great-grandfather was? The Emperor's great-grandfather. The eternal Emperor Barrage von Amberg. He had deposed the king when the empire was still a kingdom and placed himself on the throne. He was also the one who transformed the kingdom into the mighty empire it became. Having served that iron-blooded man from a distance in his youth, Blle understood. The spirit Daniel Steiner showed that day was very similar to Barrage's. Taking a deep breath, Blle remembered his encounter with Daniel Steiner, breaking out into cold sweat. He's no different from Barrage. Those eyes were definitely the eyes of a usurper who would devour the empire. He United Nations permanent member state, Adria. Royal Palace, Audience Chamber. Your Majesty, thanks to the success of the recent talks, the Republic has decided to speed up preparations for joining the war. They plan to make a decision before summer, so we can expect good news soon, the Minister of Foreign Affairs reported as he bowed deeply before the king seated on the throne. However, the target of the minister's attention was, ironically, not the king. The foreign minister was more concerned with the gaze of Count Blle, the chancellor, who was standing next to the king, leaning on his cane. Swallowing nervously, the foreign minister continued. However, the Federation is showing skepticism regarding participation. The president of the Federation said that while he would gladly accept the union if the three nations could harmonize, he wanted to know who would bear the responsibility if it led to a global crisis. Upon hearing the foreign minister's report, Blle tightened his grip on the cane's handle. He understood exactly what the president of the Federation meant by those words. He's mocking the idea that the allied nations can defeat the empire simply by allying with the Republic. The empire had successfully subdued the Eldresia kingdom with minimal damage, and had even incorporated the neutral state of Bolanos as a de facto ally. It was truly an unstoppable force. Reluctantly, Blle admitted that there was no denying the empire's consecutive victories. Meanwhile, the allied nations had failed to show significant progress. The president enviged, read more on our source, of the Federation was scolding the allies, implying that if they didn't produce real results, they would refuse to cooperate. As the worst-case scenario became a reality, Blle ground his teeth in frustration. Daniel Steiner. That damned brat was slowly shifting the balance of the world. He had even heard that recently, Steiner had destroyed the Palencia branch located in the heart of the empire. He was like a malignant tumor in the allied nations. He must be removed. Your Majesty, Blle took a deep breath and looked down at the king. Promise the Federation that our allied nations will take full responsibility. Also, let them know that they will soon realize how fragile and rotten the empire is, despite its outward appearance. The empire, you say? Yes. According to reliable sources, there are factions within the empire attempting to incite internal strife. Noble alliances claiming the legitimacy of the royal family. Though their reasons were ideological, at the core, they were simply blinded by the lust for power, something that wasn't particularly important. What mattered was that, if they used these factions, the empire could be divided. Since the Palencia branch was destroyed, the Empire's Security Bureau has increased its surveillance, but we still have agents within the system. I will instruct them to make contact with the noble alliances and reveal that the allied nations are willing to offer assistance. If the rebellion succeeded, they would hold unimaginable power, but if they failed, they would lose their lives. Blle, who led the noble alliances within the system, was certainly aware of this. So even if the enemy's hand was forced, they would likely seize the opportunity. It's all for the greater cause, using the enemy to our advantage. If they accept our offer, we can slowly bring the empire to ruin from within. Furthermore, we can isolate Daniel Steiner, who is regarded as the empire's hero and has been winning battle after battle. Perhaps we could go further than isolation. Bledre's eyes narrowed sharply. We might even be able to have him executed in the name of the empire. If the Noble Alliance succeeded in turning the emperor into a puppet and seized control, they would likely try to eliminate Daniel Steiner, who posed a threat to their power. In other words, it would be a perfect case of using the enemy's sword to kill the enemy. The king, staring blankly at Bledre as he casually discussed Steiner's death, nodded. It was a truly evil plan, but he found it plausible. It seems wise to proceed as you suggest. Moreover, the king, who was little more than a puppet, couldn't dare to argue against Bledre's words. 10 days after the director of the Security Bureau visited the headquarters. In the 10 days that followed, Daniel had kept himself busy. Due to his appointment as Chief of Staff for the 7th Division on the Eastern Front, a new operations officer had been assigned to the headquarters. Daniel was revered by the new officer, and they exchanged a smooth handover of duties. In between, Daniel also took the time to review the operational situation of the 7th Division and enemy intelligence. He wasn't necessarily focused on being the best Chief of Staff. Instead, he spent his time contemplating how he could survive on the Eastern Front. Just as he was beginning to enjoy this brief peace, he received a summons from the royal palace. The sender was none other than the empire's highest authority, the current Emperor Sylvia, and Daniel couldn't refuse the invitation. He soon found himself stepping into the royal palace. After following the chamberlain down the long, marble-lined hallway, Daniel arrived at the emperor's office. Standing in front of the office were Colonel Hartmann and his soldiers, who were responsible for the emperor's chief security. Noticing Daniel's approach, Hartmann saluted lightly. Daniel, feeling slightly uncomfortable, quickly returned the salute, prompting Hartmann to smile warmly. Well, Colonel Steiner. I see you've been promoted. We've been waiting eagerly for your arrival. Though Daniel was uncomfortable with the formal tone, he chose not to comment. In the military, respect for rank was an essential part of maintaining order. I apologize for keeping you waiting, but may I ask if the Emperor is available? His Majesty is inside, attending to state affairs. Unless there's a major event or conference, he always works in here. Hartmann's lips curved into a bitter smile. He's always been absorbed in his work, but since ascending to the throne, he's been cutting back on sleep. I'm worried he might fall ill if he keeps this up. Daniel understood. It was clear that the Emperor felt a great responsibility since taking the throne. Nodding, Daniel continued, and Hartmann stepped aside, signaling that Daniel should enter. Taking this as a cue, Daniel moved forward and gently knocked on the door. Your Majesty, Colonel Daniel Steiner is here. Before long, a response from inside the room called for Daniel to enter. He opened the door and stepped inside. The first thing Daniel noticed was the wide window through which the starlight spilled in from the night sky. Under the starlight, Emperor Sylvia, who was working at her desk, slowly raised her head upon noticing Daniel's entrance. Her platinum blonde hair gleamed with a soft sheen, and her tired, blue eyes blinked lazily. Colonel Daniel, Sylvia mumbled, rising from her seat. Is this the first time we've met since the coronation? Since I became emperor, I mean. Yes. At Daniel's response, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of Sylvia's lips. So, how does it feel? The emperor you helped create. It was a difficult question to answer. Not knowing what she meant by the question, Daniel fell silent, causing Sylvia to laugh softly. It seems there's a strange rumor circulating among the nobility. They're saying that if it weren't for your help, I would never have reached the throne. That's not true. Daniel immediately responded. Even without my help, your Majesty would have rightfully claimed the throne. He meant it sincerely. In the original story, Sylvia had indeed ascended to the throne on her own merits. But for Sylvia, Daniel's words didn't seem to provide much comfort. I'd like to believe that too. But as the days go by, the rumors keep spreading and growing. Do you know what some of the noble women are saying? They claim that I'm in a relationship with you and that the royal family is doomed because of it. Daniel frowned. This clearly seemed like a baseless rumor spread by the noble factions to undermine the authority of the emperor. Sylvia, though aware of this, appeared to be under psychological pressure. Your Majesty, we must track down and eliminate those spreading these rumors. Just as Daniel was about to offer advice, he suddenly paused. The faint smell of alcohol lingered in the air. Turning his gaze, Daniel noticed a bottle of whiskey on Sylvia's desk, left open, with about a third of its contents gone. She doesn't drink much, does she? It seemed that recent difficulties had driven Sylvia to drink heavily. Just as Daniel decided to calm her down, Sylvia slowly walked towards him and then opened her arms with a playful smile. Startled, Daniel hesitated, and Sylvia waved her arms once. What are you waiting for? The emperor is asking for a hug. Are you going to ignore me? Your Majesty, you've had too much to drink. So what? Are you refusing to obey my command? This was going too far. Daniel briefly considered calling Hartmann, but the problem was the personal guards. If they saw the emperor drunkenly causing a scene, it would undoubtedly lead to more rumors spreading. Reluctantly, Daniel decided to play along. He approached her, and Sylvia lightly embraced him. The smell of alcohol mixed with Sylvia's unique scent. This feels nice. I've always wanted to do this. Murmuring like she was sleep-talking, Sylvia giggled in amusement. While Sylvia's behavior was unusual for an emperor, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. After all, despite her position, Sylvia was still very young, barely an adult. It wasn't easy to bear the weight of the responsibilities she had taken on. Daniel lightly patted Sylvia's back. It seems like you've been having a hard time. You're doing things you normally wouldn't. Sylvia, comforted by Daniel's words, slowly opened her eyes. She hesitated for a moment before speaking. I thought that once I became emperor, all the disputes would end. It was a confession born from her intoxicated state. But I was wrong. The nobles, I don't know what they're dissatisfied with, but they've been obstructing everything I try to do. Since becoming emperor, I haven't been able to push through a single proper agenda. Sylvia tightened her grip on Daniel, who was still holding her. In the parliament, the majority party keeps opposing my policies. They say they want changes, but I know that deep down, they just want to discredit me. Closing her eyes, Sylvia bit her lip in frustration. I promised the people I would govern properly as emperor, but it feels like I've already hit a wall. Honestly, sometimes I wonder. What do you mean? Daniel asked. I wonder if I should make the malicious rumors true. If what they want is for me to become a tyrant, then perhaps I should just become one. If you agree, Colonel. Slowly opening her eyes, Sylvia spoke, her breath slightly heated. The rumors spread by the noble women. She paused, and Daniel knew he had to stop her from finishing that thought. However, before he could speak, Sylvia opened her mouth again. Shall we make it a reality right here, right now? The voice, thick with emotion, lacked strength. It wasn't sincere enough to be called the truth, yet it carried too much weight to be dismissed as a lie. Because of that, Daniel understood. Sylvia was using alcohol as a crutch to express the turmoil she had been suppressing. She wasn't looking for answers just for someone to acknowledge how exhausted she was. A fleeting indulgence, seeking comfort in the presence of another. If she weren't drunk, I'd never see her like this. After all, Sylvia was the emperor of the empire. As the one who ruled over millions, she couldn't afford to show weakness to anyone. To be weak meant losing control. So she had never allowed herself to falter. Even when her own brother tried to kill her for the throne, even when the nobles turned their backs on her, she had convinced herself it was fine. Because she had believed that once she became emperor, all these problems would resolve themselves. At the very least, she had assumed the opposition from the parliament and aristocracy would subside. But the reality that awaited her as emperor was far worse. Rather than merely withdrawing their support, the nobles had become her enemies. The parliament, supposedly representing the people, shot down every policy she tried to enact. And as if that weren't enough, her physician had told her that her father, Bertheim, wouldn't last the month. With all that weighing on her, breaking down wasn't a failure, it was inevitable. She had reached the pinnacle of power in the empire, yet nothing was within her control. Crushing responsibility bore down on her, and relentless criticism shackled her. Who could stay sane under such circumstances? And yet, she refused to surrender. She cut down her sleep and poured everything into governing the empire. To appease the hostile nobles, she bent over backward to accommodate their interests, forced smiles on her face, and listened to their endless grievances. She personally visited Parliament, trying to understand exactly what objections the representatives had. She toured the major cities, delivering speeches to reassure citizens who doubted a female emperor. She worked tirelessly, juggling countless duties, all in the desperate pursuit of legitimacy. And yet, upon returning to the capital, she wasn't met with praise. Instead, she was greeted by a fresh wave of slander and baseless rumors, dragging her name through the mud. Considering all that, the fact that she hadn't snapped and screamed, "These treasonous bastards! I've been too lenient, and now they've lost their minds? Every last one of them should be purged," was, frankly, proof of her restraint. Daniel understood her frustration all too well. He was about to offer her words of comfort. "Of course, I'm only joking." Sylvia beat him to it, stepping back and releasing the embrace. He couldn't tell if she had sobered up slightly or if she was just startled by her own words, but there was a faint trace of embarrassment in her expression. "I feel kind of bad. This wasn't why I asked you here." A quiet sigh escaped her lips. I hope you don't get the wrong idea. I only arranged this meeting to encourage the war hero heading to the Eastern Front. That's all." Sylvia had always been terrible at lying to herself. Daniel suddenly dropped to one knee, looking up at her. Something about the way she was drowning in self-reproach struck a familiar chord in him. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke. "Your Majesty, I don't know if you will believe me, but in my previous life, I was quite famous. I had a job that kept me in the public eye. Naturally, many people followed me." It was a sudden confession, but Sylvia didn't seem to mind. She understood that he was saying this for her sake. "I was absurdly popular. Maybe not on your Majesty's level, but still, I had to wear disguises just to walk the streets without being recognized. But fame isn't forever." A bitter smile tugged at Daniel's lips. A single false rumor was all it took to unravel everything. Instead of verifying the truth, people found it easier to condemn me. In the end, I had no choice but to disappear from the public eye. That was the first time Daniel had truly feared the world. My so-called friends stopped calling. I was left completely alone. Why won't people see the truth? Why are journalists so eager to destroy me? For the first week, I was so consumed by rage that I started breaking things. The internet, which had NVLGT, only on NVLGT, once been filled with praise for him, became nothing but a cesspool of insults and accusations. Disgusted, Daniel had ended up smashing his phone in frustration. Only after a long time had passed was it revealed that the rumors had been false, and his name was cleared. But by then, it was far too late. He had been dropped from every project, every program. His career was over. And once the anger faded, all that was left was sorrow. Was it because my life had been ruined? That was part of it, but not the real reason. The worst part was that when the world turned against me, not a single person stood up and said, "I know you're not at fault." If only there had been even one person by his side who had said, "I believe you." Maybe he would have had something to hold on to. Maybe he could have found the strength to keep going. That's why, even an emperor, who ruled over millions, wasn't immune to this kind of loneliness. Instinctively understanding that, Daniel chose to say the words she needed to hear. "Sylvia, this isn't your fault." Her eyes widened. Then, in her ocean blue irises, tears began to gather. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She tried to sound indifferent, but her voice was trembling. "You really expect me to believe in past lives? If you're trying to comfort me with something that ridiculous." Her expression crumpled. She bit her lip as if trying to hold back tears, but it was futile. A choked sound escaped her throat, and the next moment, she threw herself at Daniel. Their bodies collided in an instant. Sylvia clung to him, finally letting go of everything she had been holding back. As a princess, and now as an emperor, she had shouldered more than anyone could bear. And now, for the first time, she was allowing herself to break. Daniel held her firmly in return, his voice quiet but steady. "Even if the whole world condemns you, I will believe in you until the very end." Sylvia didn't answer with words. She responded with tears, with quiet sobs, and with a small, shaky nod. And in the silence between them, Daniel gently stroked her back. Just for now, he did not see her as the emperor of the empire, but as a younger sister who had been crushed by the weight of the world. "No matter what, past lives? Surely, you could have come up with a more believable way to comfort me." Sylvia, having finally stopped crying, leaned against the wall and spoke in a quiet voice. Sitting beside her as if nothing had happened, Daniel chuckled and replied, "That was the first thing that came to mind. My apologies if it wasn't to your liking. It's not that I didn't like it. I just found it lacking in realism. I see. Well, I'm relieved to hear I barely passed. At Daniel's playful remark, Sylvia let out a soft chuckle. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at him. As she moved, strands of her platinum hair cascaded over her shoulder, catching the faint glow of the room. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Daniel instinctively turned his head away, but in doing so, their eyes met. Her tear-streaked eyes were still tinged with red. A brief silence settled between them before Sylvia finally spoke. How long do you think it will take for you to return from the front? I can't say for certain. I don't have a full grasp of the battlefield's situation yet. I see, Sylvia murmured, seemingly displeased by the uncertainty, and turned her gaze forward. Tell me something. What would you like to know? What did it feel like? Could you be more specific, Your Majesty? When you called me Sylvia, so casually, so insolently. Daniel coughed, as if choking on his own breath. He had been swept up in the moment and called her by name without thinking. If she wanted to punish him for lèse-majesté, he wouldn't even be able to argue against it. As tension crept into his posture, Sylvia let out a quiet laugh. I'm only joking. Actually, I was happy. She paused, a rare softness in her voice. No one calls me by my name anymore. Not since my parents. Before, it was always Your Highness, the Imperial Princess. And now, it's Your Majesty, the Emperor. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if my retainers are serving me, or just the title I bear. But Daniel was different. He saw past the crown, past the throne. He saw her. In that case, will you promise me something? Sylvia extended her pinky toward him. Come back soon. And when you do, call me by my name again. Her request was so simple, so earnest, that Daniel let out a small, breathless laugh. He lifted his hand and hooked his pinky around hers. I promise. Under the starlit window, Sylvia smiled, genuine, unguarded, and filled with warmth. Thank you. For some reason, the night wind didn't feel cold tonight. And so, on the final cusp of winter and the first whisper of spring, the night quietly deepened. After the dismantling of the Blle branch, the Imperial Security Bureau had been achieving unprecedented success in capturing enemy spies. There were many reasons for this, but the most significant factor was that when the Blle branch was taken down, the Empire had secured the encrypted communications system used by Allied intelligence operatives. With this information in hand, the Security Bureau immediately began tracing transmissions. The moment a spy's location was exposed, they were swiftly arrested or killed by Imperial security forces during surprise raids. Some of the captured operatives, desperate to survive, provided additional intelligence, allowing the Imperial Security Bureau to methodically dismantle the extensive Allied spy network. From the perspective of the Allied intelligence forces, it was nothing short of a nightmare. Son of a bitch. In the basement of a tavern in the small city of Erestium, a man wearing a woolen beret slammed his fist on the table, unable to contain his anger. Headquarters has cut off all contact? It's no different from abandoning us. Around 30 gathered spies either sighed in frustration or sneered bitterly at his outburst. No one could refute what he said. Then, a man wearing a fedora casually interjected. Of course, headquarters cut contact. When the Blle branch was exposed, our primary radio frequencies and cipher codes were completely compromised. The Empire is undoubtedly monitoring every transmission. If we try to contact headquarters now, we might as well send the Imperial bastards an invitation to come arrest us. The man in the beret turned to glare down at the one who had spoken, who was seated casually in front of the table. That insufferably relaxed tone made his anger flare up even more, but when his gaze landed on the deep scar running across the other man's face, he bit back his retort. Because the man before him was Temperate, known by the codename Red Baron. And everyone knew that wherever Temperate passed, all that remained was a trail of blood. The beret-wearing spy was no exception. He was well aware of Temperate's reputation. Temperate swirled the liquor in his glass lazily before taking a sip. So, only about 30 of us managed to slip past the Security Bureau and make it here, huh? He let out a dry chuckle. Well, I won't waste time explaining how fucked we are. I'm sure you all already know. He tilted his head back and downed the rest of his drink in one smooth motion before setting the glass back onto the table. TCH, unfortunate as it is, we're all just waiting to be captured, tortured, or executed. Of course, if you run, you might survive living like a cockroach, scurrying from shadow to shadow. But the ones who would choose that path wouldn't have gathered here in the first place, would they? Temperate leaned back in his chair, propping his boots up onto the table. It was an insolent gesture, but no one in the room dared to criticize him for it. That leaves us with only one option, he continued. We fight until we die. And while we're at it, how about we take as many of those Imperial bastards /N_O_V_E_L_I_G_H_T/ down with us as possible. At the very least, the Alliance will call us martyrs when this is all over. Laughter rippled through the group at Temperate's dry humor. The beret-wearing man found the mood distasteful, but he couldn't bring himself to argue. Sighing, he pulled out a chair and sat down, fixing Temperate with an unimpressed glare. So, do you actually have a plan to convince us all to throw our lives away? Temperate smirked as if he found the man's sudden shift to formal speech amusing. Why do you think I called you stray dogs here? He leaned forward, his voice brimming with amusement. I'm offering you the chance to become warhounds. To sink your teeth into a real beast. And what beast might that be? Temperate's grin widened, baring his teeth. Daniel Steiner. For a moment, the room fell silent. Then, the Red Baron let out a laugh, one filled with genuine delight. That rabid wolf will be passing through Erestium in just a few days. The day of Daniel Steiner's appointment as Chief of Staff of the 7th Division, Eastern Front. I can't believe I'm boarding a train with you, Colonel. It almost feels like we're going on a trip. How exciting. Inside the military train's passenger car, Frian beamed with her characteristic bright smile. Sitting beside her, Lucy remained as expressionless as ever, creating a stark contrast between the two. Across from them, Daniel gave her an exasperated look. You're really calling this a trip? We're heading straight to the front lines. Of course, I know that. But don't worry, I haven't been neglecting my training. Training? What training are you talking about? Oh, come on. You know exactly what I mean, Colonel. You told me to refine my healing magic, didn't you? I remember that much. But, what exactly did you? Daniel stopped mid-sentence. There was something unsettling in the way Frian smiled. A faint shadow flickered behind her cheerful expression. Do you really want to know? Her voice had dropped to a lower register, carrying a weight of secrecy, making her question even more ominous. Daniel, unwilling to pry into whatever darkness lurked behind that smile, shook his head. Seeing his reaction, Frian's playful demeanor returned, and she stood up from her seat. I'm going to stop by the restroom. I'll be back in a moment. As Frian left the passenger car, Daniel let out a quiet breath of relief and turned his attention to Lucy. Sunlight filtered through the window, landing gently on her silver hair, giving it a soft glow. Her crimson eyes, though seemingly bored, carried a quiet awareness as they blinked lazily. Sitting by the window, watching the passing landscape, she looked almost at peace. Daniel didn't want to disturb her, but with Frian gone, this was the perfect moment. He spoke in a low voice. Lieutenant, I need to have a word with you. Lucy, having been unexpectedly addressed, turned to face him. What is it you wish to discuss? You already know that I recently had an audience with Her Majesty. Lucy's expression remained impassive, but a flicker of something unreadable crossed her eyes. During our conversation, she specifically warned me about you. She said you're a suspicious woman and that I shouldn't trust you. That was what Sylvia had told him before he left the capital. Her words carried a sharp edge, as though she had caught on to something. Hearing it had sent a chill down Daniel's spine. If Sylvia ever uncovered the full truth about Lucy, it wouldn't just be Lucy in danger. Daniel himself wouldn't walk away unscathed. This was his way of cautioning her, but instead of appreciating it, Lucy felt something else entirely. Jealousy. The Empress seems to be consumed by paranoia, she remarked flatly. Besides, if she had concerns about me, she could have spoken to me directly. Instead, she chose to whisper doubts into your ear? How very disappointing. I can't help but wonder if she's trying to drive a wedge between us. Paranoia, huh? Daniel smiled, but it was tinged with disbelief. You are an allied spy, aren't you? Her deflection was so ridiculous that it was almost funny. And calling the Empress's words manipulation was, technically speaking, an act of treason. What exactly happened between those two? He recalled the tension between Lucy and Sylvia during the Christmas banquet. At that moment, screech! The train's wheels shrieked as they scraped against the rails. The sudden jolt threw Daniel forward. The entire passenger car shook violently, the windows rattling from the impact. Damn it! Daniel barely managed to steady himself by gripping the table in front of him, his hand instinctively moving toward the revolver at his waist. Lucy did the same. Without exchanging a word, both of them drew their revolvers and steadied their breathing. Colonel, do you think this is a terrorist attack on the train? The chances are low. If this were a simple act of terror, the passenger car would already be riddled with bullets. But they couldn't rule it out entirely. Soon, they heard hurried footsteps approaching their compartment. Daniel turned toward the door, his revolver aimed. Colonel, you need to come outside, immediately. The officer who burst into the room stopped mid-sentence, inhaling sharply at the sight of Daniel's raised gun. He was the company commander of the unit assigned to protect Daniel. Realizing the intruder was an ally, Daniel exhaled and lowered his weapon. Captain, what the hell is going on? Sir, the conductor says the railway is blocked. I see. Let's go check it out. Daniel nodded and stepped out of the compartment, Lucy following close behind. As soon as they reached the corridor, Colonel Frian, who had just returned from the restroom, rushed toward them with concern in her eyes. Are you all right? You're not hurt, are you? I'm fine. With a brief response, Daniel stepped off the train through the entrance of the passenger car. His gaze immediately landed on the problem ahead. The railway was buried under an enormous pile of dirt and rubble. A landslide? As he moved closer, the train conductor and chief engineer, who had been standing with their backs turned, noticed his presence and immediately straightened up in alarm. Colonel Daniel Steiner. You've arrived, sir. The two men bowed respectfully, their postures rigid. Daniel let out a quiet sigh. Conductor, engineer, what exactly happened here? The chief engineer scratched his head apologetically. Well, it seems there was a landslide. The debris completely covered the tracks. With a few days of work, we should be able to clear it, but we simply don't have the manpower. I'll lend you some of my soldiers. We have plenty of men on security detail, so that should speed things up. Will that be enough? Oh, if you can do that, we'd be immensely grateful. It shouldn't take long to clear this up. That's good to hear. However, my men, as well as your staff and the workers on board, will need a place to rest in the meantime. Is there a town nearby where we can stay? The conductor, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, nodded. There's a small city not far from here, Arestium. It's not large, but it has everything you'll need. You can rest there and get in touch with the authorities while the tracks are cleared. A city nearby, huh? That's fortunate. As Daniel continued discussing logistics with the engineer, Lucy silently examined the site of the so-called landslide. The soil and rocks were oddly displaced. The vegetation was disturbed in unnatural patterns. Cracks in the terrain suggested a deliberate intervention rather than a natural occurrence. Lucy's crimson eyes narrowed sharply. This was no accident. After speaking with the chief engineer, Daniel decided to head to the nearby city of Arestium to establish contact with the General Staff headquarters. Though his unit had radio operators, their transmission range was limited, making it necessary to use the city's communication network instead. Fortunately, upon arriving at Arestium's City Hall, the mayor immediately recognized Daniel. Because of that, acquiring a telephone to make the call was effortless. After getting through to headquarters, Daniel explained the situation. The General Staff headquarters acknowledged the issue and granted permission for his unit to remain in Arestium for the time being. Outwardly, Daniel maintained a look of disappointment and resignation. But internally, I get to rest for a few more days? The battlefield and the afterlife were places best delayed for as long as possible. Now, what should I do to make the most of this break? As Daniel left City Hall, lost in thoughts of how to entertain himself, Lucy suddenly interrupted. Colonel, if you don't mind, I would like to accompany you for the day. Daniel's body tensed. He had been looking forward to enjoying some leisure time alone. The presence of Lucy, an allied spy, was hardly something he welcomed. Lieutenant, I don't imagine spending time with your superior officer is particularly enjoyable. It was a polite attempt to shake her off, but Lucy remained resolute. Even so, I wish to be with you. With no reasonable excuse left to refuse, Daniel reluctantly nodded. Fine. Let's start with a meal, then. Following the mayor's recommendation, Daniel took Lucy to a nearby restaurant, planning to part ways after finishing a steak. He even casually mentioned that he had other matters to attend and VLGT, official version, to nearby. Colonel, don't lie to me. But Lucy was unusually persistent today. With no choice but to accept her presence, Daniel ended up escorting Lucy to a dessert cafe again, recommended by the mayor. As they sat by the window, the waiter approached with a tray in hand. Your order, Buggenheim wine and tiramisu. The waiter set down 2 glasses of wine and a plate with a delicate slice of tiramisu. As the waiter poured the wine, Lucy examined the unfamiliar dessert with curiosity. What is this? One of Arestium's specialties. Daniel leaned back slightly, taking on the tone of an experienced guide. This city has a warm and humid climate, making it famous for producing creamy yet light-textured cheeses. This tiramisu is made using their finest cheese. People say it's nothing short of perfection. Lucy swallowed unconsciously. Seeing her reaction, Daniel smirked and continued, raising a finger for emphasis. And the Buggenheim wine, it's a fortified wine from southern Eldresia. Its defining characteristic? A distinct caramel aroma. That's why it pairs exceptionally well with tiramisu. But be warned, the alcohol content is high, so don't drink too much at once. The waiter, having finished pouring the wine, chuckled as he looked at Daniel. That was an excellent explanation, sir. I suppose my job here is done. You flatter me. I only know a little. To me, it seems you know more than my wife does about this pairing. Daniel let out a playful sigh. Oh dear. It sounds like you don't pay much attention to her, then. If it were me, I'd study everything just to win over such a lovely lady. My. A military officer who knows how to sweet talk, how unusual. The waiter let out a light-hearted laugh, covering his mouth slightly with his hand. But I digress. Please, enjoy your evening. With a polite bow, he left them to their meal. As Daniel reached for his knife to cut into the tiramisu, he noticed Lucy staring at him. Her crimson eyes were locked onto him, as if scrutinizing something. What? He raised an eyebrow. This kind of charm improves the service we receive, doesn't it? Is that really the only reason? Daniel sighed. Lieutenant, you can stop looking at me like I'm some kind of womanizer. I don't pursue married women. And, I swear to God, my personal record with women is practically blank. Blatant lie. Lucy could see right through him. She considered bringing up Kelly, but then shook her head. She didn't want to ruin the moment. Watching her reaction, Daniel casually sliced into the tiramisu and took a bite. The rich sweetness melted across his tongue, spreading a deep, satisfying flavor. Yes, this is it. Daniel's eyes gleamed as he turned to Lucy. Lieutenant, you need to try this. You're going to be surprised. She could tell he was exaggerating. But just this once, she decided to humor him. Lucy carefully cut a piece of the tiramisu, speared it with her fork, and took a bite. A jolt of shock ran through her. The sheer softness was almost aggressive, the sweetness so perfectly balanced that it seemed to override her senses. It wasn't just delicious, it was stunning. Still caught in the lingering sensation, Lucy absent-mindedly lifted her glass of wine and took a sip. And froze. Oh, the caramel notes from the wine wrapped around the remaining cream in her mouth, blending together in a perfect harmony. Then, the wine's acidity gently reset her palate, urging her to take another bite of the tiramisu. A flawless cycle of indulgence. It was as if she were being held hostage by flavor itself. Watching her reaction, Daniel smirked. Well, what do you think of my recommendation? Daniel rested both hands on the table, propping his chin up as he lazily questioned her. Admit it. It's good, isn't it? Lucy didn't want to give him the satisfaction, but lying would be an insult to the masterpiece of a dessert before her. Avoiding Daniel's gaze, she begrudgingly conceded. It's delicious. Finally satisfied, Daniel leaned back with a playful smirk. Then eat as much as you want. I won't stop you. You can even have mine if you'd like. She wanted to accept the offer, but her pride wouldn't allow it. I don't want yours, Colonel. Just as Lucy was about to refuse outright, her shoulder tensed. A persistent gaze was boring into her. Casually picking up a napkin, she wiped the corner of her mouth and discreetly scanned the cafe's interior through the window reflection. And there, she spotted a man watching them intently. The moment she noticed him, he quickly turned his head away. Just as I suspected. Daniel was being watched. In an unfamiliar city, that only meant one thing. An assassination attempt was coming. After leaving the dessert cafe, Daniel checked into the largest hotel in Erestium, another recommendation from the mayor. The problem? Lucy followed him all the way inside. It was starting to make him uneasy, but he didn't voice his frustration as he approached the hotel receptionist. The receptionist recognized him instantly and greeted him with a respectful smile. Colonel Daniel Steiner. The mayor informed us of your arrival in advance. And this lady beside you is. Daniel opened his mouth to respond, but Lucy beat him to it. Lieutenant Lucy Amelia, personal adjutant to Colonel Daniel Steiner, newly assigned Chief of Staff of the 7th Division, Eastern Front. I see. In that case, I'll prepare an additional room for you after verifying your identification. We'll take one room. Excuse me. Both the receptionist and Daniel froze at her request. One room? A man and a woman, having just dined together and shared drinks, now booking a single room? The receptionist looked between them, confusion flickering across his face, wondering if they were romantically involved. Daniel turned to Lucy with a blank expression. Lieutenant, I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. I must stay in the same room as you, Colonel. Lucy's mind was currently focused on one thing: protecting Daniel. Close quarters security was essential for safeguarding a high-value target. To her, there was nothing strange about an officer and their bodyguard sharing a room. But to Daniel, who had no idea that an assassination was imminent, Lucy's insistence seemed completely irrational. He stared at her for a moment, thinking over her behavior throughout the day. Then, a thought occurred to him. Could this be a honeypot tactic? If she was attempting seduction, rejecting her outright might provoke her. And if Lucy felt the need to take more drastic measures, he wouldn't be able to stop her. Declining is probably a bad idea. Daniel sighed and ran a hand down his face. I suppose if you insist. Turning back to the receptionist, he forced an awkward smile. I guess I'll be sharing a room with my adjutant tonight. Please arrange it accordingly. The wolf has entered Lamp Hotel. And he's with a woman looks like a lover. Sitting on a bench just outside the hotel entrance, Blle pretended to read a newspaper as he murmured into his radio transmitter. As soon as he released the transmission button, a reply came through. Confirmed. The operation will proceed tomorrow. Stay put and don't act recklessly. Blle scoffed. Wait until tomorrow to kill an unarmed man? Are they serious? To him, that was nothing but cowardly nonsense. Bunch of pathetic, spineless bastards. Daniel Steiner isn't dying tomorrow, he's dying tonight. This wasn't just bravado. Among Allied intelligence operatives, Blle was a specialist in assassination. He had personally eliminated over 100 targets, including enhanced individuals with accelerated neural reflexes. Because of that, he saw himself as the second-best assassin in the Allied intelligence network. The only agent he considered superior was the legendary operative known as Red Silk, a ghost whose true identity remained unknown. And the only reason Blle acknowledged Red Silk was simple. That agent had a higher kill count than he did. To Blle, every other agent was nothing but unfinished trash. No matter how powerful they thought they were, without real battlefield experience, they were worthless. Even those who called themselves strong? In the end, they all begged for their lives when they faced him. Daniel Steiner would be no different. Blle let out a low, chilling laugh as he reached inside his coat, pulling out a dagger. The polished blade reflected his ghastly, corpse-like complexion. And that woman by his side wasn't bad-looking either. He ran his tongue over his lips, wetting them slightly. I wonder what kind of sounds she'll make before she dies. Sliding the dagger back into his coat, Blle chuckled under his breath and began walking toward the hotel entrance. Tonight, he was going on a hunt. Thanks to the hotel staff handing over the key, Lucy and Daniel were able to enter the same room. It was a decent room, equipped with a bedroom, a small kitchen, and a bathroom. The problem was that there was only one bedroom. With limited sleeping space, the two of them had no choice but to spend the night in the same place. That fact unsettled Daniel in more ways than one. Could she really be planning to devour me? As he broke into a cold sweat, trying to gauge Lucy's intentions, the soft rustling sound of clothes being removed reached his ears. When he turned around, Lucy was taking off her coat and hanging it on the rack. The moment their eyes met, Lucy let out a short breath before stepping toward him. She reached out her hand. If you hand me your coat, I'll hang it up for you. That's not really necessary. Please. Leave the clothing arrangements to me, Colonel, and focus on washing up and preparing for bed. Unable to refuse, Daniel removed his coat and handed it to Lucy. Then, he stepped into the bathroom. After taking a shower and drying himself off with a towel, Daniel slipped into a bathrobe. With a deep breath, He opened the bathroom door only to see Lucy crouched down, checking under the bed. "What are you doing?" At the sound of his voice, Lucy straightened up. She casually dusted off her clothes before responding without the slightest hint of concern. "Just making sure we're prepared for any unexpected situations. If there were any hidden listening devices, it was only right to remove them." And, murmuring softly, Lucy reached into her coat and pulled out a small paper box, no larger than the palm of her hand. She held it out to him, as if expecting him to take it. Daniel felt a chill run down his spine. This is... No matter how he looked at it, it was a box of condoms. She's really planning to devour me. Is she trying to bring her honey trap strategy to its climax by taking things to bed? As Daniel trembled in shock, Lucy blinked at him with innocent eyes. The front desk staff provided it separately. "It seems to be vitamins. You should take one before sleeping." Vitamins? At Lucy's words, the wave of tension that had been rising inside him immediately dissipated. At first, he thought she was messing with him, but her expression remained completely unreadable, an indication that she was being truthful. Realizing he had jumped to conclusions, Daniel let out a hollow chuckle and accepted the box. "I'll take them later. Thanks for looking out for me." Explaining that the box wasn't vitamins didn't seem like the best idea. As Daniel forced an awkward smile, Lucy tilted her head slightly before pointing at the bed. "You should sleep now." "What about you, Adjutant?" "I am here to protect you, Colonel, so I have no need to rest." "I don't recall asking for that. It is my fundamental duty to assist my direct superior." Realizing that he couldn't argue, Daniel simply nodded and walked toward the bed. Still, he double-checked. "Are you really okay with me sleeping alone? Just in case, I should mention that you can take the bed, and I'll sleep on the couch." "That won't be necessary." She was firm. Daniel didn't quite understand why, but he couldn't just ignore her gesture of goodwill. So, he lay down on the bed and pulled the blanket over himself. Meanwhile, Lucy sat in the chair she had brought over while Daniel was showering, placing her hands neatly on her lap. Daniel closed his eyes, but there was no way he could fall asleep. The simple fact that Lucy was in the same room, watching over him, created a suffocating psychological pressure. Still, no matter how uncomfortable he felt, it was difficult to resist the dual assault of a soft bed and a warm blanket. Eventually, Daniel surrendered and slipped into unconsciousness. Come here." He had even fallen into such a deep sleep that he started talking in his dreams. Lucy, who had been silently watching him from the shadows, slowly stood up. She was curious about what kind of dream Daniel was having. Moving without a sound, Lucy approached the bed and knelt down beside it, staring directly at him. So close. It was her first time looking at him from such an intimate distance. At this proximity where she could even hear his breathing, Lucy quietly blinked as Daniel continued muttering in his sleep. "Kelly, over here." The expression on Lucy's face shifted ever so slightly into something unpleasant. That woman again. For someone to appear even in his dreams, just how much did he love her? A twinge of jealousy flickered inside her. Leaning in close to Daniel's ear, Lucy whispered, "Lucy." It was a little embarrassing and undeniably intimate, but just this once she wanted to win against Kelly. "You're not with Kelly. You're with Lucy Amelia." The moment her whisper reached him, Daniel's previously peaceful expression began to crack. Daniel's fingers twitched in his sleep, his movements growing restless. It was clear that he was having a nightmare. "Stop. Don't come any closer." At his murmured words, Lucy's eyes half opened. She had no idea what kind of dream he was having, but it was obvious that it wasn't a pleasant one. How ungrateful. Lucy had stayed in this room to protect him, yet he was rejecting her even in his dreams. It was only natural for her to feel a little offended. She briefly considered pinching his cheek to bother him just a little more. That was when, wah, a malicious aura seeped through the crack of the door. The amount of mana used was minuscule, so subtle that even a highly trained agent might have missed it. But Lucy's heightened senses picked up on it instantly. Her crimson eyes NVLHT, don't copy, read here, sharpened. It was time to teach an arrogant junior the harshness of reality. Blle moved without a sound, arriving in front of room 507, Daniel Steiner's room. While considering the best method to kill him, Blle decided to start with something simple. He knocked lightly on the door. If the target was awake, he would need to adjust his approach. A few moments later, footsteps sounded from inside the room. Light steps. Not a man. A woman. His lover, perhaps. Blle smirked. Killing her first wouldn't be a bad idea. Pulling out his pistol, he quickly attached a suppressor. The footsteps approached, stopping just behind the door. Judging by the way they hesitated, the woman was likely peering through the peephole. Blle grinned. A classic mistake, believing a door could protect you. Foolish bitch. Letting out a low chuckle, Blle squeezed the trigger the moment the footsteps stopped. Pfft. The bullet shot straight through the wooden door, precisely where the woman should have been standing. But, no scream. No body hitting the floor. Only the sound of footsteps, continuing to approach. A cold sweat formed on Bille's brow. He fired again. And again. Yet nothing changed. What? I'm certain the bullets went through. He had no time to ponder. The doorknob was turning. Quickly holstering his pistol, Bille stepped back and pulled out his dagger. The moment the door opened, he would strike and kill. He activated his mana, circulating it through his body to enhance his muscles. Every nerve in his body tensed as he readied himself. Creak. The door opened. Lucy stepped out. Bille lunged. Huang? A silver arc slashed through the air in a diagonal strike. But no blood. No impact. Lucy had dodged. She avoided it. Stunned, Blle locked eyes with his target. Crimson eyes. Emotionless. They held no trace of hostility. Not because she lacked the intent to kill, but because she didn't see him as worth it. Bille's instincts screamed, "I'm going to die." A single moment of hesitation, and his body would be shredded into pieces. Tap. Fear overtaking him, Blle instinctively leaped backward, widening the gap between them. The increased distance gave him a fleeting sense of relief, but his breath came in short gasps. His pupils trembled. Blle clenched his dagger tighter, trying to regain control. But his hand was empty. It was only then that he realized. His dagger was gone. Staring in disbelief, Blle slowly raised his head. Lucy stood before him, casually examining the dagger she had taken from him. He didn't know how or when she had done it. But this was his only chance. Reaching for his pistol, Blle quickly aimed at Lucy and pulled the trigger. Pfft. And then, a choked gasp escaped him as his body collapsed to the ground. Looking down, Blle saw blood pooling beneath him. A bullet hole in his own thigh. He had shot himself. A hallucination? More terrifying than the pain was the sheer horror clawing at his throat. His lips trembled as he swallowed back blood-stained saliva. It happened the moment I met her gaze. The slow click-clack of heels echoed in his ears. Lifting his gaze, he saw Lucy walking toward him, dagger in hand. "How many?" Her monotone voice sliced through him like a razor. Trembling, Blle found himself unable to move. Lucy knelt, pressing the blade against the underside of his chin. Her crimson eyes flickered. "Your friends. How many of them are there?" It was then that Blle finally understood. The Crimson Reaper. Codename, Red Silk. The calamity created by the Allied forces. Was the woman standing before him. Early morning. Lamp Hotel lobby. Temperate sat on a couch in the lobby, lazily chewing gum before finally speaking. "Is everyone here?" At his words, the man sitting across from him, Furman, gave a slight nod. As usual, he wore a wool beret on his head. "Everyone except for one." Who's missing?" Blle? After a brief silence, Temperate furrowed his brow as he recalled who that was. "That's the guy who was tailing Daniel Steiner yesterday. The one who tipped us off that he had entered the Lamp Hotel." "That's right. But when I tried contacting him this morning, he didn't answer." "Didn't answer? Chomp. Chomp." Temperate continued chewing his gum for a while before scratching his cheek. "That leaves two possibilities. Either he chickened out and ran for his life, or he got too cocky, thinking he could kill Daniel Steiner on his own and got his head lopped off for it." He blew a bubble, letting it expand until pop. The gum burst, sticking to his lips. Temperate flicked out his tongue, casually licking up the stray bits before continuing to chew. Furman, watching this display with growing anxiety, hesitated before speaking. "If it's the latter, shouldn't we be more concerned? If Blle spilled our plan, we could all end up dead. I see it degree differently." Temperate shrugged. "You know as well as I do this hotel doesn't have a back exit. If anyone wants to leave, they have to pass through this lobby. Even if Blle ratted us out, it wouldn't change much. But still, sure, Daniel Steiner might call for reinforcements. So what? Before they can make a move, we just storm up to his room and shoot him." Even if Daniel Steiner had moved to another room, it wasn't an issue. Among the spies gathered here, there were specialists in tracking. And while a few members of Daniel's security detail were likely staying in the hotel, this wasn't a battlefield. This was indoor combat. And indoor combat was the specialty of the spies gathered here. Losing wasn't even a possibility in Temperate's mind. "Furman, was it? Don't worry so much. The guys I called here at the very least, they're all top tier in their fields." Ding. The mechanical chime of the elevator arriving cut Temperate off mid-sentence. Every spy scattered throughout the lobby, pretending to read newspapers or lounge in chairs, subtly tensed. Their hands drifted toward their concealed pistols, preparing for combat. A tense silence fell over the room as the elevator doors slid open. But no one pulled out their weapons. Because the one stepping out wasn't Daniel Steiner. It was Lucy Amelia. Her heels clicked against the marble floor as she walked across the lobby. The spies merely watched. Their target was Daniel Steiner, not his adjutant. Temperate exchanged glances with the other agents before raising a hand in a subtle signal. "Let her go." The others nodded in agreement. Lucy continued walking toward the front desk, where Hayron, a spy disguised as a hotel receptionist, greeted her with a practiced smile. "Good morning, Lieutenant Lucy Amelia. Did you find the room to your liking? If you're here to check out, please do so with Colonel Daniel Steiner. If you're just stepping out, however, you're free to come and go as you please." Lucy said nothing, simply staring at Hayron. The unblinking gaze made him uneasy, but he forced his professional smile to remain intact. If you're interested in sightseeing in Erestium or doing some shopping, I'd be happy to provide recommendations." Drop the act. A crack formed in Hayron's smile. He was still grinning, but the air around him had shifted. "Act? I'm not sure I follow. The eagle soaring in the sky knows nothing of the world beneath the earth." Hayron's hand twitched. It was a cipher, an internal code used only by the Allied Intelligence Division. And this woman knew it. His forced smile disappeared entirely. "Are you an ally? If so, assist us. We're here to eliminate Daniel Steiner." I refuse. Why? Because you have broken the fundamental principles of the Allied Intelligence Division. Lucy's tone was calm. Every Allied agent is bound to act strictly according to orders. Yet, here you are thinking and acting on your own. Heron clenched his jaw. Palantia branch was wiped out. Our entire communication network fell into the Empire's hands. Headquarters won't respond to us, fearing interception. Surely you understand that much. I do. Then you should also understand why we have no choice but to act independently. Your personal opinions are irrelevant. Lucy let out a quiet sigh. What matters is that you are acting on your own, and my mission is to judge those who do. She paused, then added. However, I am currently questioning the motives of the Allied forces. If you comply, I have no reason to harm you. Heron narrowed his eyes. Comply? With what? Abort the assassination of Daniel Steiner. Disband this operation immediately. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to intervene. A bitter laugh escaped Heron's lips. He couldn't believe the nonsense coming out of her mouth. There are 30 agents gathered here. His voice was laced with mockery. Veterans. Killers. Every single one has taken lives before. Are you saying you'll take us all on alone? Lucy's expression remained unreadable. If necessary, yes. They say there's no cure for stupidity. Heron smirked as he drew a pistol from beneath the front desk. Looks like I won't need anyone else's help. I'll kill you with my own hands. The other spies stirred in alarm. Among them, Temperate shouted urgently. Heron, stop this immediately. You're not thinking straight. Shut up. This is necessary for the greater cause. Heron silenced the others with a sharp glare before sneering at Lucy. Hey, you damned bitch. Got any last words? Lucy met his gaze without hesitation. You're the one who'll need them. Still bluffing? Fine. If silence is your final statement, I'll accept it. Farewell. Heron pulled the trigger. Bang! At the exact same moment, his head exploded. Of course. Because from the very beginning, his gun had been aimed at his own temple. Heron's headless body crumpled to the floor, and an eerie silence engulfed the hotel lobby. The spies, who had been watching Lucy's back in stunned tension, began rising from their seats one by one. Temperate, still standing, swallowed dryly before shouting to the others. It's an illusion? That bitch is using hallucinations? Don't look her in the eyes or talk to her. The remaining spies hesitated. Temperate yelled again. What the hell are you waiting for, you idiots? Shoot, shoot. Snapping out of their shock, the spies drew their guns and opened fire. Gunfire rang out in rapid succession. Dozens of bullets ripped through the air. But, Pabababak? The bullets stopped midair, slamming into a shimmering blue barrier before either dropping uselessly to the floor or outright vanishing. A high-density mana shield had formed, blocking every single shot. Impossible? How? It was one thing to block a few bullets, but to perfectly intercept a storm of bullets from every direction? That shouldn't have been possible. If such a feat were possible, guns would have no reason to exist. And yet, Lucy did it effortlessly. Shit, what the hell is she? As Temperate hastily swapped magazines, Lucy turned around. In her hand, when had she even drawn it, was Bilbosel's dagger. A bad feeling surged through Temperate's gut. He quickly raised his pistol to fire, but Lucy vanished. For a split second, her figure blurred, then disappeared entirely. She's accelerating her perception, too. For most people, mastering even one of these techniques was enough to be called a genius. Lucy was chaining them together effortlessly. Realization dawned on him in a horrifying instant. He turned his head, about to warn the others, but his eyes widened in sheer shock. What? Where Lucy had just passed, blood erupted like fountains. A spy screamed as his arm flew off. Another fell to the floor, frothing at the mouth as his head tumbled away. The surviving spies, consumed by panic, fired wildly in all directions. Bullets ricocheted off the walls, the ceiling, and the furniture. Aiaiaiaiaic. My arm? My arm. Please, don't kill me, please. Every time Temperate blinked, the number of corpses doubled. The entire lobby was drenched in blood. Dismembered limbs floated through the air. Even those who tried to fight back. They couldn't even track her movements. She was too fast. And Temperate stood frozen. Slowly, he raised his gun, and pointed it at his own head. This wasn't an illusion. Lucy hadn't used a hallucination on him. He simply understood. He couldn't win. He finally realized. The legendary red silk of the Allied Intelligence Division was her. Not just that. Temperate knew exactly who she was. A test subject. One of the Empire's cursed creations. His lips curled into a bitter smirk. Goddamn. What kind of monster did they make? His finger tensed on the trigger. This isn't even fair. Fuck you, Allied forces. With that final curse, Temperate pulled the trigger. Back alley near Lamp Hotel. Huff, huff. Furman, wearing a wool beret, was running, gasping for air. There was only one reason he was fleeing. He had witnessed a red-eyed woman slaughtering his comrades. Well, rather than witnessing, it was more accurate to say he'd heard their screams. Ever since Lucy had used illusion magic to kill Heron, Furman had sensed something was off and bolted without looking back. And shortly after he got outside, his comrades' screams rang out from within. He could more or less guess what was happening inside the hotel. Shit, what the hell went wrong? Furman's plan had been simple. All he wanted was to assassinate Daniel Steiner, return to the Allied nations, get recognition, and claim his reward. Temperate had gone on about ideals and patriotism or whatever, but Furman had no interest in playing along with that sentimental crap. He hadn't thought it would be such a dangerous mission either. No matter how infamous Daniel Steiner was, Furman had been sure that a single man couldn't stand against 30 veteran agents who were used to killing. But they had run into an unexpected obstacle. They didn't even make it to Daniel Steiner. His adjutant alone had wiped them out like dogs. I don't know how things turned out like this, but at least he was still alive, and for now, that was enough. Furman raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow and caught his breath only to freeze. A human silhouette was approaching slowly from the other end of the alley. At first, he assumed it was a lost passerby, but as the distance closed, something felt wrong. The dark-skinned man's eyes were fixed directly on him, cold and clear. No way. Panicking, Furman reached into his coat to draw his pistol, but he was too late. The man, faster than Furman, had already drawn his gun and had his finger on the trigger. Son of a... Pew! The silenced bullet punched clean through Furman's head. He collapsed as he was, mid-motion, his face slamming into a puddle on the alley floor. The man approached without a word. Hamtel. He lowered his pistol and pulled the trigger again. The second shot buried another bullet into Furman's head, splattering blood. A clean kill. Hamtel tucked the pistol back into his coat, then pulled out a radio and pressed the transmit button. Got the runner. What about the rest? He released the button and waited. A response came quickly from the other end. The screaming has stopped. No more gunshots. No one's come out of the hotel. That meant Lucy Amelia had eliminated every single Allied spy inside. It was startling, even for Hamtel. He hadn't expected Lucy Amelia to kill them all on her own. She's supposed to be an Allied test subject, but still. Back when the Palencia branch was destroyed, Hamtel had looked through the documents and intel they'd gathered. He'd taken what was useful, planning to hand off the rest to internal security. And if anything in those files had been damaging to Daniel Steiner, he'd intended to erase it. By chance, he had gotten his hands on classified documents related to the Lucy project. They contained approximate details on where the facility behind the project was located, top-tier classified intel. Hamtel had concluded that if it ever came out that Daniel Steiner's adjutant was a test subject from the Allied nations, it would be a disaster. So he took those files and left the abandoned textile factory. Since then, he'd wrestled with a question. Would it be right to kill Lucy Amelia for Daniel Steiner's sake? According to those documents, Lucy Amelia wasn't human. She was a monster, something beyond the realm of people. Leaving such a creature at Daniel Steiner's side didn't sit well with him. So he'd been working on a way to eliminate her, even if it meant taking casualties. But after what she'd just done, it looked nearly impossible. She had just butchered nearly 30 Allied spies in the blink of an eye. Even if Hamtel and his squad got involved, the outcome wouldn't change much. And besides, he didn't know the reason, but Lucy Amelia was currently protecting Daniel Steiner. Their goals were aligned for now, so there was no reason to antagonize her. Still, one thing bothered him. He wasn't sure if Daniel Steiner truly understood the situation. If Lucy Amelia changes her mind in this situation, Daniel Steiner could end up dead without even knowing why. Now that Hamtel had witnessed her full capabilities, there was only one logical choice. Having made up his mind, he raised the radio and pressed the button again. Prepare to return to the capital. Lucy Amelia is currently siding with Daniel Steiner, so we'll reduce the escort unit to a minimum. Once we're back, our top priority will be pinpointing the location of the facility behind the Lucy project, revealing Lucy Amelia's true identity to Daniel Steiner and providing him with her weakness. That was the only help the secret organization Black Crow could offer him now. The sunlight filtering through Envigd. Read more on our source. The window made Daniel slowly open his eyes. An all-too-familiar ceiling greeted him. He blinked a few times in silence before sitting up, frowning. What the hell kind of dream was that? In the dream, Daniel had been walking Kelly the golden retriever through the park. A peaceful life. Just the kind he'd always wanted. But then, all of a sudden, he blinked, and Kelly transformed into Lucy, who started approaching him. Panicked, Daniel had yelled at her to stay away, but Lucy just clung to him like a dog, panting with her tongue out. It was like Kelly's soul had entered Lucy's body. Why he'd dreamed something so bizarre was beyond him. He sat there in a daze for a moment, then scratched his head. Forget it. Don't overthink it. Letting out a sigh, Daniel started to rise from bed to wash up, then stopped. Something felt off inside his ear. He reached up and found something rubbery. When he pulled it out, it was a standard-issue military earplug. Earplug? Why the hell? Daniel looked around, confused. Lieutenant. No response. No, not even a trace of someone's presence. Did she head out first? That seemed plausible enough. Daniel got out of bed. There was no point in dawdling. He decided he'd shower quickly and step outside. Maybe I'll start the day with a coffee at that cafe nearby. With the sunlight so warm and gentle, it felt like something good might happen today. After finishing his shower and neatly dressing in his military uniform, Daniel hummed a tune as he took the elevator down to the hotel lobby. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator, he froze. What the hell? The sharp, metallic scent of blood hit him, followed by the sight of 30 mangled corpses strewn across the floor. It was as if some savage battle had taken place. None of them had a single intact limb, all lay collapsed in a grotesque heap. They say that when you're too shocked, you forget how to scream. That was exactly where Daniel was now, but he quickly snapped out of it. Drawing his revolver, Daniel moved forward with measured steps. He heightened his senses, ready to trigger neural acceleration at any moment. His voice came out steady. Hello? Is anyone there? Of course, no answer. Who could have done this? Don't tell me. As he started forming theories, sirens began to wail outside the hotel. Police? Daniel relaxed a bit. At least it looked like he'd live. He turned toward the hotel entrance, walking that way. Move in. This way. Before long, heavily armed police stormed through the entrance. They caught sight of the corpses littering the floor and gasped sharply. Then they turned to look at Daniel, who was calmly walking toward them. Each of them wore the same expression, absolute horror. Thank you for your hard work. I'm sure this is quite the shock. Startled, the officers all raised their pistols and aimed them at Daniel. Don't come any closer. Stop. Freeze right there. Drop the revolver. Drop it now. Daniel, now breaking out in a cold sweat, halted on the spot. He realized he was being misunderstood. Carefully, he placed his revolver on the ground and raised both hands. Wait, hold on. I can explain everything. This wasn't me. As Daniel tried to explain, a man who appeared to be the inspector shouted furiously. You dumbass! Why haven't you lowered your weapons? That man is Colonel Daniel Steiner. But he's the only one standing after this bloodbath. You morons, look at what the dead ones are holding in their hands. Does it look like Colonel Steiner attacked innocent people? One by one, the police officers hesitated and slowly lowered their guns. Just as the inspector said, all the corpses were armed. Still, their eyes remained filled with fear as they stared at Daniel Steiner. Wait a second. Daniel had a bad feeling about how this situation was unfolding. He spoke again, this time with deliberate calm. Everyone, please believe me. I had nothing to do with the people lying here on the floor. I beg you stop looking at me like that. Daniel tried to explain as clearly and rationally as he could, but the officers didn't believe him. And that included the inspector as well. The inspector deliberately avoided Daniel's gaze as he brought the radio to his lips. Headquarters, this is Inspector Durento of the Wartime Public Order Patrol. We've got a mass casualty incident at the Lamp Hotel lobby on 8th Street. Approximately 30 are confirmed dead. And the one who survived and came out on top is... He swallowed hard, as if he couldn't believe what he was about to say. One man. Colonel Daniel Steiner. Daniel wasn't the type to bask in fame built on misunderstandings. In fact, he was the kind of man who deeply disliked drawing any more attention than necessary, which was why he desperately tried to explain that the incident in the hotel lobby had nothing to do with him. When one of the officers, clearly in awe, started asking questions to file a report, Daniel adamantly denied everything. I told you I didn't do it. I'm telling you, it wasn't me. But no one believed him. From every angle, all the evidence pointed to Daniel Steiner as the one responsible. Later, when it was revealed that the 30 dead were Allied spies, the mayor of the city personally came to express his gratitude. Even then, Daniel suppressed his frustration and tried to explain. Mr. Mayor, if I really did this, why would I deny it? Yes, I do have neural acceleration abilities, but I don't have the physical strength to take on 30 trained operatives. Please, I beg you at the very least, understand that I wasn't the one behind this. Daniel had hoped the mayor would take the lead in clearing up the misunderstanding. Instead, the mayor handed him a plaque of appreciation. Emblazoned on it, in bold letters, Savior of Erestium. Daniel felt like he was going to lose his mind. So he decided at the very stage the mayor had prepared for a public address to reveal the truth once and for all. Citizens of Erestium, you are all mistaken about me. I'm not some brilliant soldier capable of defeating 30 Allied spies. At the rally, packed with Erestium citizens, Daniel did everything he could to convince them he wasn't the one responsible. The next day, the local newspaper's front page headline read, "The humble war hero, Colonel Daniel Steiner." The article was filled with praise for the colonel's modesty, despite his incredible achievements. Eventually, Daniel gave up trying to clear his name. When the day finally came to leave the city, Colonel Daniel Steiner, on behalf of the city, I thank you once again. What exactly did I do, though? Haha, I hope our citizens can learn a thing or two from your humility. No, seriously, what did I do? Understood. I won't make you any more uncomfortable. Daniel shook the mayor's hand and boarded the train amid the cheers of countless citizens. A little while later, in the passenger car, Daniel turned away from the window where Erestium was growing distant. Frian had stepped away for a moment, leaving Lucy alone, seated across from him. When their eyes met, Lucy blinked at him innocently. Colonel, NVLGHT, do you have something to say? That innocent reaction, somehow it just rubbed him the wrong way. Daniel had a strong hunch that it was Lucy who had slaughtered the 30 spies. But why? Why would Lucy massacre fellow Allied agents, people from her own side? Thinking it was dangerous to ask outright, Daniel put on a forced smile and asked casually, Lieutenant, would you say you trust me? For the most part, yes. Then do you believe I wasn't the one who caused the massacre in the hotel lobby? If that's what you say, then I believe you. Good. Then what were you doing at the time, Lieutenant? Her red eyes slowly closed, then opened again. As I said before, I was in the hotel lounge. So you had nothing to do with the incident in the lobby. That's how I would phrase it, yes. Her attempt to dodge the question made Daniel even more annoyed. He tapped his fingers on the table and spoke again. Whoever it was, thanks to them I've now got a scandal on my hands. It's already made the local paper, so it's only a matter of time before it reaches the capital. Don't you think? I'd say it's more a fame than a scandal. You're really not going to let me win a single word, huh? I'd say I'm simply stating the facts. Look at that unbothered expression. How could someone shift the blame onto another and not feel the slightest bit guilty about it? Daniel was shocked, but in some ways, he could understand Lucy's stance. The Allied spies were probably here to kill me, after all. From an objective standpoint, there was only one person at the hotel who made sense as a target, Daniel Steiner. Whatever the reason, Lucy stopped them. That thought made him see her in a slightly different light. Gazing at Lucy, Daniel quietly said, "I just wanted to say thank you." For the first time, a flicker of emotion crossed Lucy's usually expressionless red eyes. Daniel, receiving no reply, simply watched her in silence, a faint smile tugging at his lips. "I don't know who did it, but I felt like I ought to say thanks." As Lucy hesitated to answer, the train entered a tunnel. Sunlight vanished, and shadows filled the cabin, broken only by the occasional flash of yellow light from the overhead bulbs. Even in the shadows, Lucy's crimson eyes gleamed faintly with light. No, perhaps her blood-colored irises could only shine because of the darkness. But Daniel didn't want Lucy to live in that darkness. He wished she would be just a little more honest with herself, maybe even reveal her true feelings to others now and then. Thinking that, Daniel couldn't help but smirk bitterly to himself. Pathetic. Thinking like this about a spy from an enemy nation. Maybe, just maybe, part of him felt sympathy for her after learning she was a test subject. Or maybe it was simply the result of spending nearly a year together, some kind of emotional attachment. Clunk. The familiar, stubborn sound of the train wheels hitting a rail joint echoed through the cabin. As if snapped from her own thoughts by the noise, Lucy lowered her gaze. A faint flush rose in her ears. After a short silence, she finally spoke. "If the one who helped you heard those words, Colonel." Before she could finish, the train exited the tunnel. Sunlight poured in, revealing a pastoral view of open fields and blooming greenery. Against that backdrop, Lucy raised her eyes and looked at Daniel. "I'm sure." She hesitated for a moment, then offered a smile that felt genuine. "I think they'd be happy to hear it." Her crimson eyes no longer gleamed in the light. But the smile that bloomed in place of that glow was more beautiful than anything he'd ever seen. Eastern Front, 7th Magitac Armored Division, Field HQ. "Sir, we've received reports that an enemy infantry brigade has joined their armored division. And according to intercepted communications from intelligence, the enemy is preparing to advance toward this position." Inside the command tent, Division Commander Morden scowled as his staff reported the situation. "This isn't good." Not at all. If the enemy's armored division had really linked up with infantry and planned to push the front line, Morden couldn't say for sure whether they could hold the position. To make matters worse, their previous chief of staff had recently collapsed due to a chronic illness. With time running short, Morden had no idea how to respond. Furrowing his brow and fidgeting with his command baton, he snapped irritably. "When the hell is the new chief of staff supposed to arrive? He should have been here 2 days ago." A staff officer from intelligence answered cautiously. "According to the latest report, sir, his train was delayed by a landslide en route." Morden already knew that. But he vented anyway because, deep down, he resented the rising war hero Daniel Steiner and wanted to undercut him however he could. Pathetic. "I suppose that's what you get from an orphan." Morden came from an aristocratic family, so the fact that Daniel Steiner, an orphan, had climbed the ranks to become a full colonel at such a young age, even serving as chief of staff on the front lines, rubbed him the wrong way. No, it wasn't just dislike, it was visceral, borderline offensive. Morden didn't have his finger on the pulse of every rumor in the capital, but he knew all the big stories. And many of those big stories involved Daniel Steiner. Arrogant bastard. He's even made enemies of the nobility without a second thought. To Morden, Daniel Steiner was a man who didn't know his place. Clicking his tongue openly, Morden made a comment designed to dig into him. "Must be nice. While we're stuck out here in the field, he's probably lounging in a city somewhere using a landslide as an excuse to take it easy." But no one else agreed. And just when Morden was beginning to notice the odd silence, the intelligence officer spoke up again. "Sir, according to recent intel, Colonel Daniel Steiner was caught in an assassination attempt in Erestium carried out by Allied spies." This was news to Morden, and he coughed awkwardly. "Assassination? He didn't die, did he?" Whatever his personal feelings, Morden didn't want Daniel dead. They were short on competent staff officers, and right now, they needed every capable mind they could get. "Well, the officer hesitated before continuing. "He reportedly killed all the Allied spies himself. Approximately 30 of them." A stunned silence filled the command tent. Morden and the entire staff blinked, stunned. The number alone, 30 assassins, was staggering. But that Daniel had supposedly taken them all down was even more shocking. Still, Morden tried to rationalize it and dismissed it with forced nonchalance. "Must have been his escort company. I hear they're quite capable." Clearly trying to downplay Daniel's achievement, but the intelligence officer shook his head. "No, sir. From what I've heard, Colonel Steiner fought them alone. According to the local police inspector, the hotel lobby was soaked in blood, 30 bodies, and Colonel Steiner was the only one left standing." The murmurs in the command tent faded into absolute stillness. A heavy silence settled over the room, filled with an inexplicable sense of dread. Still gauging Morden's expression, the intelligence officer continued in a quieter voice. "Apparently, Colonel Steiner didn't suffer a single scratch. Some of the spies are even said to have killed themselves, driven to terror and despair just from facing him. Sweat began to bead on Morden's forehead as he instinctively raised a hand to rub his neck. Well, his eyes trembled as he swallowed hard and finally spoke. Let's not mention those things I said about Colonel Steiner earlier, all right? Please. Because in that moment, preserving his pride mattered far less than protecting his own life. The train, belching black smoke as it thundered down the supply line, began to slow as a rural station came into view. The wooden platform was bustling soldiers unloading supplies mingled with the wounded, waiting to be transported back from the front. Skreek. The brakes screamed as the train came to a full stop, and Daniel stepped off with his escort company. Naturally, the moment he disembarked, eyes turned toward him. It was inevitable. He was a young officer wearing the National Merit Cross and the Golden Cross of Valor, and on top of that, he held the rank of colonel. The soldiers at the station paused what they were doing and stared blankly at him, then quickly snapped to attention and saluted. They'd recognized him, Daniel Steiner, the man hailed as a war hero. Colonel, you've finally arrived here as well. They all looked at him with eyes full of admiration. And it made sense. Daniel was the leading hero of the Nordia invasion, the man who brought the kingdom of Eldresia to its knees. He'd united the empire with his rousing total war speech, and on the Belmore front, he had turned the tables on an enemy offensive, capturing the crown prince in the process. More recently, he'd arrested collaborators aiding the allied nations within the capital. He was, quite literally, a living legend. But to Daniel, the reverent stares were just uncomfortable. Still, he couldn't ignore their salutes, so he offered a half-hearted nod in return. As he did, a staff officer approached, flanked by several soldiers. He wore the rank of Major. Colonel Daniel Steiner? It's an honor to meet you. I'm Major Phelp, intelligence officer from the 7th Magitech Armored Division. A pleasure. By order of His Majesty the Emperor, I've been assigned as Chief of Staff to the 7th Magitech Armored Division, Colonel Daniel Steiner. You're just as commanding as the stories say, Colonel. Please, come with me, I'll escort you to headquarters. Daniel nodded and followed Phelp to a military vehicle parked near the station. Phelp climbed into the seat beside him, and the driver smoothly accelerated. Inside the moving car, Phelp turned to him. Colonel, I apologize for taking you straight to HQ without allowing you any time to rest. The situation on the front lines isn't good. Daniel responded with a simple nod to show he understood. To Phelp, it looked like calm, collected confidence, but in reality, Daniel was screaming inside. The front lines aren't good. Rule number 1 in Daniel Steiner's life, preserve your own life. Rule number 2, never break rule 1. To a man as determined to survive as Daniel, the battlefield was one of the worst places imaginable. And a dangerous battlefield? He wouldn't go there for all the gold in the empire. Unfortunately, due to a twist of fate and a few bureaucratic quirks, High Command had adopted the baffling belief that, if a situation's falling apart, send Daniel Steiner. God damn it. He wanted to scream, but all he could do was half close his eyes and sigh in silence. Phelp, observing this, came to a wildly incorrect conclusion. He's already calculating how to turn the situation around. He absolutely wasn't. Daniel received a detailed rundown of the battlefield situation from Phelp, and after half a day of travel, finally arrived at the forward HQ. Summoned immediately by the division commander, he stepped into the command tent, where all eyes turned to him. His sharp gaze, tall figure, and unreadable expression silently pressured the other officers, and the weight of Daniel Steiner's reputation hung in the air like a storm cloud. He scanned the room quietly, then strode forward to where Commander Morden stood. Daniel snapped a crisp salute. Commander, by order of His Majesty the Emperor, I am Colonel Daniel Steiner. As Chief of Staff, I will do my utmost to support you, sir. Morden, eyeing him with restrained displeasure, returned the salute. Under normal circumstances, he would have found something to criticize immediately, but the incident at the Lamp Hotel, described by the intelligence officer the day before, still lingered in his mind, holding him back. Welcome to the 7th Division. I assume you've been briefed on the current situation. Yes, sir. According to the intelligence officer, we're in a bad position. The enemy's armored division has linked up with an infantry brigade, putting us at a numerical disadvantage. Exactly. And the capital has ordered us to hold this line. Retreat isn't an option. That means we'll have to plug the gap, even if it costs us. Do you have a plan? Daniel stared at Morden, lost in thought. What would it take for them to say I'm unfit for this position? Getting through this situation would be easy. All he had to do was propose reorganizing the defensive line, deploying small mobile units to harass the enemy's flanks, securing the supply route against disruption, and implementing standard tactical maneuvers. But if he did that and it worked, they'd keep sending him back into the meat grinder. Daniel definitely didn't want that. So instead, he put on a grave expression and said, "Have you never found it strange, sir?" Morden frowned. Strange? What do you mean? From what the intelligence officer told me, the enemy plans to advance with an infantry brigade right into our line, through a minefield and artillery barrage. Do you really think they believe they'll win that way? Even with the enemy division reinforced by a brigade, the advantage still typically lay with the defending side, which was exactly why their decision to initiate an offensive with only a slight numerical edge seemed suspicious. Why would the allied nations launch such a wasteful engagement? Daniel asked. After thinking it over, I came to one hypothesis. What if, it's not a war of attrition they're planning but a guaranteed victory? A guaranteed victory? Morden echoed skeptically. Yes. What if the infantry brigade isn't coming at us from the front but from behind? If they manage to create a full encirclement, we'll have no choice but to surrender. Morden let out a derisive laugh. Have you gone mad? That's nonsense. For them to flank us like that without being detected, they'd have to sneak around our lines. Do you really think that's possible? It's not if we're talking about a full brigade. But a platoon? That's entirely doable. The Eastern Front was vast. It stretched over 2,000 kilometers, far too much ground to monitor every inch of it. If the enemy was dead set on slipping across the line with a small unit, there was no guaranteed way to stop them. Morden knew that, too, but still found the suggestion absurd. A platoon? What are they gonna do? 30 guys come knocking on our back door and we just collapse? Are you saying we're the rock that needs to dodge an incoming egg? His mockery elicited some muted laughter from the staff. But Daniel answered without hesitation. What if that egg is carrying a hammer? All right, enough with the metaphors. You've been spewing nothing but nonsense. It's possible with etherlium. A hush fell over the tent. Etherlium, a rare mineral that, when shattered, triggered a unique non-reactive phenomenon that could instantaneously teleport nearby individuals. Daniel had once experienced it firsthand, caught up in a banquet incident with Emperor Selvia involving etherlium-based tech. As you know, the Allied nations have poured astronomical resources into the tactical use of etherlium. A year ago, I was directly involved in an incident caused by it. But etherlium can't target specific coordinates, can it? Morden challenged. That's exactly what the Allied nations have been spending all that time and money trying to solve. By now, they've likely succeeded. One of the staff officers slowly nodded in agreement. Colonel Steiner's theory makes sense. If they're using etherlium, it's entirely possible for the enemy to strike our headquarters from behind. All they need is for a hidden platoon to relay coordinates across the line. The laughter died. If the enemy pulled this off, their forces could be surrounded and annihilated in a matter of hours. Of course, it was still just one of many possible scenarios. Etherlium was prohibitively expensive, and it was only a theory that the Allied nations had overcome its limitations. If someone had to place a bet, most of the officers would still choose unlikely. But Daniel was determined to push this. Because, unlike them, he wanted to fail. Effective immediately, we need to pull forces for a large-scale sweep of any forests or mountainous areas that can't be covered by aerial recon. It's highly likely the enemy's target is this very headquarters, so we should assume there's a platoon lying in wait nearby. Morden drummed his fingers on the table, deep in thought, then glared at Daniel. Chief of Staff, if this turns out to be nothing but your imagination, you will be held responsible. Redirecting troops we need for defense to a wild goose chase is a serious risk. Daniel offered a thin smile. I was hoping you'd say that. Because taking the blame for a failed operation and having his record downgraded was exactly the outcome Daniel Steiner wanted. Meanwhile, in a forest cave near the 7th Armored Division's encampment. Less than a week now until our forces advance, right? The Allied platoon that had infiltrated past the front lines to #endlight #transmit coordinates and activate etherlium was taking a short break. They hadn't even lit a fire, afraid of being spotted. In the cold, dark cave, a dozen or so soldiers chuckled to themselves. Those imperial bastards have no idea we're here. Even if they suspected, they wouldn't send anyone. Not without confirmation. No commander would gamble his troops on a maybe not when the enemy could attack at any moment. Still, you never know, do you? At that, their squad leader scoffed. Sure. Let's say someone did insist on launching a recon sweep. Why? Just for the hell of it? If they're wrong, their career's over. Especially during wartime, it's dangerous. Might even cost them their uniform. Reassured, the other soldiers laughed. Yeah, seriously. What kind of lunatic orders a search party when the enemy's pressing in from the front? The next morning. Eisenkron Imperial Palace. I dare to pray before you, my lord. Please, guide this servant of yours who lies before us now, that he may lay down the burdens of this world and enter eternal rest. And not as the emperor of the empire, but as a mere man, accept this pitiful soul into your embrace and forgive his sins. Beside the emperor's bedchamber, a priest recited the prayer quietly. In that sacred silence, the close aides all bowed their heads. Selvia, holding back sobs, clutched her father's hand tightly. Duke Belver, watching this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly. So he couldn't overcome the illness after all. To see Bertham, who once seemed immortal standing at death's doorstep, brought a complicated mix of emotions. It was Emperor Bertham who, inheriting the authority of his predecessor, introduced a series of progressive reforms that brought a fresh wind to the empire. It looked as if the empire would step into a golden era. That is, until the war broke out. Once hostilities with the Allied nations began, Bertham could no longer focus solely on domestic affairs. He even stepped onto the battlefield himself to inspire the troops. He cut down on sleep to the bare minimum. And so, Bertham's health deteriorated rapidly. This was the result of a ruler who neglected his own body for the sake of governance. The seemingly eternal power now trembled like a candle before the wind. We know that our Lord intercedes for us with mercy. So please, in your boundless compassion, understand the hardships he has endured and the wrong paths he may have taken. Under the blessings of the angels, in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ, we pray that you lead him to heaven. Amen. Having finished the prayer, the priest drew the sign of the cross and stepped back. Bertham, sensing the end of the prayer, turned his head and, with difficulty opening his eyes, looked at Selvia. Come here, my daughter. Even while breathing as if each breath might be his last, Bertham didn't forget to give advice to his daughter Selvia. To Blle, though, it all seemed like useless prattle. Bertham's death will be the spark that ignites revolution. Bertham was a respected emperor, both within and beyond the empire. He had served the people without disregarding the nobility. He had fought for the soldiers and led many battles to victory. Even Blle considered Bertham to have been a good ruler. But he made one mistake. He let his children fight over the succession. Blle could understand what Bertham had intended. He probably thought that a prince driven by ambition but lacking practical sense would only bring ruin to the empire. So naturally, he would have wanted to pass the throne to Selvia, who possessed both administrative skill and concern for the people. By delaying the appointment of a successor until Selvia had secured a decisive victory, Bertham had shown where his heart lay. The problem was that this choice turned the nobility against him. A woman emperor? Did he think the nobility would accept that in silence? Having a female emperor was not only a break from imperial tradition, it was bound to provoke NVLGHT, exclusive on NVLGHT, backlash from the noble class. Noble houses, by default, passed down all power and property to the firstborn son. Those who had inherited their positions on that very assumption were the ones sitting in power now. So for the emperor, the highest authority in the empire, to hand power and wealth to a daughter rather than a son was nothing short of an insult to all noble lineages. That resentment became the driving force of unity. The nobles, armed with the claim that the emperor had violated the line of imperial legitimacy, now had a reason to act. And Blle, who now led them, had made his decision. The day Bertham died would be the day the nobility reclaimed their rightful status. To do that, he needed to isolate and eliminate Daniel Steiner, Selvia's loyal hound. But how? Just a few days ago, while wrestling with this dilemma, a man had come to Blle. He introduced himself as an agent from the Allied nations. He conveyed a message that Count Caligula wished to offer his support. If they worked together, he said, they could surely kill Daniel Steiner. Skeptical at first, Blle couldn't help but smile when he heard Calidra's plan. They're planning a pincer attack using etherlium, weren't they? Even a so-called genius strategist like Daniel Steiner wouldn't imagine such a tactic. And even if he did imagine it, he wouldn't gamble on such a low-probability event. Daniel Steiner will die on the Eastern Front. And if he doesn't, a crushing defeat in battle will still give us the justification to turn him into a powerless puppet. And after that, just as Blle was reviewing his plan in his mind, Blle, come here. Bertham's utterly exhausted voice snapped him out of his thoughts. Blle adjusted his garments and approached the bedridden emperor, kneeling beside him. You called for me. Yes. Blle, you of all people must understand. The empire stands at a turning point. And so, I ask for your help. Please, assist my daughter so that the state may remain stable. Do not worry. I will do exactly that. Good. I have always. As Bertham struggled to turn his head and speak, his words trailed off. Because in Belle's eyes, those eyes looking down on him, there was no sorrow, no pity. Only one emotion lingered in his gaze, ambition. Bertham's breathing grew more labored as he saw it. You. The words would not come. Bertham had spent all this time worried about when Daniel Steiner would bare his fangs. He had paid little attention to the nobles. His worsening health had made it hard to think clearly, which contributed to this oversight. So when the nobles began to show signs of division after Selvia's rise to the throne, he dismissed it as a temporary phenomenon. Just another problem that came with the transition of power, he thought. But he had been wrong. The nobles' conflict was a carefully orchestrated part of a larger plan. And now, he finally saw who was at the center of it. You. Grinding his teeth, Bertham grabbed at Belle's sleeve, but he had no strength left in his grip. Blle, looking down at the dying emperor with feigned pity, reached out his hand. There is no need to worry. Grasping Bertham's wrist, Blle gently removed his hand. I shall serve His Majesty faithfully, as I always have. And when Bertham saw the smile bloom on Belle's lips, he finally understood. It wasn't Daniel Steiner who sought to consume the empire. It was the old fox standing right before him. Daniel rose early and carried out his duties as chief of staff as usual. He spent the morning receiving briefings from his staff officers on the current operation plans and using gathered intelligence to predict enemy movements. After spending his morning that way, he spent the afternoon patrolling the defensive lines with his hands clasped behind his back. When the chief of staff, who was supposed to be in the command center, appeared in the trenches, resting soldiers and junior officers scrambled to their feet in surprise. But Daniel merely smiled and gave them a nod. Lucy, trailing closely behind Daniel, tilted her head slightly. Today, Daniel looked not just calm but happy. Chief. At her call, Daniel turned his gaze from where he had been encouraging a soldier inside the trench. What is it, Lieutenant? Did something good happen today? Something good? Daniel chuckled and shrugged once. I'm not sure what you mean. Do you have any guesses? A soldier standing stiffly at attention in front of Daniel quickly responded. I don't know, sir, but if the chief of staff is in a good mood, I'd like to cautiously assume the operation is proceeding smoothly. Half right, half wrong. Daniel was simply grateful to the division commander who had accepted a wild and baseless theory and authorized a reconnaissance mission. A platoon crossing the lines to set etherlium coordinates and activate it? There's no way. We don't even know if that tech has actually been developed yet. Which meant it was an operation with a near-zero chance of success. Judging by the division commander's nasty personality, he'll probably chew me out when the recon mission inevitably fails. Perfect. And if Daniel pushed back just a little, leading to accusations of insubordination, it could naturally result in his removal. At the very least, they'd probably decide I'm unfit to command at the front and send me to a rear position. Either way, it was good news for Daniel. Chief of Staff. A familiar voice called from behind. Daniel turned to see Major Phelps, the intelligence officer. Assuming the division commander's patience had already run out, Daniel replied blandly. What is it? Phelps, catching his breath after apparently running all the way there, spoke between gasps. The division commander is calling for you. He wants you back at headquarters immediately. I see. He must be furious. Thinking here we go, Daniel forced down a grin and put on a serious expression. But Phelps just blinked, confused. Sorry? No, sir, he's absolutely delighted. He even brought out a bottle of whiskey he'd been hiding. Delighted. Daniel's face froze as a chill swept over him. Oblivious, Phelps nodded brightly. Well, of course he is. Just like you predicted, we searched the forest and captured an enemy platoon inside a cave transporting etherlium. Phelps' voice was loud enough to turn every soldier and junior officer in the trench toward them. And they all looked at Daniel with the same emotion in their eyes. Aw. The chief of staff pulled it off again. I heard he was a war hero, but to deliver results the moment he arrives. We believed in you, sir. We really did. As one soldier shouted with pride, cheers began to erupt all around. Standing amidst their applause, Daniel slowly closed his eyes and thought. This fucking bullshit. So much for retirement. Daniel could not ignore the division commander's summons, so he followed Major Phelps. Leaving the trench and arriving at the forward command post, Daniel immediately drew the attention of the numerous officers inside. To the outside observer, Daniel was the genius chief of staff who had pierced the enemy's weak point the moment he was assigned. Some officers even murmured quiet praise in passing as he walked by. Chief of staff. That was a brilliant operation. Please continue to lead us from here on. Every word they spoke only weighed heavier on Daniel. But it wasn't as if he could go around shouting, it's all a misunderstanding. I did give the order, but I didn't actually think there'd be anything there. So he simply kept a dignified expression and nodded. After passing by several more officers, Daniel finally reached the command tent. The division commander is waiting inside, Phelps said. Daniel gave a nod and let out a small sigh before stepping into the tent. Division Commander Morden was examining the operations map when he turned at the sound of footsteps. Upon spotting Daniel, his expression brightened immediately. Oh, our chief of staff. Good to see you. Gone was the cold demeanor from their first meeting. Morden was now smiling like an old friend. You were right. The Allied rats really did cross the lines and hide in a cave near the division's woods. They weren't joking when they said you were an elite from HQ. You're too kind. Too kind? Hell, I haven't even started complimenting you yet. Laughing heartily, Morden slapped Daniel on the shoulder and walked over to a small table. On it were 2 glasses and a bottle of expensive whiskey. Taking a seat, Morden opened the bottle and gestured toward Daniel. I heard you like whiskey. Come on, have a seat. I do enjoy whiskey, but drinking on the battlefield is. I get it. Just sit down. I don't like repeating myself. Knowing refusal was pointless, Daniel walked over and pulled out a chair. Once Daniel sat, Morden poured a drink into one of the glasses. This is Landmill 32 year. Not an easy one to get your hands on. Landmill. Yeah, made by my family. We've been in the distillery business for generations. Honestly, everyone in my clan is a bastard to deal with, but we make a damn good drink. You'll like it. After all that, it would have been rude not to try it. In that case, I'll take just one sip. Daniel raised the glass and let the whiskey touch his lips and was quietly surprised. It's incredibly clean. Morden chuckled at the concise praise. You've got good taste. That's why we can still do business with picky drinkers. It's not first class, but it's a solid second. But more importantly, after pouring a glass for himself and setting the bottle down, Morden looked straight at Daniel. You pulled off something huge. I'll be honest, I didn't believe it at first. But maybe all those stories about you being a war hero aren't so exaggerated after all. I was just lucky. No need to be modest. Even if it was luck, the results are real. And you must know we might even be able to turn their operation to our advantage. Morden drained his glass in one go and let out a low breath. He stared at the empty glass for a moment, then gave Daniel a knowing smile. They had a Morse transmitter in their packs. After a brief pause, Daniel replied. They must have planned to send coordinates using Morse to avoid interception. Even if it were intercepted, the messages would be encrypted, so by the time we decrypted them, the attack would already be underway. Smart guy. So I assume you also know how we can extract their encrypted Morse codes and operational frequencies in a short time. Coercion would be best. But considering they risked their lives to cross the lines, it likely won't work. That means, you're thinking of torture. At Daniel's serious question, Morden gave a casual shrug. I know it's inhumane. But we don't have a choice, it's war. If we can't get the intel, our men will be the ones dying out there. He wasn't wrong. War wasn't a place where you could rely solely on humanitarian methods. And the Allied nations had, overtly or covertly, tortured and executed imperial prisoners. Both sides were guilty. Is the torture already underway? At Daniel's question, Morden nodded. There's an officer I trust with this kind of thing. Confident in the field. He also helped apprehend the enemy squad. Oh, and turns out, he's someone you brought in. Someone I brought in? Daniel furrowed his brow, curious. Seeing his confusion, Morden added, "You should know him, you're close. Second Lieutenant Fryan." The moment the name left Morden's lips, Daniel blurted out, "That's not acceptable? It could get dangerous." Morden raised an eyebrow at the abrupt reaction but then gave a knowing chuckle. "You're a damn loyal superior, I'll give you that. Don't worry, the prisoner's tied to a chair, can't move an inch. Your Lieutenant Fryan isn't in any danger." Morden smiled and poured himself another drink, but Daniel was already sweating cold bullets. Because Daniel wasn't worried about Fryan. He was worried about the prisoner being tortured. Letting a rabid nationalist like Fryan handle the interrogation of an allied officer was like handing a cat a fish soaked in catnip. Temporary field interrogation site. KH. United Nations platoon leader Dahaman groaned, bound tightly to a chair. His head was still reeling in confusion. The Empire's forces, who should have had no idea what was going on, had suddenly launched a reconnaissance operation and stormed the cave without warning. By the time he realized something was wrong, they had already surrounded the area. Escape was impossible. And so he was captured, dragged all the way to the 7th Division, and reduced to a prisoner. God damn it. Naturally, the Empire would attempt torture to extract information. But Dahaman glared with eyes burning with hatred, teeth clenched tightly. As if I'd break under torture. He'd rather die than utter a single word that could harm the Allied nations. Just as he was hardening his resolve, a female officer entered through the interrogation tent's entrance. She had light brown hair neatly braided into a bun and calm, deep black eyes. "What is this? Trying to put me at ease?" Her youthful and gentle appearance didn't match the word torture at all, and that alone made him suspicious. The woman spotted Dahaman and greeted him with a soft smile. "Hello, I'm Second Lieutenant Fryan, currently serving under Colonel Daniel Steiner, the Chief of Staff." Daniel Steiner. Hearing a name impossible not to recognize, Dahaman let out a bitter sneer. "Fuck. I was wondering what lunatic came up with such a deranged operation. It was the Empire's demon himself." Now it all made sense. If it was Daniel Steiner, the genius strategist infamous for his devilish actions, of course he'd seen through the Allied nations' operation. "I still don't get how that bastard figured it out, though." He trailed off mid-sentence. The woman who introduced herself as Fryan was now staring at him with eyes gone completely cold. "That's strange. I don't recall giving you permission to insult the saint." The air grew heavier, but Dahaman just scoffed. "The saint? Novelight, don't tell me you're calling that demon bastard a saint. Looks like Steiner's not the only psycho in the Empire." Fryan silently stared down at Dahaman, then suddenly smiled and walked over to the corner. There, atop a wooden table, lay an array of torture tools. "Before we begin our real conversation, I believe you heretic and beast that you are require a bit of re-education. It'll be a rather intense exchange, but that can't be helped, can it?" She picked up a pair of pliers and examined them slowly. "Do you know why pulling out fingernails is such a common method in torture? It's because there's a dense cluster of sensitive nerve endings beneath the nail. And nails aren't just attached to the surface. They're anchored deep in the root. So when you forcefully rip them out, the nail bed and root tear apart, causing severe bleeding and tissue damage." She opened and closed the pliers with a soft click. During that process, a chemical called prostaglandin is released. It makes your nerves hypersensitive and amplifies the pain dramatically. Right. To give you a metaphor, it's like taking a scalpel to your flesh and then smashing it with a hammer. I'm sure it'll hurt like hell." Satisfied with the state of the pliers, Fryan turned back and began walking toward Dahaman. "You know, usually after all 10 fingernails are pulled out, there's no more pain to inflict. The subject either passes out, or their pain threshold rises." "Wait. Stay back, don't come any closer." "But you don't have to worry about that. See, I'm actually quite skilled in healing magic. I can regenerate your nails over, and pull them out again." Dahaman's breathing became ragged. His body began to tremble with each step Fryan took toward him. "Don't you wonder now?" Darkness clouded Dahaman's face. "How many?" Fryan looked down at the man paralyzed by fear and smiled softly. "I wonder, which nail will finally break you?" Temporary field interrogation site. Second Lieutenant Fryan, was it? That woman said she was confident in interrogations, but extracting information through torture wasn't an easy task. If asked whether the act of torturing itself was difficult, the answer would be no. Anyone could inflict pain on another if they just knew how. The hardest part about conducting torture was maintaining a sound mind. Once the torture begins, the subject writhes in pain and screams. They yell hysterically, then start to beg, sometimes even crying out their family members' names and pleading for forgiveness. Even the coldest of people naturally become emotionally shaken watching that unfold. Conceptually, one might understand that extracting information from the person in front of them would save countless allied lives, but psychologically, they can't accept it. And once that happens, they become swayed by the subject's pain and pleas, and eventually give up on the torture. In the worst case, they might even develop sympathy for the subject and commit the act of betraying their own side to help them. To Phelps, Fryan seemed likely to follow that same path. She's a young woman who became an officer at an early age. Admirable, but she's clearly not used to torture. It wasn't uncommon for rookies, caught up in their own zeal, to initiate torture only to vomit or fall into panic once the subject started bleeding and screaming. I, too, developed trauma after conducting my first interrogation. That's why Phelps was on his way to the interrogation site, to be there in case Fryan broke down. even if Second Lieutenant Fryan ends up crying and says she can't do it. Phelps had no intention of scolding her. He knew well that torture inflicted psychological trauma not only on the one receiving it but also on the one conducting it. Resolving to support her as an ideal superior officer, Phelps arrived at the temporary interrogation site, where the guards at the entrance turned to look at him. Since it was the battlefield, no one saluted. "Intelligence officer, sir. What brings you here?" At the soldier's question, Phelps replied matter-of-factly, "I've come to check whether the interrogation is proceeding properly." At his words, the soldiers exchanged glances and answered reluctantly, "It's probably best you see it for yourself, sir." "I intended to. Will you let me through?" As the soldiers nodded and stepped aside, Phelps walked into the interrogation tent. "Second Lieutenant Fryan, is the interrogation proceeding?" Phelps froze mid-sentence the moment he lifted the curtain and stepped in. The hands of the Allied nations platoon leader, Dahaman, who was tied to a chair, were soaked in blood. Scattered below him were no fewer than 20 fingernails. What the hell? Too stunned to comprehend what had happened, Phelps just stood there blankly as Fryan casually tapped the pliers in her hand and spoke. "Well then, let's go with our final question. From now on, how should you refer to Colonel Daniel Steiner?" At her question, Dahaman mumbled in a broken voice, his face vacant. "The saint. Colonel Daniel Steiner is both a great soldier and a saint." And with that, Phelps could only be horrified. Dear God. Those were words that should never come from the mouth of an Allied nations platoon leader. Which meant, in other words, that Fryan had utterly crushed the man's psyche. As the stunned Phelps watched in silence, Fryan gave a faint smile. "Well done. Now then, what does that make you and the Allied nations, who not only disgraced Colonel Daniel Steiner, but even plotted to kill him?" This time, Dahaman clenched his teeth without responding. Seeing this, Fryan tilted her head. "Oh my, are you still not properly reformed? Then, perhaps this time." She used the pliers to lift Dahaman's chin. Their eyes met, forced into alignment, and Fryan wiped the smile from her face. "Shall we try pulling a tooth?" Dahaman's breathing grew rapid. Overcome with fear, he shook his head desperately. Fryan gave him another chance, smiling with the gentle grace of a benevolent teacher. "Well then, if you don't want to be in pain, you'll need to prove you've been reformed, yes? Will you answer my question?" Dahaman, nodding furiously, shouted in a desperate bid to survive. "Disgracing Colonel Daniel Steiner is the act of a beast? And to attack a man who is no different than a saint is beneath even a beast? Please, I beg you, forgive me." Apparently satisfied with the answer, Fryan pulled the pliers away. "You're fully reformed now. I'm truly pleased." Then, from now on, just as she was speaking with serene kindness, Fryan noticed someone's presence and turned her head. Seeing Phelps, she blinked her black eyes a few times and then smiled. "Oh, intelligence officer? Perfect timing." With blood spattered across her face, Fryan spoke in a casual tone. She was horror incarnate. Not particularly wanting to comment on anything, Phelps cleared his throat and stepped closer. "Second Lieutenant Fryan, was it? Seems like the interrogation was successful." "Yes, I was able to extract the operation frequency and even the Morse code encryption. Of course, we'll need to interrogate the other prisoners to cross-check, but still. You plan to treat the other prisoners like this, too?" Fryan tilted her head as if wondering what kind of question that even was. "If necessary, I should. Shouldn't I? There's no room for mercy toward traitors to the Empire or the beasts of the Allied nations." Strangely enough, it was such a textbook answer that Phelps couldn't bring himself to argue. For some reason, he found Fryan terrifying and cleared his throat to change the subject. "Excellent work. You extracted a confession in less than half a day. Did someone train you in interrogation?" "No, I've never received formal training. But Colonel Daniel recognized my abilities and advised me to train relentlessly, so I did just that." At the mention of Daniel, Fryan smiled shyly, like a girl in love, still holding the blood-stained pliers. "It was honestly terrifying." "I see. The Chief of Staff guided you well." Phelps answered with a bitter expression as he looked down at the Allied nations platoon leader tied to the chair. Watching Dahaman sob as he clung to life, pride, and humanity long discarded, Phelps made a silent vow. "Even if it kills me, I must never betray Daniel Steiner." Late evening, office of the Director of the Security Bureau. "They say His late Majesty will not make it through the night. If that's true, a state funeral will be held the moment he passes." At his aide's words, Director Otto of the Security Bureau smiled and nodded. "When the funeral begins, what do you think will happen?" "The Noble Coalition will urge Her Majesty the Emperor to declare martial law, citing the need to control internal unrest. And with the defense commander having sided with Blle, that'll be a necessary step if they want to seize the capital. But even if they take the capital, military command still lies with Her Majesty. If they don't secure the palace quickly, Her Majesty will surely summon outside forces to the capital. That's why I'd try to persuade Commander of the Royal Guard, Johannes. It won't be easy, but he's someone who values imperial legitimacy just as much as Blle does, so surely." Otto cut himself off mid-sentence. The door to his office swung open, and the deputy director entered. The deputy gave a respectful bow to Otto, who was seated behind his desk, then approached. "Director, we've received new information regarding Colonel Daniel Steiner." "Information?" "They say Colonel Daniel Steiner located and captured an Allied nations platoon that was transporting etherlium ore. He's effectively blocked the enemy's trump card." Otto's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe it, but the deputy wouldn't lie to him. Do we have proof? The deputy pulled out a folder from his belt and handed it to Otto. This came directly from the 7th Division. You'll want to see it yourself. Opening the file, Otto couldn't help but be taken aback. The report stated that Chief of Staff Daniel Steiner had persuaded the division commander to conduct a search operation, and that the mission had succeeded in capturing an enemy platoon transporting etherlium ore. How in the world did he find out? Calling him a genius doesn't even begin to cover it. Just as Otto was marveling, he turned the page and froze. There was a photo attached. What is this? It was a picture of the Allied nation's platoon leader, bloodied and sobbing, his fingernails torn off. Seeing Otto's reaction, the deputy clarified. It was reportedly done by one of Colonel Daniel Steiner's subordinates. It's not certain, but rumor has it he warned that traitors to the Empire would meet the same fate. A fascinating smile crept across Otto's lips as he listened. This feels like Daniel is sending a warning to Blle. Stroking his chin once, Otto narrowed his eyes quietly. Could it be? Entertaining several possibilities, Otto felt a chill run down his spine. Daniel Steiner might be planning to take the Empire into his own hands. Perhaps he was knowingly turning a blind eye to the nobles' uprising. From the military's standpoint, the nobles' revolution was practically treason. So if Daniel struck before they could establish legitimacy, he could bring them all to heel in one fell swoop. That would make him, in both name and reality, the singular leader of the Empire. I know it's an outrageous suspicion, but if it were Daniel Steiner, the man constantly weaving sinister schemes, it wouldn't be out of novelIGHT character at all. A sociopath who even conceals his own emotions would have no trouble hiding his intentions. Well, things are starting to get interesting. I wonder who will end up seizing the Empire. From Otto's point of view, there was no way this could be anything but entertaining. Fryan's interrogation technique was exceptional. More than just talent, it bordered on a calling. She had extracted confessions from every soldier in the enemy platoon in less than a single day. It was expected that once the platoon leader confessed, the soldiers would start talking too, but the speed of it all was undeniably absurd. For reference, Phelps, the intelligence officer who personally witnessed the soldiers' torture, once described Fryan as a demon with the face of a saint. It was an open secret that the soldiers guarding the entrance to the temporary interrogation site agreed with Phelps' statement. Laid out like this, public opinion might sound a bit harsh, but there wasn't a single person who could deny that Fryan had achieved a remarkable feat. Thanks to that, the next day, the division commander burst into hearty laughter and praised her greatly when she reported, "We've identified not only the enemy's operational frequency, but also the encryption of their Morse codes. Cross-verification is complete." The next person he praised was Daniel Steiner, who had taken Fryan in as a subordinate early on. The division commander, who now seemed to have shed all his negative feelings toward Daniel, declared that he would entrust the chief of staff with the task of planning and executing the operation using that intel. And so, at present, Daniel was in his private tent, discussing which operation would be most effective. "I believe the most suitable location would be the canyon near the division. If we drive them into a gorge with only one escape route, we could wipe them out easily." Of the staff officers gathered, it was Phelps, the intelligence officer, who offered his opinion first. The others must have found it reasonable, as no one offered any dissent. Only Fryan, who had earned the right to attend the strategy meeting due to her recent merits, tilted her head in puzzlement. It was as if her face was clearly saying, "Isn't there an easier way?" Which made it impossible for Daniel not to ask. "Second Lieutenant Fryan, do you have a better idea?" Fryan looked surprised at being called on. Her eyes seemed to ask whether she was even allowed to give an opinion in a place like this, so Daniel gave her a nod. With his permission, Fryan looked around at the staff and calmly began to speak. "The enemy infantry brigade is going to teleport to the location we transmitted using etherlium ore, right? Then wouldn't it be better if we just planted mines there in advance? If they lured the enemy to teleport to a location already filled with mines, the moment they arrived, they'd step right onto them, triggering a chain explosion. With that, victory would come easily." So she was questioning whether there was any need to herd them into the canyon and ambush them at all. It wasn't a humanitarian method, but it was the easiest way to annihilate the enemy. Of course, the staff officers knew this too, but they hadn't said it out loud for a reason. Slaughtering the enemy without even giving them a chance to surrender in a favorable situation was closer to inhumane behavior. But with innocent eyes, Fryan was essentially saying, "Can't we just kill them all?" At least when it came to enemy forces, Fryan's humanity could be considered non-existent. Witnessing her complete lack of human empathy, the staff officers naturally turned their eyes to Daniel, the chief of staff. Rumor had it, after all, that the one who had trained Fryan to be this way was none other than Daniel Steiner. How exactly did he brainwash such a delicate-looking woman? The chief of staff might be a brilliant officer, but a man of character? Maybe not. I mean, if it's all for the sake of the Empire, I guess I can understand, but still. Convinced that Fryan's twisted mindset must have been shaped by Daniel Steiner, each staff officer quietly nurtured their own negative impressions. "I didn't make her like that. She was always like this, I swear." Daniel, overwhelmed and wrongly accused by those silent stares, cleared his throat and turned toward Lucy. "Lieutenant, what's your take? Do you find Second Lieutenant Fryan's suggestion reasonable?" Daniel was hoping his aide, Lucy, would criticize Fryan's suggestion as inhumane behavior. If the person closest to him, who'd been by his side the longest, rejected Fryan's statement, then the staff officers would realize that Daniel Steiner wasn't a cold-blooded monster. Fryan was just a bit off. It's reasonable, but inefficient. The problem was Lucy was also a former test subject and therefore lacked a certain degree of humanity. Whereas Fryan had discarded her humanity by choice, Lucy had had hers forcibly taken from her. But without knowing the context, no one could really tell the difference between the two. Killing the enemy outright is less beneficial in the long term than taking them as prisoners. We could gain the upper hand in future prisoner exchanges, and in an emergency, we might even use them in operations. Therefore, it would be more appropriate to place the mines along their escape route. Lucy's red eyes blinked slowly. If the enemy finds themselves trapped in a canyon, and realize that their escape path is a minefield, they'll lose morale and surrender. Making the Allied troops march toward the retreat route and triggering a mine as a warning might also work as an example. That is all. With her concise and precise explanation, the staff officers began nodding one by one. They all knew Lucy's method was, indeed, the most efficient. Still, thanks to Lucy's machine-like delivery, the misunderstandings the staff officers held about Daniel only deepened. Confirming that the officers were quietly gauging his reaction, Daniel closed his eyes and thought to himself, maybe it's fine with Lucy, but... He decided, at least in public settings, never to ask Fryan for her opinion again. 5 days later, Allied Nations Infantry Brigade. Comrades. Brigade Commander Raphael shouted loudly from atop a makeshift platform. In front of Raphael, on the desolate plain, nearly 3,000 soldiers had gathered. Today, we take part in a historic operation. Thanks to the tireless research and development of our nation's scientists into etherlium ore, we have now mastered the ability to freely manipulate teleportation during catastrophes. This is a monumental advancement, a stepping stone to leading our military to victory. From the front lines, the sound of artillery fire could be heard. It signaled that the Allied Armored Division had begun advancing on the enemy trenches. As you all know, we'll be infiltrating the enemy's rear and striking the headquarters of those imperial buffoons. Once they lose their HQ, the imperial forces will fall like dominoes, crumbling into a bunch of disorganized cowards. Watch yourselves, you might gag from the smell of piss they'll leak. The commander's crude joke drew scattered laughter from the troops. As he watched his men laugh, Raphael's expression suddenly shifted, and he shouted again. Today, we show those imperial morons the true might of the Allied nations? So fight with conviction. It's time we let the cowards of the Empire witness our progressive triumph. Are we clear? Shouts of agreement rang out from all directions. Sensing that the soldiers' morale had reached its peak, Raphael raised his hand. Then let them feel the terror of the Allied nations. Commence teleportation. Even before Raphael finished speaking, officers and soldiers echoed his command and pulled out refined etherlium ore from their pouches. Each piece was a fragment synced with the etherlium ore of the squads already beyond the front lines. One by one, they shattered the ore, and bursts of light began to spread across the field. As the soldiers began vanishing one by one, their outlines still faintly visible, Raphael pulled out his own etherlium stone. Infusing it with mana, he shattered the ore in his hand and blinding light swallowed everything. Once the light vanished, the place Raphael arrived at was a wide canyon. And not just any part of it, it was deep within the canyon, in a space where the exit was limited. The moment he saw the landscape, Raphael felt something was off. What the hell is going on? I was told the coordinates would put us within visual range of the enemy's command center. Nothing about this place matched the intel they had received. The soldiers who had teleported with Raphael were equally confused. Where's the enemy command center? What is this place? This doesn't match what we were told. Unaware that they had been deceived, they simply looked around in bewilderment. Meanwhile, more and more soldiers continued to arrive in flashes of light, and the canyon began to grow increasingly cramped. Watching the anxious troops, Raphael issued a command as calmly as possible. 12th Battalion. Move out of the canyon and secure visibility. Yes, sir. The battalion commander, upon receiving the order, began leading his men toward the one and only escape route. That was when it happened. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, flames and chunks of earth erupted in every direction. The shockwave tore through the air, flinging nearby soldiers like rag dolls. Clumps of dirt and blood hovered in the air before splattering back down, and then belatedly came the soldiers' screams. As his ears rang with a high-pitched whine, the 12th Battalion commander screamed at the top of his lungs. Mines? It's a minefield? Stop moving? Stop. Raphael, who had been crouching down with his men, finally snapped back to his senses. As he slowly stood up, he saw the 12th Battalion returning through the smoke. While they were still in shock, a voice suddenly boomed from a loudspeaker somewhere. Ahem. Can you hear me? The voice, amplified through the speaker, pierced through the ringing in their ears. You are currently surrounded. I repeat, you are currently surrounded. Turning his head toward the voice, Raphael spotted a man in an officer's uniform standing atop the canyon cliff. Flanking him were soldiers who looked like grenadiers, rifles raised and aimed downward. Even at a glance, their numbers easily exceeded several hundred. With a single word from me, you will all be exposed to bombardment. I suggest you do not attempt escape. I won't bother explaining why. You just experienced it. As the smoke began to settle and the air cleared, the voice continued. So drop your weapons and surrender. This is the first and last mercy I will offer you. Only then did Raphael see it. The Golden Cross medal pinned to the uniform of the man holding the loudspeaker. Daniel Steiner. The realization that he had walked straight into the man's trap sent rage boiling through his chest. Raphael clenched his teeth hard, but if he refused this offer, it would only mean a meaningless death. Clenching his fists in bitter frustration, Raphael took a deep breath, pulled out his pistol, and tossed it to the ground. No matter how many possibilities he ran through in his mind, the moment they stepped into this canyon, it was clear they wouldn't get out without Daniel Steiner's permission. Everyone, surrender. But sir, I gave an order to surrender. As the brigade commander barked out the order, /N_O_V_V_E_I_G_T/the sound of weapons being dropped echoed throughout the canyon. It was a stunning victory achieved by Daniel Steiner, Chief of Staff of the 7th Division, within just 1 hour of the battle's start. Soaked in the sting of defeat, Raphael looked up at Daniel Steiner and was overwhelmed by a crushing sense of helplessness. The Allied nations have reached the pinnacle of teleportation technology. We developed a technique the Empire couldn't even make practical. And yet this man, he turned our own tech against us like it was nothing. From atop the cliff came the shouts of Imperial soldiers demanding they discard their weapons and kneel. The Allied soldiers, who had moments ago burned with resolve, began dropping to their knees one by one, fear now etched across their faces. Daniel Steiner looked down at those soldiers as if they were already in the palm of his hand, expressionless. Even after such a decisive victory, he shows no joy, as if to say that victory was nothing but a given. Seeing that, Raphael was certain of one thing. As long as Daniel Steiner lives, the Allied nations will never win. 3 hours since the battle began. Command Tent of the Allied Nations 12th Armored Division. What the hell is the infantry brigade doing? Why haven't we heard a single report of an attack? The division commander shouted in frustration, but no one could offer a clear answer. The staff officers, gathered around the central table where the operation map lay spread out, simply exchanged vague glances. Every one of their eyes was steeped in distrust and despair. No one said it aloud, but everyone sensed that something was going very wrong. And rightly so. If the operation had gone according to plan, they should have received word by now that the infantry brigade had struck the enemy command center. But no such report had come. Instead, the Imperial forces were fending off the Allied assault with flawless order and coordination. In the distance, the continuous sound of artillery fire rang out like a somber background score, condemning everyone inside the command tent. While everyone stole nervous glances at the division commander, the intelligence officer finally opened his mouth with great difficulty. Your Excellency, 3 hours have passed, and there are no signs of collapse within the enemy command structure. I suspect there may have been a problem with the Etherlium-based strike operation. He couldn't finish his sentence. The look in the division commander's eyes radiated fury just on the brink of erupting. Sensing the mood, the intelligence officer quickly lowered his head, and the division commander gritted his teeth. This was the first time we ever attempted a strike operation using Etherlium. Do you hear me? Even for us, it NVLGT, official version, was the first time executing such an operation. The division commander slammed the central table with a loud bang. The staff flinched but kept their composure, staring straight ahead. And yet are you telling me someone anticipated our plan and prepared for it in advance? Who the hell could do that? Who could possibly manage that? As the division commander's interrogation intensified, the intelligence officer's breath became visibly uneven. He wanted to survive the moment through silence, but the division commander wouldn't allow it. Feeling the weight of the persistent glare, the intelligence officer finally spoke in a trembling voice. As Your Excellency is aware, Colonel Daniel Steiner was recently assigned as Chief of Staff of the Imperial 7th Division. Considering he was previously exposed to an Etherlium-based projectile attack, it is likely that he has always been wary of our teleportation technology. In other words, if there was anyone who could have predicted a large-scale Etherlium teleportation operation, it would be Colonel Daniel Steiner. The rest of the staff silently nodded in agreement, and the division commander clenched his fists. Are you saying that we've been toyed with by just one man, Daniel Steiner? The refusal to accept reality often manifests as rage. Just as the division commander was about to lash out again, the communications officer who had been waiting outside entered the tent. He saluted with a simple nod and began to speak. Your Excellency, I have an urgent report. A report. The situation is unfavorable, sir. The 4th Armored Battalion has been wiped out near the enemy trenches. It appears they were exposed to concentrated enemy fire. As a result, our left flank is on the verge of collapse. As the division commander gripped his command baton tightly, the officer continued his report. The 3rd Armored Battalion has also suffered major losses and is in retreat. Subordinate forces have lost command and are withdrawing in disarray. The situation is completely out of control. The air in the command tent grew heavier with silence, but the communications officer didn't stop. Under current circumstances, maintaining battle formation is impossible. Furthermore, the Imperial Armored Battalion has launched a counteroffensive, exploiting our exposed left flank. Your Excellency, at this rate, we have no chance of victory. Hearing this, the division commander grabbed the central table and exhaled through clenched teeth. It was obvious, painfully obvious. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Imperial tanks outperformed their Allied counterparts in both mobility and firepower. With their thick armor plating, a frontal engagement meant certain defeat. To make matters worse, the Imperial infantry constantly carried anti-tank weapons, making it nearly impossible to breach their defenses through conventional means. That's why we had pinned all our hopes on the infantry brigade. The brigade that was supposed to teleport into the enemy rear using Etherlium and strike their command center hadn't sent any word at all. It was as if they had been attacked and captured the moment they teleported. Have we truly been played? By Daniel Steiner. A wave of dizziness surged over him, and his vision began to flicker. The overwhelming stress was starting to take its toll on the division commander's mind. Your Excellency, you must make a decision. At this rate, we won't be able to recover from our troop losses. Sir, it's not too late, we still have time. The panicked voices of his staff hammered at his already aching head. The division commander let out a low groan and opened his mouth with a face stained in the colors of defeat. The reserve troops, if we commit the rear reserves. Not a single staff officer voiced agreement with that suggestion. They all knew that deploying the reserves wouldn't change the outcome of the battlefield. Damn it. In the end, the division commander, his face utterly defeated, shouted, "Order a full retreat, immediately." Meanwhile, at the estate of Count Blle, Please, spare me. I only acquired a few luxury goods that weren't on the manifest. I swear, I never intended to harm the military, not in the slightest. In the front courtyard of the mansion, a man covered in wounds was kneeling, begging for his life. His name was Brian. He was a colonel who had served as deputy logistics officer for a regiment, a man known for his popularity and wide connections among political and financial circles. Among those close to Brian were several high-ranking military officials as well, making him a rising star whose path to success seemed guaranteed. That is, until he got caught skimming off military supplies. Count Blle, standing among his bodyguards and leaning on a cane, looked down at Brian and spoke. Even if they weren't on the manifest, luxury goods are still classified as military supplies and thus, property of the state. And yet you claim you didn't mean to harm the military by embezzling them. Your Excellency, I hate liars. But what I hate more are liars who beg for their lives. Brian's face turned deathly pale. Realizing there was no chance he'd make it out alive, Brian trembled in terror when Blle suddenly continued. However, considering the damage you caused the military wasn't significant, I'll let you live. Instead, you'll pay a fine several hundred times the amount you embezzled. You have no objections, I assume. Upon hearing Ble's words, Brian flattened himself to the ground. Yes, of course. If I can be forgiven for my crimes, I'll cooperate however you wish. Blle gave a nod and was just about to order Brian released when, Your Excellency, Deputy Director Beck of the Central Intelligence Bureau approached. Beck wore a grave expression as he leaned in to whisper into Ble's ear. The 12th Armored Division on the Western Front has suffered a defeat and begun retreating. It's not yet fully confirmed, but it appears the Imperial Army preemptively countered the Allied nations' Etherlium-based technology after learning of its development. One of Ble's eyebrows twitched. He gave Beck a look that seemed to ask if it was true, and Beck, breaking into a cold sweat, finally spoke. It's confirmed. After the infantry brigade deployed using Etherlium teleportation, all communication abruptly ceased as if by some absurd coincidence. They were either captured or killed. After hearing everything, Ble's eyes began to tremble. In a flash of rage, he pulled a pistol from his coat and advanced on Brian. Hearing footsteps, Brian looked up and saw Blle swinging the pistol toward him. Guh! With a dull thud, Brian collapsed onto the ground. Shocked and gasping, Brian rolled his eyes upward and looked at Blle. Seeing the barrel of a gun aimed at him, he started panting and quickly shouted, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. It wasn't just me, there are other logistics officers too. Blle pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the bullet slammed into Brian's skull. Even after confirming that Brian was dead, Blle didn't stop pulling the trigger. Bang! Crack! Bang! Gunshots echoed in rapid succession, and even the bodyguards couldn't bear the gruesome sight. They shut their eyes tight. Despite the blood and gore splattering everywhere, Blle kept pulling the trigger until the magazine was empty. Only then did he stop. He hurled the pistol at the corpse in a fit of disgust and exhaled raggedly. In his overheated mind, there was only one face floating to the surface. It's you again. Daniel Steiner. You're disrupting me to a revolting degree. The hatred was palpable. And yet Daniel Steiner was also the one man Blle respected more than anyone else. Daniel's achievements always defied Ble's expectations. If they hadn't met as enemies, he would have wanted Steiner closest to him. Running a hand through his disheveled hair, Blle quietly opened his mouth. Deputy Director. Beck approached and bowed his head. Relay this to Duke Belver. If they missed this chance, they would never be able to catch Daniel Steiner again. Catching his breath, Blle narrowed his eyes sharply. Tell him there's no other way now, we must seize the capital without delay. After the death of the Emperor Bertham, the state funeral was carried out in an orderly manner in the capital. As countless citizens poured into the streets to express their condolences, the funeral procession made its way forward, and at the head of it walked Selvia, the Empress of the Empire. This was not solely an act of mourning for her father's death. By participating in the procession, she sought to legitimize her rule over the empire and emphasize her rightful claim to the throne. It was Selvia's own way of garnering even the slightest support from the opposing nobles. The noble coalition, who outwardly displayed respect towards Selvia, suggested that martial law be declared. Their stated reason was that order must be maintained while Her Majesty the Empress was absent from the capital due to the funeral procession. Selvia, too, wished for no accidents or incidents to occur during the funeral rites. As such, she accepted the nobles' proposal. Thus, martial law was declared, and once Selvia left her post, the defense command acted swiftly. They deployed military forces and seized control of the capital. With assistance from the Security Bureau, they first envied, read more on our source, occupied key government institutions. The Assembly, the Security Bureau, and the National Propaganda Office then disabled the communications infrastructure. Their next move was to isolate or detain, under the pretext of martial law, those known to be loyal to Empress Selvia. A few days later, upon belatedly hearing the news, Selvia hurriedly returned to the capital and issued an emergency summons. It was to punish those who had staged what was essentially a rebellion. Unfortunately, no one answered her summons. No, more accurately, no one could answer it, because by then, the capital had already fallen into the hands of Duke Blle. Your Majesty the Empress. Blle entered the vast audience chamber and looked toward Selvia, who sat alone at the far end in the seat of honor. The meeting table, which should have been filled with officials gathered to report to Selvia, was completely empty. Seeing that not a single person had responded to the emergency summons, a smile crept onto Belle's lips. For what reason have you issued an emergency summons? Selvia exhaled quietly and lifted her head to meet Belle's gaze. Her clear blue eyes, reminiscent of the calm sea, held not anger but bewilderment. Duke Blle, why have you done this? You were one of my father's closest confidants. You were also the teacher who showed me the ways of the world when I was young. I remember. Your Majesty possessed such brilliance that when I taught you one thing, you would comprehend three. I never doubted that you would become a great leader someday. Then why? Selvia shouted in frustration. Why did you do this? Why would you go so far as to exploit my father's death just to isolate me? She was demanding to know why he would not remain loyal to her. Feeling a trace of pity towards Selvia, Blle opened his mouth to speak. Your Majesty, please consider the greater picture. It is not that we are unwilling to be loyal to your Majesty. We merely worry that ascending the throne at such a young age may hinder your ability to govern properly. Our actions are meant to support you. Do you honestly mean that? Yes. Just look at the current situation. Your Majesty has allowed yourself to be manipulated by a man named Daniel Steiner, causing unrest within the nation. The fact that he, an orphan, dares to intimidate the nobility is already a crime worthy of punishment, and yet, not only do you defend and support him, you even granted him inspection authority. Blle frowned deeply. It is none other than your Majesty who has invited this division. Selvia blinked in stunned silence. Belle's one-sided claims were utterly incomprehensible to her. But I know this is merely a momentary lapse in judgment. I trust that the wise Empress will come to recognize her mistakes in due time. Until then, I Blle have resolved to manage state affairs in your Majesty's stead. Upon hearing Belle's explanation, Selvia's expression twisted. How vile. The sudden condemnation made Belle scowl, but Selvia didn't stop. Utterly vile. You who plunged the empire into chaos, exploiting my father's death for your hunger for power, this is the best justification you can offer? Daniel Steiner. Your Majesty, I urge you to choose your words carefully. Daniel Steiner is a treacherous villain. And how dare you brand someone a villain who is currently serving the empire on the front lines? From where I stand, the real traitors are you. No, you're the ones hiding your filthy ambitions under a mask of loyalty. You're closer to outright rebels. Belle ground his teeth in fury. At the same time, Selvia rose sharply from her seat. What are you waiting for? Commander of the Royal Guard? Arrest this traitor at once. Her voice rang out across the grand chamber. But no one moved at her command. The silence that descended upon the hall carried a dreadful sense of dissonance. Swallowing dryly, Selvia turned toward Johannes, eyes wide with disbelief. Commander of the Royal Guard. Johannes gripped the sheath of his sword tightly, deliberately avoiding Selvia's gaze. Your Majesty, I cannot say that everything Duke Blle has said is right. But if we do not stop Daniel Steiner's rampage now, the prestige of the Imperial House will be severely shaken in the future. Johannes, as commander of the Royal Guard, remembered that the late Emperor Bertham had once told him to prevent Daniel Steiner from taking control of the empire. Protecting that wish was the core of Johannes's loyalty. To Belle, that loyalty was nothing short of a weakness. The old fox had exploited that very weakness just a few days ago, persuading Johannes to cooperate, promising that after eliminating Daniel Steiner, all power would be returned to the Empress. You, how could you? A hollow voice escaped from Selvia's lips. She stared at Johannes in disbelief, then let out a bitter laugh. She should have realized it when the mastermind behind this rebellion, Duke Blle, was able to enter the deepest parts of the Imperial Palace without encountering any resistance. Ironically, there was no one left in the palace who stood on the Empress's side. All her efforts to establish harmony with the nobles had been for nothing, vanished like smoke. As Selvia fell into self-mockery, Belle composed his voice. Commander of the Royal Guard. Her Majesty the Empress appears to be in need of rest. Why don't we escort her to the Golden Sanctum, so she can rest well? He was ordering that Selvia be confined to the topmost floor of the palace. Still gripping the sheath of his sword in silence, Johannes finally nodded after some hesitation. Taking a deep breath, Johannes stepped toward Selvia. Your Majesty, allow me to escort you. Nothing good will come of remaining here, so please. Selvia turned to look at Johannes and the light vanished from her eyes. Slowly closing and reopening them, Selvia shook off his hand and glared at Belle. You will pay for this. Without fail, Duke Belle. Leaving that final threat behind, Selvia turned and walked out of the audience chamber. The commander of the Royal Guard followed slowly behind her. Once both the Empress and Johannes had exited, a man quietly approached Blle from behind. It was Pelliston, Deputy Director of the Imperial Security Bureau. Congratulations, Your Grace. You've taken control of the capital and succeeded in turning the Empress into a puppet. With all of her closest aides isolated, there will be no one left to resist. He wasn't wrong, but there was still one variable. Daniel Steiner. As long as Daniel Steiner, currently serving as Chief of Staff of the 7th Magitech Armored Division, remained alive, there could be no peace of mind. Count Blle failed to kill Daniel Steiner. Blle had recently received news that the encirclement operation using Etherlium had been thwarted by Daniel Steiner. And thanks to Daniel Steiner's efforts, the 7th Division had achieved victory in battle against the Allied nations. So the best move I can make now was to once again drive Daniel Steiner into a corner using false information, even if it meant sacrificing Allied forces in the process. Sacrifice is the cost of the greater good. Things had already progressed too far to turn back. Eliminating Daniel Steiner by any means necessary was the only correct course. Deputy Director. Yes, Duke Blle. From this moment forward, we will conceal the situation in the capital completely, and relay orders to the 7th Armored Division. Tell them, in the Empress's name, to seize the Allied 12th Armored Division's forward defensive outpost. It was a perfectly natural order to press the advantage and expand the front after a victorious battle. Even someone like Daniel Steiner would have no reason to suspect anything. Next, I'll need the Security Bureau's help. Inform them that based on the Air Force's aerial reconnaissance analysis, there are no signs that the enemy is preparing a deception tactic. You mean to erase suspicion and provoke an advance? Have you already coordinated with Count Blle? Yes. The Allied 12th Armored Division, under Count Bledre's command, will be lying in wait with a trap prepared. Daniel Steiner won't be able to escape it. He spoke with calm detachment, but in truth, he was colluding with the leader of the enemy to drive his own forces to slaughter just to kill Daniel Steiner. Pelliston shivered at the sheer monstrous ambition behind Belle's plan to monopolize power, but having boarded the same ship, he had no choice but to obey. Yes, I will follow your orders. He felt guilty toward the soldiers who would die alongside Daniel Steiner, but he had to endure it. If we fail to kill Daniel Steiner this time, in the worst case, then the noble coalition including Belle himself would meet their end as traitors. The next morning, Eastern Front. 7th Armored Division Command Tent. Is everyone present? Seated at the head of the table, Division Commander Morden scanned the room to check the gathered personnel. Not only was the full general staff in attendance, but also the commanders of each regiment and battalion. The command tent, though spacious, now felt cramped. After confirming everyone had gathered, Morden cleared his throat and rose from his seat. As you all know, we achieved a decisive victory against the Allied 12th Armored Division. I believe everyone here witnessed in real time how their once confident advance shattered into a disgraceful retreat. A ripple of laughter spread throughout the room. They were remembering how the Allied troops, realizing their operation had failed, fled in utter disarray like a band of misfits. Morden smiled, as if approving of the reaction. We've reminded those rat-like Allied bastards once again that the Empire is a mighty nation. But Her Majesty the Empress is not content with just this level of triumph. Meaning, sir? That's right. Her Majesty has issued a direct order to seize the forward defensive outpost still held by the retreating Allied 12th Armored Division. A counterattack to widen the front. Given the damage inflicted in the recent battle, it was not an impossible mission. As Morden scanned his subordinates, who now wore serious expressions and were clearly prepared to carry out the order, he continued speaking. According to aerial reconnaissance analysis from the Security Bureau, the routed Allied 12th Armored Division is currently in utter chaos. Their troop distribution is uncoordinated across all zones, and there are even reports of desertions. Defeating a force with broken morale was relatively easy, and if they were struck immediately after their defeat, it was practically a guaranteed NAIite, original source, victory. So, isn't it only fitting that we send those ragged dogs back home and plant the Imperial flag across the entire Skioland front? Am I wrong? You are not, sir. Good. Then we begin our assault at noon sharp. Prepare yourselves. Let's make sure the Allied rats never again dare to covet Imperial soil. Morden suddenly cut himself off. Daniel Steiner, the man considered the greatest contributor to the recent victory, had raised his hand, as if he had a different opinion. Morden hesitated, then looked toward him. It seems our Chief of Staff has something to say. Go ahead. Daniel nodded and lowered his hand. I'd like you to reconsider the advance. Morden frowned, raising one eyebrow. Everyone else in the tent, officers and staff alike, was similarly taken aback. Glances were exchanged as cold sweat formed on foreheads, many wondering, what the hell is Daniel Steiner thinking? It was understandable. The order to attack the outpost wasn't just Morden's idea, it had come directly from Her Majesty the Empress. For Daniel Steiner to openly suggest a reconsideration, it made him look strange at best. Still, a few, including Intelligence Officer Phelp, thought, if it's Daniel Steiner, he must have a reason. But Daniel didn't have a particularly strategic reason. How long has it even been since the last battle ended? And they already want to start another one? Are they insane? To Daniel Steiner, whose top survival principle was don't die, rushing into consecutive battles was something to be avoided at all costs. And besides, by offering a dissenting opinion even in a favorable situation, he hoped to lower his evaluation as a field commander, perhaps even enough to be transferred to rearline duty. If you want us to reconsider the advance, Morden repeated, not knowing Daniel's very civilian-like motives. Chief of Staff, this order came directly from Her Majesty the Empress. And yet you ask us to reconsider. On what grounds? Daniel, who did have some justification, answered calmly. As you're aware, sir, we have nearly 3,000 prisoners. We could use them to negotiate with the enemy or extract intelligence. Their testimony might help us grasp the enemy's movements in greater detail. We've already assessed enemy movements. Didn't you hear? Aerial recon analysis shows that they're practically falling apart. Sir, we must not place blind faith in aerial reconnaissance. Looking down from above also means they can prepare to be seen from below. What if they've hidden forces under camouflage in blind spots? It was a textbook counterpoint unassailable. When Morden fell silent, Daniel continued. To clear the fog of war, we must extract intel from prisoners and deploy capable scouts to conduct omnidirectional reconnaissance. Issuing an advance simply because the situation appears favorable is a dangerous gamble. Her Majesty ordered us to strike the enemy outpost immediately. Are you refusing to carry out Her Majesty's command? Executing the assigned mission is right, but operational discretion lies with the division commander. If we were meant to blindly obey, regardless of circumstance, why would we need commanders at all? Morden slammed his hand down on the command table. Daniel Steiner's words had struck a nerve. Chief of Staff, just because you scored some victories doesn't make you my superior? I've been patient, but you've clearly overstepped your bounds. Not only do you question Her Majesty's decision, now you insult me? After this battle, you can expect to face a court-martial. Exactly what Daniel had wanted. He was almost grateful to Morden for taking the bait, but to keep up appearances, he frowned slightly, as if offended. You'll regret this decision. Having said that, Daniel turned and walked out, as if there was no reason for him to remain in the tent. He could hear Morden shouting at him from behind, but Daniel ignored it completely. A perfect exit. If I'm lucky, maybe just maybe he might finally be discharged from the military altogether. A victorious grin spread across Daniel's face. Morden, who had cleanly dismissed Daniel's objections, issued the order to advance on the enemy's defensive outpost at exactly noon. The 7th Armored Division of the Imperial Army, acting on the command, swiftly advanced toward the enemy trenches using their high mobility, but the Allied forces offered no resistance whatsoever. Puzzled by this, the 7th Division inspected the trenches only to discover that the enemy was nowhere to be found. Whether they had fled entirely or simply vanished from the defensive line was unclear. Upon receiving the report, Morden, still uncertain, decided to deploy personally to assess the situation. Riding in an armored vehicle alongside his staff officers, Morden traveled to the Allied defensive outpost and confirmed the report to be true. Both the enemy trenches and their command center were completely deserted. Still trying to make sense of it, Morden stepped down from the vehicle and surveyed the surroundings. At present, only scattered Imperial troops were moving through what had once been the enemy's base of operations. Something felt off. As Morden stood with his arms crossed, waiting, Intelligence Officer Phelps approached from the vehicle ahead. Commander, it's true the enemy abandoned even their command post. Could they have sensed our counterattack and retreated preemptively? That's possible. More importantly, where's Daniel Steiner? The Chief of Staff? He said he'd secure a retreat route in case of a possible surprise attack, so he's stationed in the rear. He's building trenches and setting up machine guns and mortars. What a pointless waste of time. Clicking his tongue, Morden uncrossed his arms and spoke again. Contact headquarters. Tell them the Allied 12th Armored Division fled in terror. Let them know we've captured the enemy command center. Her Majesty will be pleased to hear. Before Morden could finish speaking, the operations officer came running toward him. His face was pale as a corpse. He spoke before he could even catch his breath. "See, Commander, sir? We've received reports from the perimeter. Enemy forces are infiltrating from both the north and south simultaneously." Morden's eyes widened in disbelief. "What are you talking about?" According to the Security Bureau's intel, the enemy showed no signs of deception tactics. No. If the Security Bureau's intel had been accurate, then the enemy abandoning the front line wouldn't have made any sense to begin with. Realizing the source of his unease, Morden suddenly heard the low drone of aircraft in the distance. Looking up, he saw a formation of bombers gradually descending from the western sky. The lion insignia on their wings confirmed they were Allied bombers. Only then did Morden have no choice but to admit the truth. "You've got to be kidding me." That Daniel Steiner had been right all along. Daniel, stationed in the rear of the formation, was not unaware that an Allied bombing squadron had arrived. Boom, quang. Explosions shook the ground, sounding not far from his position. The moment he recognized it as an enemy bombing raid, urgent voices began flooding through the radio, one after another. "It's an attack by an Allied bombing squadron. Bombs are being dropped from high altitude. Damn it. We're in danger." A unit that appears to be enemy armored forces is simultaneously infiltrating from both left and right flanks. At a 0.5 kilometers to the north, we've detected enemy tanks, around 30 of them, along with armored vehicles and infantry support units. Same for the south. Enemy armored forces are approaching from 4 kilometers out. At their current rate of advance, we have 10 minutes until engagement. The barrage of radio chatter pounded at his head. What the hell? It really was a trap. Though Daniel had asked for the advance to be reconsidered, he hadn't truly believed the enemy would set a trap and launch a surprise assault. Now he was simply stunned. And for good reason. If they were planning a surprise attack of this scale, it should have been caught by aerial reconnaissance. If the Allied forces had abandoned their base and moved elsewhere, there was no way it could have gone unnoticed. And yet, the Empire's forces had received no such intel. There could only be one reason for that. Those goddamn bastards at the Intelligence Bureau. For some reason or another, the Intelligence Bureau had fed false information to the 7th Armored Division. He couldn't make sense of it now, but there was no time to dwell on why. Quaya. A bomb dropped from high altitude exploded nearby, kicking up a massive plume of dirt. Instinctively ducking down, Daniel quickly grabbed the radio. Regardless of how things were turning out, he had no intention of letting his troops die like dogs. Mortar unit, respond immediately. Begin suppression fire along the enemy advance route. Concentrate bombardment on the predicted movement paths of their armored vehicles. We must buy time so our forward troops can retreat. Thanks to Daniel's prior orders to have the mortars pre-positioned and on standby, the mortar unit deployed rapidly. When exposed to a surprise enemy attack, every minute saved was a massive advantage. The longer it took to deploy, the fewer opportunities they'd have to strike back. Target distance, 4 kilometers. High angle, 45 degrees. Shell type, high explosive. Loading, ready to fire. Orders were given to the mortar unit, which had completed preparations in an instant. Boom! At the same time the order rang out, a high explosive shell soared into the sky and struck the enemy formation. Even with the naked eye, one could see the fire erupting from the explosions. The enemy armored unit, startled by the immediate response, began to slow their advance. Seeing the impacts, the mortar unit intensified their barrage. As the thunder of the mortars echoed in succession, Daniel continued issuing commands over the radio. Machine gun positions, prepare to intercept enemy infantry. Anti-tank teams, take cover in the trenches and stand by. Do not engage until the enemy enters effective range. Issuing orders one by one, Daniel walked toward the temporary trench where Imperial soldiers had gathered. He could have fled to a safer location and hidden himself, but Daniel chose not to. Because even if he escaped now and survived, once the unit was defeated, he was as good as dead. From the Allied perspective, Daniel Steiner was the worst kind of enemy, someone they had no reason to let live. He knew that if captured, he would die after enduring unspeakable torture. That's why he decided to remain with the soldiers to slightly raise the odds of retreat. In short, Daniel was simply acting in the direction most favorable to his own survival. Of course, the soldiers who had no idea what he was truly thinking saw only the noble image of a chief of staff who had chosen to fight alongside them. Chief of staff, you must evacuate to a safe location. We'll hold the line here. Soldiers who had always respected Daniel Steiner tried to stop him, but he refused to back down. No, I will fight here with you? What meaning is there in fleeing to save my own life? Can that even be called living? Let me say this clearly, turning your back on the battlefield and fleeing is no different from death. He meant every word. Unlike the soldiers, Daniel knew that the moment he was caught by the Allies, he was dead. And not just dead, he was guaranteed to die under brutal torture. That was why he stayed, to fight alongside them. My comrades? We are the vanguard and cutting edge of the Empire. So what if those Allied rats have launched a surprise attack? We, the sharpest sword of the Empire, do you think we can be broken? Cries of no, echoed from all sides. As a brief silence settled, Daniel looked over the soldiers' faces and gave a firm nod. Boom! An explosion near the trench left a ringing in his ears. As the dirt blasted into the sky began to fall like rain, the soldiers held their positions and opened fire at the approaching enemy. Gunfire and explosions roared around them. Daniel crouched behind the trench wall. Leaning against the dirt embankment, he exhaled slowly. Damn it! When the hell is our main force arriving? Daniel was holding this retreat path because he had to buy time for the Imperial forces deep in enemy territory to pull back. The main force had pushed in, and unless they were extracted, the retreat would be a massacre. From the Allied perspective, they had to block that route if they wanted to complete the encirclement, but Daniel was obstructing it, creating a major problem for them. I don't know how much longer we can hold. They were doing their best, but it was only a matter of time before the enemy pushed through and cut off the escape route. If only Lucy or Fryan were nearby, but he had sent them toward the enemy headquarters to track the division commander's movements. He couldn't rely on them now. While that anxiety gnawed at him, a soldier manning the machine gun had his head explode with a sickening splat. Another soldier immediately grabbed the gun only to be shot through the head and collapse backward. Daniel, watching the scene with confusion, suddenly heard a transmission. Sniper? Fuck. There's a sniper in the northwest watchtower. Daniel closed his eyes with a grim murmur. When did they get up there? Or, were they there from the start? He couldn't say for sure. But if they left that sniper unchecked, the enemy's advance would speed up even further. Daniel opened his eyes, knowing the sniper had to be eliminated, and turned his head to the side. A young man who appeared to be a radio operator was clutching his helmet, trembling uncontrollably. Chief of Staff, at this rate, we're all going to die. I don't plan on dying. At least not right now. Saying that, Daniel grabbed the radio operator's rifle, which had been propped against the trench wall, and stood up. Whether the sniper had spotted him or not, the muzzle began to turn in his direction. At that moment, Daniel activated his neural acceleration and shouldered the rifle. He calmed his breathing, gauged the distance to the sniper, and recalled the wind direction. About 500 meters. It was far, but just barely within effective range. In a world where everything moved in slow motion, Daniel focused all his attention and pulled the trigger. Tang! The bullet shot out of the muzzle, and the neural acceleration disengaged at the same moment. The bullet, infused with Daniel's mana, exploded forward and pierced the sniper's head. As the sniper collapsed with a spray of blood, cheers erupted among the soldiers who witnessed it. That sniper bastard's dead. Grab the machine gun again. The chief of staff took out the sniper. He's fighting with us. Hell yeah, let's give it to these sons of bitches. Confirming that the troops' morale had been revived, Daniel ducked back into the trench. As he steadied his breathing, the radio operator blinked in disbelief. Daniel, who had taken down an enemy sniper with just a rifle, looked nothing short of awe-inspiring. Of course, Daniel felt the same way. I didn't think I'd actually hit. Still, he was grateful that he managed to take out the sniper. Quang! The roar of a tank cannon boomed nearby. At first, Daniel thought an enemy tank had already reached the trench line, but when he realized the sound had come from deeper within the retreat route, his expression brightened. They're finally here. The armored units that had been isolated deep inside the enemy command zone had begun to link up. Now they just needed to withdraw. Daniel grabbed the radio and shouted, "The main force has joined up? Conduct one final fire projection, then prepare to retreat. I repeat, the main force has joined. After a final volley, retreat with the main force." Believing that the retreat path had been successfully held, Daniel lowered the radio and let out a sigh of relief. The radio operator was looking at Daniel with reverent eyes, as if staring at a god. "Didn't I tell you?" Turning to meet the gaze, Daniel offered the radio operator a faint smile. "That I wasn't planning to die here today." Thanks to Daniel holding the retreat path, the 7th Armored Division was able to withdraw safely to friendly lines. Despite being bombed and caught in a surprise assault, they had suffered only minimal losses. As a result, even though they had technically been defeated, the morale of the troops remained relatively intact. At the center of that morale was Daniel Steiner, because not only had he predicted the enemy's surprise attack, he had also fought to the end alongside the NVLGT, official version, soldiers. Of course, Daniel himself wasn't particularly interested in any of that. Relieved simply to have survived, Daniel was on his way to the command tent to check the status of survivors and organize the situation when he suddenly stopped. He had run into the division's intelligence officer, Phelp, along the path. Looking utterly exhausted, Phelp hurried over as soon as he saw Daniel. "Chief of Staff." Bowing his head in greeting, Phelp began to speak as though burdened with guilt. "I'm sorry. If I had known things would turn out this way, I should have spoken up in the strategy meeting instead of staying silent. What's done is done. What matters now is stabilizing the military, not seeking forgiveness. Where is the division commander?" Phelp fell silent. Daniel tilted his head, puzzled, and Phelp quietly opened his mouth. "Unfortunately, the division commander was caught in the bombing and has been killed in action." "What?" Daniel didn't even have time to react before Phelp continued. "Therefore, in accordance with the chain of command." Phelp lifted his head, and his eyes held a grave weight. "Effective immediately, Chief of Staff, you are the acting division commander of the 7th Armored Division."
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.